Hey everybody, Editing Jacob here, and wow, it sure has been a while since we've done one of these. And perhaps because it's been a while since we've done one of these, it got totally out of control. The original recording time for this episode was a little over 5 hours, and even after trimming quite a bit out of it, as you can see, it's still 4 hours and 20 minutes long. So there are going to be a couple of awkward cuts in here and a few places where Editing Jacob, that is me, hello, is going to come back in and explain something that we're cutting past or whatever else. But it's still quite an episode. And though it may seem that this episode is taken up largely by discussing one subject, if you were to check the chapters or whatever, it is in fact very meandering, and we talk about a dozen things that I think are closely connected to our larger subject, or at least which interest me greatly and which I think are adjacent to our primary subject. But I suppose it's for you to decide just how connected all these various threads are that I try to pull together. Also, at the very beginning of this episode, we have some pretty significant channel news, some updates that you guys will probably want to hear. And throughout this entire 4-hour, 20-minute recording, though this is a podcast that is mostly a static image of myself, Joey, and Aidan on screen. Thanks again to CircoDuck for making this art for me, by the way. At a couple of times throughout this, I am going to put a couple of reference photos on screen or play video from the various things that we are discussing. You're probably going to be listening to this in another tab while you're doing other things, and I totally understand. But just for reference, if we start talking about, look at this or look at that, decent chance I've put something on screen. Anyway, I guess I could put like a sound effect or something to indicate when something pops up on screen. But I feel like that might be like more obnoxious. I don't know, because then you might feel obligated, like, the little sound effect played. I got to flip back over and pay attention. I don't know. Like, if you're driving, you're just listening to it as a podcast. You hear a little whoop, and then you're like, oh no, I'm missing something. Yeah, that's a bad idea. That's up to you. You can be as engaged as you want to be or don't want to be. It's entirely up to you. I put the choice in your hands. Anyway, enjoy the episode. Okay, we're back after I don't even know how long, and I just realized I don't have my phone next to me to be able to check. Great job, Jacob. Off to a banger start.
Like
I'm
on
gonna
the
say,
channel? Is that what you're checking?
I was going to say research log specifically. I'm going to guess that because the last one we taped was you, me, and Joshua, Joey. We did an episode where we talked about the Foam Stars beta. I talked about the Modern Warfare 3 2 beta. And you and I talked about Mamma Mia. But that never came out because I was too busy. Right. And by the time that it was like I had time to work on it, it was like Modern Warfare 3 was actually out.
Are we counting the Advent Children log?
I guess we could count that, but I was thinking like
if that's the case, that was 6 months ago.
Okay, when was the last like episode?
A year ago.
A year ago. That's what I figured. I figured it's about a year ago. It's because I figured it's about a year since the last one came out, and it's been like 10 months.
June 14th.
It's because the last one we recorded, was like November of last year or something, and it's October right now, which should be obvious by the items on the docket for today, and hopefully it'll also be out pretty quickly.
Hopefully.
I've thought repeatedly about going back and releasing that episode, even though it'll be way, way, way outdated. Maybe I'll put it on Patreon. We had a lot of fun in it, nonetheless. We did. It was a fun episode. I think Joshua was a little annoyed because he was like on Discord with us for it. And there was a section of it where it's like you and me just going on about Mamma Mia for like 30 minutes. And I think he was like, please, do I need to be here? But also, Aidan, this is the first time you've been on one of these.
It is. And a distinctly log episode, yes. I don't think I've appeared in any of these previously.
No. I mean, you've been on streams before, obviously, that were just like, general purpose stuff. But no, I don't think we've done any research log episodes. I don't think you've even been in like a discussion episode of one of these, though that should change soon enough. Because we've done a couple that they're still called the research log, but they've been focused on like a particular item. Like Joshua and I discussed the Guardians of the Galaxy game a couple of years ago. Joey and I obviously did Advent Children, which is the Final Fantasy VII movie, because I was in theaters earlier this year before Rebirth came out. That one's a little jank, because I literally recorded it on my phone in the car driving back from the theater. Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, because we were just like, I was like, I know we're gonna be hot coming out of this, and it's a long drive from where we saw it to back to Joey's place and my place. So it was like, we're gonna be talking about it anyway. There's no point in trying to like reconvene next weekend to have the discussion. We will not be funnier and hotter about this movie than we are right now.
It was extra funny because you can very clearly hear the traffic. There were a few comments about you. Like, we were talking about that dude being a real slowpoke, and you can hear you like putting the pedal to the metal, getting past him.
Gunning past that guy. Yeah, we were late for the movie. I had to get there.
We were.
We missed the most of the opening monologue.
Man, it's crazy
Damn
being
him.
late. It's crazy being late for movies now when it's like 30 minutes afterward. Like, the movie starts at 6. The movie doesn't actually start till like 6:30.
Yeah, we were like 30 minutes late for him. We only missed maybe 3 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I try to encourage my friends. I'm like, hey guys, let's when we're going to the movie, it's like okay, and they're like, okay, we'll be there on time. It's like, well, couldn't we just like be like 20 minutes late? So that we don't have to watch all these previews. I don't have to watch that stupid preview that's been in every single one about the movie where the kids with the tongue would get the cut. And the stupid family that are crazy.
Every time that movie, because I get that ad occasionally on YouTube, I have never watched more than 5 seconds of it. I was like, nope, I'm out of here.
Every time I've been to the theater, and it feels like the last year I've gotten an ad for that movie.
How is that possible? That can't be possible.
It can't be possible, but it feels that way. I don't know. Maybe
but if you're going to an AMC, you have to show up at least early enough to, for the national anthem.
But they cut it. They cut it.
Yeah, they trimmed it, you said.
It's like 40% as long as
they should just hire her to do a new one.
They should.
If they're thinking like, oh, people are getting annoyed by it, like they should just get her back.
For everybody who is not in the know, Nicole Kidman shows up for the most sniffs her own farts. Like, we go to the movies to laugh.
Let's be very clear. If people, because maybe I also may have some people who aren't from the States, and I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but like movie, theater chains in the States that are branded, nationwide theaters or whatever, tend to have a little like intro bumper of some kind.
Yes.
And they tend to change them on an every year or so basis. It's a pretty normal thing. Sometimes it'll be like a just like a CGI thing of like some film reel like whizzing by with pictures of movies or whatever. Yeah. A reminder, of course, to go and buy popcorn and Coke, because that's how it always is. That's how it's been since there have been movie theaters. But it's like pre-pandemic they did one with Nicole Kidman that is very, very clearly themed around like the people aren't really coming to movie theaters as much as they used to, because it is an emphasis on the magical experience of being in the movie house.
Like, it starts cameras low to the ground outside. There's a puddle. You have the huge theater in front of you. It's like, and you see her walking by, her reflection in the water. It's very artsy.
It's very artsy, very good lighting. She's in a mercifully completely empty theater all by herself because she used all of her Hollywood money, all of her Hollywood elite money to rent the place out for the night. But it's been they haven't taped a new one because theaters are in a downturn anyway. They're like, why bother? We had that for 2 years in a row on accident because of COVID. We'll just keep it now. Mm-hmm. And people have really turned around on it from like, this is so stupid, to like, yes, Queen, you are right. Heartbreak does feel good in a place like this.
Yeah. Because here it's real. But yeah, no, literally every time that has, like, I've 180'd on it, where when I see it come up, like, I do like a little clap. I'm like, yes, let's go.
We're doing it. It's here.
She's back.
Yay. Yes, Queen. Woohoo. Anyway, to really quickly, a couple of items I want to talk about right up front. Joey and I talked about this on a stream we did a little while ago, but not everybody might have watched it. It was like stream 3 of Alan Wake, so a lot of people probably didn't tune in. So what we're going to have, I guess, good news and bad news here up front, or just, I'm going to say broadly mixed news, just news, which is that I, Jacob, will be moving away from where I am currently living in the near future, and I am not bringing Aidan and Joey with me. Now, this is not the end of the YouTube channel, not necessarily, at least. Like, for one thing, we've literally got multiple, like, taped LPs just sitting in around. Like, I still haven't gone back and finished Uncharted 4 because the next episode is when we lost all that footage.
The fun one.
And I'm pissed about having to go back. We were talking about this, like, I didn't start editing the Uncharted 4 playthrough because I was so demotivated by all the footage that we lost in the last session. I didn't start editing it, period, until I had like a stretch of free time earlier in the year when that playthrough did start coming out, which I guess was like last year now. I didn't start editing it until like, I guess probably like maybe like the winter before. So maybe it was like almost 2 years ago now that I started cutting it, because I finally felt like I had the strength in me to work on those episodes where we lost that footage, to figure out how to solve it. But by the time that I got to those episodes, I had absolutely lost that steam again. So there hasn't been an Uncharted 4 episode in like, I don't know, something like, I think it's been like almost a year now, which I feel shitty about, but I just haven't I haven't had the steam in me. I've barely had the steam to edit FF7. But we finished taping the FF7 playthrough now, mostly. There is technically some exclusive endgame, like hard mode content. We're going to show, I've already talked about it a little bit, I think, in the episodes that are out at the time of this recording, but we have the alternate take of Wall Market to do. There's some other bonus stuff. So we have like probably 1.5 episodes of that left to film. Sure. But the point is, like, that is a lot of stuff still left. And Joey and I talked about this on the stream. It's been alluded to once or twice. I'm still not going to announce what it is, but we did last summer and then Christmas, because I got COVID and we didn't have time to finish it over the summer. We shot, despite we said never again after Uncharted 4 will we do a 4-man. Joshua was back in town for summer, and then he was back in town for Christmas since we didn't finish it over the summer. We did do another 4-man LP, which obviously none of it is released. My plan was to start releasing it after Uncharted 4 was out.
I mean, that'd still be the plan.
That is, I think, still the plan. I will start working on it after I finished Uncharted 4.
Just monkey's pawed a little bit.
Yeah, but the point is, like, even if I literally never saw the two of you again, which is obviously not going to happen,
right?
But even if I got up and left and said sayonara, there would still be probably, at the pace that I go, a year or two worth of all of us content available. But also, I will be back in town semi-frequently. And even if I'm not, there is such a thing as Discord. We have options of being able to do stuff remotely. I don't want to get too personal about this, but I have been on and off throughout the entire process of doing this show. I've been in phases where I really didn't feel like doing it anymore. And which is why sometimes I really slow down and then I come back because I'm feeling like it again.
Yeah.
And right now I'm feeling pretty positive about YouTube. I want to work on it, but I am way too busy with work. So it's very slow. I finally got the juice in me again to do video essays, but my job is keeping me way, way, way too busy. So I'm hopeful that I can start working on those properly soon, and then there will be some more momentum on Final Fantasy VII, and hopefully I'll get back to Uncharted as well. Hopefully I'll be able to stream a little more often, but I'm just like I've got the vigor in me again, but I don't have the time. Ain't that always the way of it? But no, we've talked about other stuff we would hypothetically do. Joey and I talked about on the Alan Wake stream, no matter what happens, if I decided tomorrow, show's over forever, I'm quitting YouTube, we would not quit YouTube without filming a playthrough of
Sonic Adventure 2.
That is correct. I guess technically Sonic Adventure 2 Battle if we want to get
specific.
If people are going to get anal about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, they'd see it. Like, you one screenshot, you can tell if it's the Dreamcast version or not, whatever.
So we will, no matter what happens, if the whole thing does self-destruct, there will be one final playthrough.
There will be one more.
Because the nice thing about Sonic Adventure 2 is that if we wanted to, we could do even more, like, bonus episodes. Because we were stretching Sonic Adventure 1 thin when we were doing extra stuff, but it was just fun for us to do. We could do way more bonus episodes of Sonic Adventure 2 with an actual sense of substance.
Sonic Adventure 2, it's like we could beat the game in like a sitting or two, but we could stretch out getting all the crap forever.
That's the idea, is like absolute worst case scenario. I could be in town for a weekend and I could be like, hey, we could arrange the weekend and like done. We could do it in 2 days.
We could have a research log while I do the Chow Garden, because a lot of that is locked into real-time stuff. So I was like, okay, well, if we want to
just record a podcast. What we would probably do is this would probably be a timeline where like after the playthrough is out or whatever, we would like stream. We would do Chow Garden streams or something.
Yeah, dude. If we ever wanted to get one of the like legendary Chow, it legitimately, I think it takes like 21 real-world hours to get one.
Yikes.
So or something like that. So it'd just be a lot of sitting around.
Have to be a week. I'm back in town for a week. Joey, clear your schedule, you son of a bitch. But not that will necessarily be the grand finale of the channel either. I'm just saying the channel will not stop without us seeing credits on True End for Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. And hopefully Aidan will sit in on that as well, because we dragged her through Sonic Forces.
We would have to show you at least like where some of the love for the series comes from, right?
Sure.
Not say, listen, Sonic Adventure 2 has a boatload of problems, and a lot of that game is not good. I don't care.
I think everything that is bad about Sonic Adventure 2 is wildly entertaining, whereas a lot of what's bad about Sonic Forces is wildly aggravating.
Yes.
There is not a moment of Sonic Adventure 2 that it is not thrilling and chilling the audience in one way or another.
Great.
Except maybe those 20 hours in the Chow Garden.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
So point being, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen with the channel, what it's going to look like, but it's not dead. It's not going away. Just, I shouldn't even say the pace of us making stuff will change, because there are periods of time where we didn't make anything for ages. So, it just is what it is. But the point is, it's not... Are you thinking about the two? I was literally about to say, might even be a segue to your thing of the 2 years in which you were not allowed to talk to me by one of your exes because he was convinced that if we spoke, that you would like break up with him.
Oh, jeez. I mean, to be fair, had I had more people in my life, especially people who are still in my life now, who since that breakup have been like, yeah, we hated that guy. I'm like, could any of you have been more vocal about this while I was dating him?
I never met him, and after
Did
the relationship,
you really not?
I never met him, and obviously afterwards I understand why.
Yeah, no, you sucked.
But that was a I actually feel it does. I know I was about to get into something more personal. But the good news is you've been dating somebody much, much, much better for the last couple of years.
Yep.
Why don't you tell everybody how much better this guy is?
So much better that when he asked me to marry him, I didn't go, ew, gross. I said yes. Yeah, we can. I don't know. How much time do you want me to take on this?
I don't know. As much time as you want. These shows, sometimes these things go on for 3 hours, and I want to, and especially because I don't want to maybe segue out of that last bit too much, but I said everything there is to say about it, really, and I'd rather talk about something fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. So, I mean, I guess we can tell Joey the story, because Jacob experienced it real time. Jacob was getting like live tweet texts.
Yeah,
of
I guess the starting point, and then I'll let you take over, is like that you. This was not a total out of nowhere surprise.
No. So for those who don't know me, I have control issues. So I needed to know when this was going down.
And to his credit, Spencer understands this about you.
Yes,
and was
for sure,
we
absolutely.
talked about how would you like to be proposed to.
Yep.
Ring size, style of ring, etc.
Oh, not even ring size and style of ring. I designed my ring.
Right, of course. The surprise was the inside inscription.
Yes.
That was his little bonus for you.
He got to pick what was, and I loved that he came up with that idea, because he did still want to be involved, and
wanted there to be some
and
surprise.
I liked the idea of having a part that was surprised. I also was just like, hey, I have to wear this on my hand every day for the rest of my life.
So I would really want to make sure that
I'd really
like
to like it.
Of course. I think that's a perfectly reasonable stance.
For sure.
So, we did, my ring is custom designed, and the stone in the middle is from his family, and I have some stones on the sides that are from both of my grandmothers. So it's like a very personal ring for me, and I like it a lot.
I think it's really nice.
Yeah.
I think it's very classy. I think it's very pretty. I think it's very
It's very me also.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like my boyfriend walked into it. My fiance walked into a jewelry store and just picked out the first thing that he saw. It looks like.
No, I like it because at this range where I'm sitting here, it's not ostentatious,
right?
It doesn't really scream at you, but up close, it's
cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Freaking cool.
It's not insanely intricate, but it's nice. It stands out. I like it quite a bit.
Most triumphant.
You did a good job.
Thanks. Yeah. So I knew it was coming. And over the summer, I was taking summer classes. Summer classes suck. And I noticed, we share a Google Calendar, there was suddenly a picnic date scheduled on the calendar several months in advance. And I think it was meant to without making too big of a deal, because I now know that Spencer did know I could see that. It was meant to be hey, I'm booking this weekend. Do whatever you need to do. Also, don't make plans this weekend, because he had the ring since Easter, basically. And he waited until the middle of August because I had life things.
Too much going on.
Yeah, too much going on.
This was like, I should say, when we were trying to arrange the finale of FF7, like to shoot it, I wanted to make sure I had a couple of weekends where I had access to both of you. And you were like, that's, it's good because, I had time, and you were like, great, I have time because I'm going to be off school for a couple of weeks here. However, this one weekend, probably, and I was like, yep, we're good. I'll keep that in mind. But then this leads into what happened as it got closer.
So unfortunately, that means I knew it was coming. And I was super in my head about it. That like Wednesday before that weekend, I was like standing in the closet, like trying to get ready for work, and I was kind of just like spacing out. Spencer's like, "Hey, what's up? Like, what are you thinking about?" And I was like, "Spencer, do you want a real answer, or do you like want me to say nothing?" And we don't have the kind of relationship where I say nothing, and I love that. And I was like, real talk, I'm super nervous, and like, not that I don't want you to do it, but like, I'm nervous about being proposed to because I feel like I'm going to mess it up somehow. I don't know how you mess up being proposed to, but I feel like I'm going to do it. And just wasn't having a good mental time about it. And so Spencer was like, well, then I won't this weekend. And he wasn't like saying that in a mean way. That makes it sound like it was like a F you, I'm not marrying you. He was just like, so I won't. So we'll just go to the place that I had planned, and we'll do a test run, and we'll scout it out, and you can see if you like the outfit that you're wearing, and you can see if you sweat off your makeup, and you can see like there are several nice scenic locations at this place that we were going to. We can see which one we like, which one you want to take pictures at. Like, we will do a test run weekend. We will go to the place. We will figure it out. And then that way you will be less nervous when we do it in the future. And I was like,
am I allowed to read a couple of the texts that you
sure.
sent me on the
sure.
Friday and Saturday before the Sunday where he proposed, or was
sure.
it the Sunday before he proposed to you? Okay. So I texted you like, good luck this weekend. And you texted back, dude, I am not making good decisions. I got both ears pierced today on an impulse. I started my period yesterday, and I am all broken out and bloated. And I've been scrolling through nail pictures to show my nail tech tomorrow for the last 2 hours because this is the set.
Yep. Yep. That's accurate.
A couple of other ones that I'm not going to.
For the record, by the way, so the ear piercing thing was part mentally ill alt girl being like, I need to do something, and I don't want to get a tattoo right before I have to go sweat, but there's a piercer locally who is transitioning from doing tattoo work into doing piercings, and so she was running like a special, and some
I was about to say, so I want to let this person practice on me in a high stress situation.
So a couple of friends, I mean, she's being supervised by someone who
I know. And you even talked about everybody was very impressed that you were so brave.
Yeah, but that's a different text. So a couple friends of mine were like, we're going, and I was like, yeah, I will tag along. Thank you for this open invitation. This is how I use the nervous energy. So I got 2, not just ear piercings. We didn't get lobe piercings. We got cartilage piercings. The specific placement, if you're into that, is called a conch. And they're still healing because this has not been that long ago.
I think they look pretty good, by the way.
I like them. So once I can finally change the jewelry for those in the room who can see, I'll be able to take out the stud and put a little hoop in, so it'll like rest like a ring around.
Okay.
It'll be real cool. I'm excited about it. No regrets. But super wasn't the time to do it, and shouldn't have done it on both sides of my head at once. Thank God I'm a back sleeper, or I would be. It
would have been in trouble.
Yeah, I'd be in peril.
So I don't want to read too many. There's a couple of these texts I'm not going to read, but I do want to send another one, which is you on Saturday night beforehand. This is, I think, I don't know if it's funnier than that first one, because that first one was so like out of pocket, and that was our first communication that Friday, was me just sending you a quick good luck text, and I got that blocked back. But the next day at 6 p.m, you text me, cold. So a guy coming home with flowers after running errands in quotation marks all day totally means something is up, right? And not like he's cheating on me, that's why he bought flowers. Like, the picnic date is not just a picnic date, right? I texted back, I was already fairly certain the picnic date was not just a picnic date, but I would say this is good supporting evidence.
And I also did not think the picnic date was just a picnic date, but the closer we got, the more I was like, what if I get the set and I have this outfit picked out and we do all of these things and then he doesn't actually do it? Like, so there was that. So Saturday, a friend of mine had a bridal shower that I went to. And
the same weekend? I thought that was a different.
Nope, that was that Saturday.
Okay, got it.
That was why he did it on Sunday and not
Sure,
Saturday.
all right. Gotcha. It was you had a baby shower like a weekend or two later, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. That was my confusion. Okay, yeah. I remember at the time I was turned around. I thought that was a bridal shower. That's why. Okay, continue.
So that Saturday, I got up and I was like the first nail appointment on that Saturday. Because if you're not the first one, they get behind. And you have to wait a super long time, and that irritates me. So I am there when they open so that they can't be late doing mine.
Sure.
And I'm not late, so I don't make the next person late. And I usually don't get like super complicated stuff. So I'm the first appointment.
You sent me a picture. I could even include it in.
Sure,
on the
yeah,
show.
that'd be
It's like
fun.
it was like a star pattern, right?
Yep. So it was like a navy blue base and then silver stars on a couple of fingers.
I thought it was very pretty.
It was.
Sounds cool.
I liked it a lot. She did a great job. She took my idea and kind of improved on it, and I ended up really liking what we ended up doing. So it worked out good because now I have pictures of those nails forever. So got my nails done. And like when I was getting ready to leave to go do that, like I wasn't getting ready for the whole day. I knew I was coming back. And Spencer was like, yeah, I won't see you until you get home from after the bridal shower. And I was like, that's super weird because Spencer told me that he's just like going to get breakfast with a friend. And why is he going to be gone all day to go get breakfast with a friend and like do an errand for friend's mom? And like, okay, sure, I'll see you later tonight. So I leave to go get my nails done. Spencer does not come back in between me leaving at like 8:30 and me leaving again at like 4. And he's still not back when I get back from bridal shower.
So he must be cheating on you.
No, I mean, it wasn't that. It was just like, it's sketch. Like there's weird stuff happening.
He's doing prep stuff. But your brain is
yeah,
too...
well, I was like, I don't know. The only thing I was worried about, honest to goodness, is I was like, I don't know what they were doing for friend's mom. Like, what if they've dropped furniture on themselves and like pinned and then they're stuck? Like, that's where my brain is going. It's not like, oh, he's doing something nefarious. It's like Spencer's kind of an idiot sometimes, and has he hurt himself? So he gets back and he has the flowers, and I'm like, oh no. Like, there's big stuff happening here.
You already knew there was big stuff happening.
I did, but like...
that's what amused me so much.
Yeah.
I'm like, and there's more that I'm not going to read. That was what amused me so much about the 2 days leading up to this. Was like, it seemed like you had descended into like abject uncertainty about this thing that had been locked in for months. We talked repeatedly about, like we worked out the time, and he knows like he's not going to do it on this, and it's going to be on this. There's already this picnic in my calendar, and in the 2 days beforehand, you were like, absolutely, just every time you texted me, it was like, I have no idea what he's doing anymore.
Because he was like, well, we're not doing it, we're test running it. And I was like, well, are we not doing it and we're test running it, or are we still doing it, or like how prepared do I need to be? But I think if he hadn't told me, if I had known for sure that it was happening, I would have been worse for sure.
Oh my god.
Oh man, isn't being a human being something?
So
I'm not in the woods anymore, lizard brain. This is not something worth getting worried about.
we are Sunday morning. We are morning of. We slept in. We took our time. We like ate a nice breakfast, like not too heavy, but like enough to go walk outside in the summer and be okay. We get there, and I am on alert, but I'm trying to play it cool. I remember texting you being like, I am actively controlling my breathing right now so that I do not hyperventilate on the way to what is supposed to be like a very happy event for me, but I am a ball of anxiety. So we get there. I'm like looking to see if I recognize other cars in the parking lot, and I don't see anybody. I'm like, okay, we're just gonna take a nice little walk, and we take our nice little walk. We like have you sign in, and you grab a map, and you like go take your little walk, and he takes me up to this very like beautiful overlook, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm setting up our little picnic that we've taken with us because it's a picnic date, so we have a picnic. I'm like sitting on a bench and spreading everything out and getting everything, and I'm like looking at Spencer, and he's just like looking at the scenery, and then he kind of turns to me like kind of suddenly and just hits me with so you know I love you, right? And you know how much you mean to me. And I'm like, all right, locked in. It's happening. And he has a super gorgeous speech that if I try and repeat, I will cry.
Oh, I mean, that's between you and him anyway.
Yeah. And I do like get choked up, and I can feel that I'm about to start crying. And then I notice that as he's talking, he's seeing that I'm about to cry, and his voice cracks. And I'm like, I gotta hold my shit together. We're both gonna be on this hill crying together.
Which would have been pretty bad since he did have a friend in the bushes filming
He did.
it.
He did have a friend in the bushes filming it. So he finishes his little speech and he kind of ends it with...
I like the version of this where he was out with his friend all day long. Like, obviously, realistically, his friend just drove there a few minutes before you did.
Mm-hmm.
But I like to imagine the errand the previous day was like this dude was set up like a sniper, like in a ghillie suit. Like, he's going to piss there on the ground. He's not moving for 24 hours.
Part of the errands the day before was walking this trail and
of course, yeah, they were
figuring out
scouting the
where they were
location.
going to do it. So at the end of the speech, he's like, there's really only one question left to ask. And he like starts motioning behind me. And I'm like, what? How did I miss like a giant thing as we walked in? Like, what are you motioning behind me? And it is his friend standing behind me with a sign that just says marry me and a video camera where he's videoed this for me.
He should have asked me to get involved with this. I could have given him like some sound stuff. I could have had you
the
guys
sound
wired
actually
up.
isn't that
All right,
bad.
good. All right.
I wish
I could have been involved in this. I could have like had a mic like strapped underneath the bench or something.
the only thing I will say is that he actually did not get the speech on camera. He starts recording.
Like I said, between the two of you.
Yeah, he starts recording when Spencer says like, and there's only one thing left to ask,
Sure, yeah,
and
yeah.
then. But the sign also was a big time sink the day before. He went to his dad's to borrow a hot glue gun, and he hot glued individual petals to make the marry
I'm surprised.
me.
Okay, just knowing you and he are like a little crafty between the two of you. I'm surprised you didn't have a hot glue gun. Or was
I
it
have
about-
a hot glue gun, but he couldn't
didn't
do
want
it
you
at the
to notice.
house because I was
yeah,
at the house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yes, I have a hot glue gun. Jacob.
I was like,
Come on
I figured he
now.
could have stolen it. I guess you would have noticed it missing because you're hot gluing every day.
I super would not have noticed it missing. But I mean, as
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Not an unimportant detail. Please continue.
so the only thing that I don't know that any of us thought about ahead of time, I obviously couldn't have thought about it ahead of time because I didn't know what the plan was, but that meant that as we walked back out of the park, we were carrying a marry me sign.
Mm-hmm.
So every person that
Yay.
we passed was like, oh my God, what happened? And we're like, what do you think happened? The two guys got married.
I was about to say, my question is, did Spencer's friends space out, or did it look like you
Nope.
guys were in like a happy throuple? Or
So friend was walking first and then Spencer and then me.
all right. Okay.
So and I was just carrying my little water bottle and Spencer's carrying the lunchbox, I think, and I think Alan's carrying the sign.
he's the front of the
So
the
he's
procession.
got the marry me. So it fully looked like those two. So every time we pass somebody, they're like, "Oh my God, what happened?" And I just hold up my hand, like ring
Yeah,
towards
yeah.
them,
Yeah.
and they're like sighing relief, like, "Oh my God, okay." So yeah, that was how I got proposed to.
Excellent.
Additional fun detail that I forgot about. As we were getting in the car to head that way, Spencer stopped and was like, I'm going to check the tire pressure really fast because I had like a issue with the tire. It wasn't exactly a leak, but it did require checking sometimes. And
Sure.
he had checked it for real, like had checked it with the pressure thing that morning. But then as we're getting back in the car, he's like, I'm just going to make sure that I screwed the thing on correctly. And what that was an excuse for was him to take the ring box out of his right hand pocket and put it in his left. Because since I was sitting in the
You would have been able
passenger
to see the
seat,
bulge.
Oh man.
I would have seen, or I also typically put my hand like on his leg when we're in the
That
car.
would have been real. That would have been real bad.
It would have been real bad.
That was a slick
So-
maneuver. He should have thought of that beforehand, but at least he recovered.
But
from
he
it.
did.
Yep.
I didn't think anything about it because I do have the weird thing with my tire. So like,
smooth.
didn't cross my mind at all.
That was slick.
So
That's the other meaning of crafty.
we had been in the car maybe like 10 minutes or so. And I did put my hand, and I noticed he like had a small satisfaction, like kind of straightened up, straightened up a little bit, and kind of did a little like
Little peacock thing.
And I was like, do I just not do this enough? Like, is he like just really excited that I have my hand on his leg? Like, okay, like I'm not moving it the rest of the car ride for sure. Like, I can't believe that my small act of like affection for my boyfriend has given him so much pride.
That's so funny.
And then
you
he-
didn't tell me that part. That's so funny.
he told me later, he was like, yeah, the reason I stopped to check your tire was to switch the ring. And I was like, that's why you acted smug when I touched your leg, was
That's
because
excellent.
you thought ahead and you knew.
Most excellent.
That's also
Yep.
super in character for him.
It is, yeah.
Not to brag about myself, but I would have been like, I would have prided. I would have been like, super cool, don't let anybody notice anything if I was in that position. Him going like, yeah, I nailed it.
I mean, this is also the same man that Monday went to the gym and correctly perceived that he was being hit on, which is new for him.
This was in an episode of FF7 that's actually out. We were talking about you explaining
the reunion.
Yeah, when we were talking about autism. About being you were talking about him being at a reunion and saying, yeah, she used to be into me, and then you said Spencer used to, and he's like, what are you talking about?
So we're heading out to the car, and he's like, I wonder if any of those people are still into me, and I said, Spencer, if. That was the conversation.
Got it. Okay.
So yes, he has a pattern of not noticing that he's being hit on, but he was at the gym and he did notice that he was being hit on. Mm-hmm. And as he's at home afterwards telling me that he was like, this is the interaction I had with this woman, and I kind of stopped him and I was like, hey, you realize she was hitting on you, right? And his response was, I thought so.
and you were like, Spencer, if a woman keeps putting her hand on your chest and saying we really should catch up sometime, she's not uninterested.
Right.
This is Joey, this is in an episode of 7 you weren't in. This was led into by I was talking about Cloud and people flirting with Cloud, and I make a joke about it. Aidan said something to the effect of he's already got so many women after him. He's already got 3 women, and it's like 3, and Aidan was like, yeah, well, I get there's Tifa, there's Jessie, and I think this was right after meeting Aerith.
Yeah.
She's like, I think Aerith is into him a little bit too, and then I went, wait, stop. Aerith is into me? It's like, oh man, I'm glad I have you here to explain these things to my autistic ass. I never would have clocked that. That was what led into this.
The even funnier than him being like, I thought so, was that he then detailed that his next thought after clocking that this chick was hitting on him was like, oh no, what do I do? Because he is self-aware enough to know that part of his charm, part of what is endearing about Spencer, is that he truly does not know he's being hit on. So he just continues having a normal conversation because he's still having a normal conversation. Yeah. He doesn't know how to flirt.
This is a scene straight out of Community. You may remember that the one kind of sad. It becomes kind of sad toward the end where they all go to the bar for Troy's 21st birthday. Abed's plot line in that is he's having a conversation about Farscape, and there's a guy flirting with him, and he's initially doesn't clock it, and then eventually the guy's like, "Are you aware that I'm flirting with you?" "Oh yes, I did pick up on that after a while." "Why didn't you say anything?" I really like talking about Farscape.
So he was like, "I don't know what to do in this conversation now to continue, do I flirt back? Because I don't care. Yeah, I think it's funny most of the time. I am fully aware that he has been hit on in front of me, and I'm just like, haha, this is funny because he doesn't know. So he was
it's a little secret just for me.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know.
It's good for you because you just get to enjoy it, and also simultaneously you don't feel threatened at all.
So we since then have also had a conversation of he's like, okay, if I'm picking up on it now, how am I supposed to respond if you're not there, or if you are there? Are you gonna? If I know now, does that change how this works? Do I need to start being aware that I'm being hit on?
God, this is so in character that he's checking with you. So what's the procedure?
Yep. How do I get hit on appropriately? To be fair,
what you're describing right now is probably that's a way that I think I'm better at clocking this sort of stuff than he is, but checking with someone. So what should I do? What's appropriate is definitely something I would do in that scenario.
And it was basically like, Spencer, as long as you're not leaving with her, I don't really care what you do. You live your life, buddy.
I guess I should comment because I've hung out with him a decent amount now. I really like your fiance.
Same.
Yeah, I know you do. That about you. No, I was just gonna say because again I mentioned earlier. I guess I don't know if it was clear enough. There's the guy that I never met previous to this. Would not let you meet or even speak to other men because he was I don't know, I guess I shouldn't say other men. It was probably because you and I had a really close relationship for years before you and he were together. Was it other men or was it just me?
No, it was people in general.
All right,
not. I mean, we've said on the show.
He was just deeply threatened.
We've said on the show that I'm bi before. I'm comfortable discussing that, but it wasn't even people that I had expressed an attraction to. It was just anyone. Because here's the thing, he knew he sucked. So anyone that wasn't his friend, I could be friends with his friends, and that was fine. And there was never oh no, that was never an issue.
Because the bro code was an
Because,
application.
I guess,
He assumed he
because-
wouldn't be betrayed by his friend.
Because I genuinely think that the reason that my ex did not want me interacting with other people was partially because he thought I would cheat, but partially because he knew that nobody else liked him. None of my other friends liked him. My best friend was very vocal about the fact that she didn't like him. Friends that he and I made together, I still have because all of them didn't like him.
Awesome.
I am still friends with one of his like childhood friends
who doesn't like? Who now
who
does not like him?
Yeah.
Oh man!
Huge.
Oh god! I
That's
didn't
a-
know that one.
that's
This
a
is
dub.
cool. Man.
Yeah. So, I mean, they for a while because it's been at least like 3-ish.
It's been a while. since
Closer
you've
to
seen
4 years probably since he and I broke up.
The last time the last time that he interfered with this production was he was technically the reason that you weren't in the last session of Uncharted 4. I don't know if you remember that. It was after you guys had broken up. You'd been apart for a little while. He had some kind of effing thing. I don't remember what it was, but you had to go and deal with it.
Oh yeah.
And that was why you don't know how Uncharted 4 ends.
Are you sure that's?
I'm 90% sure that was him.
Are you sure we were already broken up though? Because
You
what
were
I was
broken up.
thinking,
It was right on the edge.
Okay.
You were broken up, but I think there was still not everything had been moved out of his apartment type situation. But you guys were done.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but we don't. This is unnecessary. We don't need to get into this much detail about this.
So yes, there was from him a lot of interference with me having a social life because he thought I would cheat on him.
I didn't see you in person and barely spoke to you for like 2 years after we finished filming Kingdom Hearts 2.
But I think a lot of the interference in me having a social life was that someone was gonna tell me that he sucked and I was gonna leave. Which
Can I tell the Fortnite story? Because it's one of the funniest fucking things you've ever said to
yeah,
me.
it's weird for me to tell it, but I enjoy hearing other people tell it because it is hilarious.
Are you sure you're comfortable
Yeah,
with me saying
I'm
it on the
100%
microphone?
for
Okay.
sure.
Let's give a description of how shit this dude. We're gonna paint a word picture of how bad this guy was, as a boyfriend and a lover. At one point, Aidan felt so neglected in the relationship that while this guy was playing Fortnite with his friends, I'm gonna assume.
Keep in
maybe
mind
this-
that we are grown people. Okay, this isn't like a 13-year-old.
No, of course we are
in our mid
grown
20s.
ass adults. You were like
Yeah.
you were like a senior in college at this point.
Yeah.
He was playing Fortnite, and you walked into the room naked and laid in front of him, and he did not stop playing Fortnite.
No.
Because I gotta get this dub, babe.
And not
Gotta get
even
his Fortnite battle pass.
not
Jacob.
even that I expected him to stop in the middle of the game because that's insane to expect a man to stop playing a video game in the middle of the game because Fortnite's not pausable. You can't pause Fortnite to
And if you
please
drop
your
out of a match in
girlfriend.
Fortnite, that's like you can't ever log in again.
Yeah. But he started another game with me still like finished
Man.
that one and immediately started and I was like, this sucks.
Gotta get my dailies.
And this was a pattern of behavior of like there was no amount of like me trying to start that kind of interaction that resulted in anything other than, babe, I'm playing a game, please leave me alone.
Anyway, I think that's probably enough shit talking about this shitty guy.
Yeah.
You are now happily engaged
Yeah.
to someone who is awesome.
Yeah.
Who
still a nerd, but that's fine.
still a nerd, yeah. But he also, I imagine he would probably quit playing. He would probably drop a Fortnite match mid-match if you did that.
I'm not 100% sure he's ever played Fortnite.
No, he hasn't. He absolutely has. He absolutely
He's a
has not played
keeper.
Fortnite.
Let's start
He's a
there.
keeper.
However, I didn't realize that this is what I was instigating, let's be clear. I would never do this.
You would never
knowingly.
rabble rouse.
I would never knowingly instigate this situation, but he absolutely has left a match of Overwatch because I'm leaving, guys. Sorry.
Now the question is, I know he doesn't play League, but the ultimate sign of commitment is, would you drop out of a match of League for sex?
Oh, that's crazy.
Because they're 40 minutes long, and if you leave the match, you've boned your team.
You really have.
Yeah. Would you do it?
Someone's
Would you do
getting
it
boned
for a
one
woman?
way or another.
Exactly. So one way or the other, somebody's getting boned.
He mostly plays like turn-based strategy games, I think is the type
Yeah,
of game that is. Like, he plays a lot of the Warhammer games. There's another one that I could see in my brain, but I cannot think of the name. So it's like they're taking turns anyway. It can just be like, okay, next turn we're stopping for a while.
Sure. Anyway, but yeah, that got off into a negative thing for a while there. I didn't mean to, but positive news, good news.
Yeah.
Yippee.
Excellent news. I wonder how much of that I'll trim. I might be listening to that. It's like, wow, maybe I should remove some of this.
We'll see.
But yeah, we'll make that decision later. But Joey,
I don't know that we've ever really talked about it on the channel.
not really. No, we haven't. I mean,
yeah.
I was not gonna I was never gonna in the middle of a stream or a recording just cold go so Aidan, let's
let's talk about how bad your ex was. No, what's crazy about it, the last thing I'll say about it is what's truly crazy about it and what makes me feel like it's okay to occasionally delve into just trash talk is that individually all 4 of my grandparents have approached me since that breakup and gone, yeah, we really hated that guy.
Wow.
But not one of them said anything while we were together because they were like, she'll figure it out. Like, no one was concerned that I was going to be in that relationship
I guess we should say this is a general message for all the ladies out there and the fellas too.
Yep.
Everybody, respect yourself.
Yeah.
Respect others, and if you are not receiving respect, get out of there.
Yes.
It is not, you are worth it, they are not.
Yeah.
Never settle, never be like, or, okay, not settle, what's the word I'm looking for? Never be like, well, because I've known people that are like, well, it's basically, if I get out of this relationship, I don't know if I'm ever going to get in one again.
You will.
And
You will find somebody.
It's like, never have that attitude.
What really changed for me was I got to the point where I enjoyed being alone, where I enjoyed not interacting with him more than I enjoyed interacting with him. And I was like, then why the hell are you in my life?
Yeah.
Like, if I genuinely would rather you not be around when you leave to go do things that require you to be not in the same place that I am, like on trips and stuff that I wasn't interested in going on, I am enjoying the house being empty. I am enjoying my partner who I'm supposed to love not being here. Something's wrong.
Respect yourself. Respect the people around you. If you're not getting what you're giving, get out of there.
For
sure.
I
think that's the talking about the difference between settling and different. It's are they giving you at least what you're giving them?
Yes.
And if they're not, get out of there.
Yep.
Don't settle for less.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And now I have someone who cooks most of my meals and packs my lunches for me to take to work and school.
And to come over here even.
And to come over here.
He packs you lunches to come and hang out with 2 boys and play video games.
He does.
Because he's actually very mature and cool.
And a really good cook. I wouldn't be as happy about having my lunches packed if they weren't excellent all of the time. Like, that's been really cool to be dating an adult. like
to be engaged to an adult.
Yeah, true.
Alrighty. But with that, I guess, since I took a turn and Aidan took a turn, Joey, do you have any major life news to share?
Well, I got the plat on Astro's Playroom in one sitting.
Yay!
Very cool.
This was like what, Friday night?
Yeah.
I text you about like, hey, so Joey, we were talking about.
No, it was Thursday.
It was Thursday. We were talking about stuff that's going on in the game industry, and one of them was the fact that the retail Astro Bot game was coming out on Friday. For those who do not know, Astro Bot started as like a kind of generic but cutesy PlayStation mascot in the PS4 era. It was a little pack-in game just showing off like some of the PS4's functionality. It's all these little cute little white robots with blue eyes.
Okay.
It's a relatively simple little game. It was made by originally a section of Japan Studio, one of the many studios that Sony closed down. Not many. No. Many. Many is correct. Many is correct. Damn it. To focus on shit like Fair Games and Concord, which we'll loop back around to in a few minutes.
Oh, yes, we will.
But so originally, Astro Bot was being done by like a division of Team Japan, but they spun off into another team. Which I earlier before the podcast, you saw me like have a brief panic attack looking at my phone. And I went, oh, never mind, thank God. And you asked what, and I said I would hold off on it. I saw a tweet from Where is it? It'll be in my feed right here. Just give me 1 second. Team something or other. I forget the name of the team that makes this game. Where'd it go? It was right here on my feed. There it is. Found it. Team Asobi. Last night in our Tokyo office, the little robots of Team Asobi got together to celebrate the release of Astro Bot on PS5, and it's a crew picture, right?
Oh, yeah,
it's everybody in the studio taking a picture as their game launches. But I saw the words "last night in our Tokyo office," and I thought, did Sony just fucking shut them down on launch day?
Jeez,
this
that'd
did
be
not
brutal.
Happen. Well. You keep in mind how brutal it would be if somebody did that to someone, because we're going to loop back to that later in this recording. Because today's recording session got so out of hand, we did not, in fact, loop back around to it. Joey and I were talking about the fact that the development team behind Visions of Mana was all laid off the same day that the game released. In case you're curious, it was not a Square Enix team. It was a separate team that Square Enix had outsourced the game to, but this particular team happened to be, I believe, majority owned by NetEase or something like that, and NetEase is divesting itself of its various Japanese investments. Oops. They kept a couple of people on to oversee the rollout of the launch, and that's it. We'll talk about that some more another time, maybe. But the pack-in game for PS5, the pack-in game for that, the Astro Bot game, and also there's a Astro Bot VR game that I've not played because I don't own a VR headset. But it is apparently like a freaking phenomenal video game. It's like one of the best VR games. It's like, oh my god, this is like an actually genius expansion of what video games are capable of, unlike a lot of VR games, which are like, that's neat.
Yeah.
That was neat. This is apparently like one of the best,
I mean, I've talked about it on
experiences.
here, and I've talked about it with a lot of my friends. My biggest hang up with VR is, and has always been, the majority of VR games are just like, they're not innovative in any sense. It is a game that you're playing in a worse way, just for the novelty of it being in VR. Games like Half-Life Alyx that are actually using the medium.
Yeah. See, Half-Life Alyx is a good example of one that would be neat to try if it wasn't. You don't need the Valve Index, which is like $7,000 or something. It's like
and that's the other thing is the like entry point and try. It's like if I wanted to try VR, it's like, well, I could get like the PlayStation one, I guess, and play like 2 cool, interesting games.
Well, I was about to say, I actually don't know if you know this, but the PSVR 2 has sold so poorly that they have ceased production and slashed the cost. It is now, I think, like barely $200.
Whoa.
It is the cheapest you can get in with a good set right now.
But even then, it's like
no, this is
I don't
true.
even want to pay $200 for it.
This is true.
Right?
Kyle
it's
Bosman,
not just because I'm
Kyle
broke,
Bosman
but...
did a video. Kyle Bosman did a video a few weeks back that was trying not to regret buying a PSVR headset, and it was him playing various experiences. He's just like, after that game, I'd say medium regret.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that game was pretty good. I'm gonna say our regret has gone down to very little regret. There is stuff to play, but apparently Astrobot is one. The Astrobot rescue team or something like that is really phenomenal. But the pack-in PS5 game, which is a 3D platformer, which is again very much like a showcase of the PS5. Like it is framed as if you are inside the PS5, and each of its like worlds are like, this is about how the CPU works. This is showing off like this is the RAM.
This is like the cooling.
This is
so
the cooling
this
system.
is the ice
so it's all
zone.
ice level. It's all ice zone. And in the CPU level, there is the OST is a song. It's about how a CPU works. And like it's all focused on like the no load time stuff, et cetera, et cetera. But I texted you being like, I don't know if you've heard anything, because this Astro Bot game is looking like it's gonna be like really good, and I'm gonna go out and get it, which I did get it yesterday, but I haven't had time to play it because I was doing work all day yesterday, and now we're here doing this. But I asked Joey, did you ever play the pack-in game? And you said like I played it a little bit.
I had a friend got a PS5 and they had it, and I played like a level. And
you said like you filed it in your brain as seemed okay. And I said, you should reinstall that shit. And you were like, I'm playing Signalis. I'm playing this. I'm a little busy. And I said, I mean, not right now. You should give it a shot sometime. Then he texted me, I don't know, maybe 5 hours later at midnight, with a screenshot of his platinum trophy in Astro Bot.
Wow.
Well, the thing is that I was really enjoying Signalis, but then my friend started a party, and I can't.
You can't play a spooky horror game.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. Not
no,
with
no,
other
no.
people around. It would cheapen the experience, and I need. That's a game. I'll talk about it in a little bit.
Sure.
But it's like that's a game where I was like, I got to be like locked in to play this, and
You
I
can't
can't
be distracted. There's no point in playing it. if
Yeah,
you're distracted.
exactly. So I was like, oh, you know what? Whatever. I already downloaded this Astro game. Let's give it a shot. And then I got to platinum because it was really fun.
So why don't you tell the audience, Freddie? Because I'm sure there are a lot of people who have ignored it because it's like,
Well,
it's like,
yeah.
I didn't play the one on the PS4 because I heard it's just a little pack-in thing to show off some of the features. Like it shows, it's not called 6-axis anymore, but it shows off like, look, there's a gyro in your controller.
And I mean, that's the purpose of this game as well. But it's just like, and it's like, all joking aside, it's like this is not like the best thing in the world, but it's like for a free pack-in game, it's like, it's no Wii Sports, but it was fun and it was really solid. And it's also like, it's funny in the current era of release games, the entire time I was playing, I was like, wow, this game feels really polished. And it's sad that was a weird thing to me.
It is polished to a mirror shine.
It
I would
is.
say. The main the thing that's either a positive or a negative is that the main thing it's showing off more than anything is the haptic feedback of the DualShock 5, which
Okay.
you probably had turned off.
No, for this I kept it on. Well, the thing is, I turn it off in individual games. I don't turn it off on the console because I want to give it a chance.
Sure.
Because I think I've talked about it before, but to refresh everybody, specifically the haptic triggers, I hate. I genuinely hate it.
Yeah.
Now, the reason being is it's like, like Demon Souls, I keep it on because Demon Souls, the only time you ever use it is like you fire a bow, and you do that, unless you're doing like a bow only playthrough, you do that like 20 times throughout your entire experience, and you have a little bit of pressure when you pull the trigger, and it feels fine. But it's like first person shooters, games like Deep Rock and stuff, it's like where every single trigger pull has resistance. Awful. Cannot stand it.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't
typically
sound
speaking, I give the game a shot, but usually within 5 minutes, I'm like, I'm turning this feature off because it sucks. I don't like it. And there was only one of those sections in the Astro's Playroom that I didn't like it, and it was my least favorite section of it, which is a shame because you play as a monkey.
The rock climbing stuff.
And we like monkeys on this channel, but
You.
we like great apes, but I did not like the monkey climbing.
That was the one where I was like, I have to turn this off because like I'm afraid I just bought my PS5.
Right.
This feels like it is going to break my controller. It is so intense.
Yeah, exactly. And
I was
that's- and
literally
that's-
worried that it was going to break my... I'm sure I shouldn't have been because it was designed for the packing game to show off the features. So I'm sure it was fine, but it was like the vibration and the resistance and the like ratcheting was so intense. I was like, I feel like I'm about to break this $70 controller I just got.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely part of me turning the haptic stuff off is because especially like the way Deep Rock did it is there's a little bit of resistance, but while your gun's reloading, if you pull the trigger again, it's at max resistance.
So it just
and I'm
stops,
like, oh, I'm just gonna break this if I keep doing this. But regardless, it's like Astro's Playroom. It felt like I was playing a like GameCube era Nintendo game.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is a really, it's short, but it is a super polished 3D platformer.
Yeah.
Which we don't get a lot of those these days unless they have Mario in them.
And it's like the majority of the features in it are it harkened back to a different time where it's like the majority of interactables don't matter. They are just, here's some little guys that are doing a funny thing, and if you hit them, they do a little interaction differently. And a lot of the game was just walking around, observing these fun little guys doing a little thing while you're
That's
platforming and
fun.
getting coins.
It
was magical.
It's meant to be it's a living PlayStation brand museum, basically.
Interesting.
The coins, your standard Mario coins that you collect, you put them back in the hub in a gacha machine.
Okay.
And the gacha machine, until you get everything, continually kicks out different pieces of Sony hardware.
Okay.
Of weird, forgotten attachments and add-ons and peripherals for every system that they've ever released.
That's fun.
It's like, here's the weird like cell phone connector for the PS Vita Go.
Yeah.
Here's the portable screen that you could attach to the PS1 so you could play it without a TV. Here's the multi-tap so you can plug in multiple controllers into your PS1.
Yeah.
The game was incredibly simple, but I think that helped it.
Yeah.
It was like I guess being a jaded, nearly 30-year-old, it was just like, it really felt like I was playing a game from my childhood again. You know,
Gotcha.
There's
it's
also
like, this is a game that I could have gone to like the game rental store and just grabbed and had fun over the weekend with.
Yeah.
these are not necessarily collectibles, though there might be a trophy for finding all of them, like just like standing in proximity to them. When Joey was talking about finding little guys and you hit them and they do something. So there's like a stock design to all these little white robots with a little black screen for a face and blue eyes that kind of animate like almost like Daft Punk style.
Oh, okay.
Like for they narrow for angry or wide for surprised or whatever. There, I mean, you can Google Astro Bot on your phone and you'll get a little picture of him.
And you've probably seen him.
You've probably seen him
He's
around.
not
I have like a mental image, but I don't know that it's accurate.
They have a generic little design, but what they do is you'll see Astro Bots around that have a little that have a little costume on, and it's like that's Jack and Daxter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hunter from Bloodborne. Oh, that's the freaking guy from Twisted Metal. Oh, that's Jody from Beyond Two Souls. Oops.
Oh, this is fun.
I don't know if you noticed, there were a couple of Quantic Dream bots in that game, and apparently there's a Beyond Two Souls bot in the retail one. No Final Fantasy, no Kingdom Hearts, no Dragon Quest.
But you got
no Square anything.
But we
in
got
there.
some Quantic Dreams.
But you got Beyond Two Souls in there.
Awesome. Huge. But then it was weird because it's like I've seen the screenshots from the new ones. Like there are a lot of ones that are fairly obscure, and then of course you have the ones that are not obscure. You have Dante air juggling with a pop gun a guy, and then you knock him down.
He's using your little like popper toy gun, but air juggling a guy still.
That's funny.
Nathan Drake using cover, obviously. There's a Lara Croft in there who's doing, the original Lara Croft games. She was like, she didn't have literal tank controls, but she controlled like a tank. And getting yourself set up for a jump in that game was like, it was a very clunky platformer, but it was much more than Uncharted, like a quotation marks, a real platformer, where you'd have to like walk up to a ledge, aim Laura to be like at the right angle for this. Then you would have to back up and set her up for the momentum of running and jumping. And you can find a little Laura Astrobot in there who is doing that little motion that everybody had to do to be able to line up a jump properly in the original Tomb Raider games.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. This game, like, fun. This sounds so pretentious, but it's like fun describes this game.
Yeah.
It's like that was the overwhelming feeling when I was playing this, because at first I was just like, whatever, we're killing time, but then I kept going. I was like, I'm having fun.
And this is when you sent me specifically the Platinum, I wanted to wait to talk about this here, because similarly to a Nintendo game, it does have the end game secret super hard stuff. And I don't know about you, but like I could tell like this has got juice. Like, this feels really good to control, just playing the normal game.
Yeah.
But when Joshua and I started, I missed some of the high score levels because it was when he was in town and we were, like, trading off on some of them. But when I was playing the high-level stuff, I was like, oh, this is, like, this could be a really, real video game.
Yeah.
The challenge levels. That was why when they announced a full retail $60 disc of Astro Bot, I was like, that is going to be an actually phenomenal video game.
Yeah, the ones you're talking about, I think they're listed as like speedrun levels.
Yes,
or whatever.
they are.
And I only played, I didn't play all of them. I played a few of them.
Oh, you don't have to get all of them to plat it?
No, it's
wow.
weird, right?
Okay, Joshua and I definitely did, like, we cleared all of those with whatever, like, I don't know if it's a star ranking, but, like, we didn't stop until we had everything, like, 100%.
Specifically, I think my favorite one of those was it was like ice skating one, where it's like the entire time you're on ice and you're going through. And I was just like, wow, this is solid.
An ice level in a video game that's fun.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I guess that's part of the feeling of like going back in time playing a classic ass video game.
Mm-hmm. But no, phenomenal little game. If you have a PS5 and you have not played the Pac-Man Astro Bot game, it was installed on your PS5 when you got it. It might still be installed and you might have ignored it because it's a really small file size.
Yeah, it's like 11 gigs.
Yeah, but if you did not play it, go back into your library, download it, play it. How long did it take you to get the platinum?
It was like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah,
and I could have done it faster too, but I was in a party talking the whole time.
Yeah, you can get more time out of it than that if you are going for the quotation mark speed run levels. Like, there is challenge stuff that I guess doesn't count toward the platinum. There is more content in it than even what Joey saw, but it is a small game. You can beat it in an afternoon or two, depending on the kind of pace you want to go at.
It's a fun time. It's worth checking out.
Check it out, and then consider buying the retail one that just came out, so we can all collectively dunk on Concord as hard as possible.
Before we get to that, I will say also, in the sense of this being a classic video game, you have the solid platforming, but then there are 4 sections of like, here's another alternate game mode. It's like you play as a monkey, you play as a frog robot thing, and most of those are pretty fun. The monkey one, if we're going tier list, monkey was at the bottom of the tier list, but it's like all of those were also to feature they were a good way of featuring the different new things for the remote. Like obviously that one was for, and I guess maybe I really didn't like it because it was the haptic triggers thing, but also it was just kind of, it wasn't very fun. It's like you have the frog one where your motion control, like it's a spring and you jump and you motion control. You have a ball, which is probably my favorite one, where you use the touchpad to roll it around, kind of like a Marble Madness type game.
But yeah, no, I was just realized I had, since I have the monitor up here, I'll just pull up for 2 seconds. Oh my God, that was a full on. Was that even a guy in a costume, or was that just a full on? That's just a full on Ape Escape. That's just a full on Ape Escape monkey. He's not even an Astro Bot in a costume.
Yeah, because there was Ape Escape stuff, but in the base game, but there wasn't.
That's just an ape. Yeah, that's not even an Astro Bot ape. I mean, the guy chasing him is an Astro Bot. And there's Nathan Drake back there with a little pop gun. But that's a real monkey. I haven't seen one of those sons of guns in decades.
Yeah, because the last game came out in like 2000.
And that's the thing that's I guess one thing I do want to talk about with this. What was the Sony soundbite of like, hey, we don't we don't really have a lot of really strong homegrown IP here at Sony, and this is a game that is all about a celebration of the 30 years of PlayStation and PlayStation IP. And to be fair, some of them are things that went multi-platform, like frickin' I tweeted about, there's apparently an IGAS Android somewhere in here.
Yep.
And that is technically the Persona 3 Reload release, if that was advertised as an Xbox game. But started on PS2, PlayStation, Persona was PlayStation since, sorry, I should have said she specifically originates from PS2 because Persona obviously started on PlayStation 1. But the point is, for a minute there, it was a PlayStation property. Persona 4 Golden was the only game worth a damn on the Vita except for Gravity Rush.
Yeah.
And this is what feels weird about this game as a concept. I love this shot where all the mascots are falling around. It feels very Pikmin.
Yeah, it does. Doesn't it? And that's the thing, is collecting all the items, like of all the PlayStation peripherals over the years also felt very Pikmin, because you get the weird apparatus in Pikmin, or the battery or the glove.
Yeah, exactly. But there is an element to this that's interesting, and I've been thinking for a long time about making like a video about this, but there's like a no joke, like a business problem with the fact that the young people are not becoming console gamers by and large, unless they have older siblings who are console gamers or parents who are console gamers, because they can play Fortnite on their phone or on their iPad. Or they have a Nintendo Switch, but they're not buying an Xbox and they're not buying a PS5.
Interesting.
I'm not saying this is like that nothing is happening, but it is a statistical shift from when we were kids, because it is so easy to play a decent game on your parents' iPad.
And even then, and maybe this is also just like, this is not indicative of the youth necessarily, but it's like, I know from my own experience, my little cousin and his friends, it's like, they didn't want an Xbox or PlayStation, they wanted a PC.
Yeah. Because if you're doing even a little bit of reading online, you're like, well, where can I play the most stuff?
Exactly.
And you're not walking into a GameStop and looking at stuff on the shelves so much anymore.
You're going to GameStop and being bombarded with Funko Pops.
Yeah.
Or I was gonna say, because I walked into a GameStop and I was like, "Oh, sweet, Amiibo at a reasonable price."
It's crazy.
That is everything else in there. I was looking at stuff. I was like, these are used, like in the bargain bin. I'm like, this was on deeper sale on PlayStation. The other day, I had a real moment. I had a moment and a half. I was just like, I'm just gonna root through here. Like, I knew I wasn't gonna buy anything out of their used bargain bin, but I was just like, I'm just gonna look. You never know. You might find some gold on accident, right?
On occasion, yeah.
There was a PS4 copy of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in there, which was very interesting to stumble upon. I was like, oh man, this is a true arcane relic. So let me find it specifically.
Sometimes you can get good things. I still remember, a long time ago when I got Devil May Cry 4 collectors like a disc for $5.
Wow.
Granted, that was over 10 years ago.
Sure. I regret I had an opportunity to buy, when I bought Final Fantasy 12 used in a game store. It was sitting right next to a steel box of Final Fantasy 12. There was the 2 discs like with a DVD with making of stuff on it, but I think it was a bit more expensive and it was my own money, and I was also like steel boxes are kind of silly. Even then I thought that. Yeah. It's like, I don't know, I should have gotten it. Especially because the PS2 American release cover for Final Fantasy 12 is kind of really ugly. They fixed that with the Zodiac Age release. They did really nice new key art. But no, specifically in the bargain bin, I found 2 different games. I found Prey, the Arcane Studios Prey. One of the, I haven't played it, but like apparently one of the best games ever made. Immersive sim. It was on, and this is unfair, it was on like 80% sale on the PlayStation Store for like $4.
Yeah.
This is a physical copy for $7, $6.99, which is honestly
still not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. It's not bad. Like if it hadn't been for the fact that I'd just seen it for $5, that would have been an effing steal. However, also in the box, a few spaces away from it, priced at $10, was Left Alive. Joey, do you remember Left Alive?
No.
Remind
me what Left Alive
is.
This was
you may recognize it because it had Yoji Shinkawa cover art, the Metal Gear guy.
Oh, this game!
The trick game.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh, it's got Yoji Shinkawa art on it. This is probably gonna be like Metal Gear or something.
Well, I literally remember our GameStop years ago. I walked in and it was at one of the weird times, the old ancient times where you do go in and just browse.
Yes.
And I saw that and I was like, what the hell? I was like, is this a Metal Gear thing?
This is Left Alive was a it's my IP to sit on thing where you have that moment where the company goes, what's an IP we're sitting on and doing nothing with? Let's bring it back and do something fans won't like. Let's bring it back and do Metroid Fusion Federation Force.
Awesome.
Let's bring it back and do a Crash Bandicoot MOBA after we made Toys for Bob not make the Crash and Spyro crossover game that they were planning on doing.
Don't even get me started on that.
Front Mission is a old turn-based tactical RPG from Square about mechs. There hasn't been a game in that series since probably the PlayStation 2. They announced a new one for PS4 called Left Alive. It has a couple of mech segments in it, but it is mainly a slow, bad attempt at the Last of Us third-person shooter in like a ruined
mechanics.
with crafting mechanics, like in a ruined city that has been ravaged by a Front Mission big mech war.
Okay.
And all I remember,
and I have friends that are ravenous for Front Mission, and they hate this game.
it was ludicrously buggy, awful, badly designed. Like it wasn't just like oh, this isn't what people wanted.
Yeah.
Like if it had been like, oh, this is like a good third-person shooter or whatever set in this world, like people still would have been pissed. But it was a terrible game.
Great.
That was also not what people wanted from this IP that had been dead for 15 years.
Great.
And of course, the takeaway was, well, people hate Front Mission.
Well, that's not true, Joey, because they finally re-released. They released Front Mission
years
1.
later.
And they re-released. They did remakes of Front Mission 1, and Front Mission 2 and 3 are coming. And that relocalization of Front Mission 1 definitely was not just done by AI. Definitely was not an AI-led localization. Just don't use your eyeballs when you read the localization, and you'll see that it was not localized by AI.
I see.
They're just trying to keep to the original style of bad translations.
Exactly. Oh look, there's in this crowd. I just spotted Cat.
And then there's the other one to the right, I believe, isn't it? Behind Parappa. Is that the other Gravity Rush?
Yeah. I think that's Raven. That looks like Raven to me. From Gravity Rush Studio Japan. They got shut down, but they're still making a Gravity Rush movie. That'll probably never come out. No. I say cynically, but I guess we'll see what happens with that.
I don't know. I think we're in the era where we can't be blessed.
Yeah, unfortunately, a video game movie being announced is no longer like a complete ignore. It is now like it's a credible threat.
It is. I mean,
sorry, Aidan, you were pointing at somebody in the crowd here?
I'm not sure that I'm pointing. I'm more asking about on the left. Right now, they're kind of hidden behind cat ears. Is there a guy with a bunch of mushrooms on his head?
That's there are mushrooms on his head. I bet that's a cordyceps zombie from The Last of Us.
Yeah, there was one of those in the.
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
In Astro's playroom.
Yeah, I think it's like Joel and Ellie hiding behind a wall, and Ellie's like trembling, and there's a clicker with the mushrooms on his head, like around the wall or something like that. How many of those did you clock? I remember when I played that, there were like maybe 2 that were so obscure I couldn't figure them out.
I didn't really. I didn't really.
You didn't hunt for them because you beat the game in 4 hours.
It's true. That's true. But also, the areas were not very big. So I think I saw most of them, but I didn't like. I recognized most of them. There were a handful, though, where I was like, I don't know what this is.
I don't know what that is.
Look at these guys go.
I got this sitting over there. Aiden, if you hadn't come over today, Joey and I might have been streaming Alan Wake because we're pretty close to being done with it, and then we would have streamed this for a couple of hours. But another time, perhaps. Oh, him picking up that axe and suddenly getting Kratos' beard reminded me of stuff about the Zelda game that I'll talk about maybe later. If this we've already been going for an hour, and I don't want this to be an insane recording, but
I think that ship may have already sailed.
What, that it being an insane recording?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, Concord.
Yeah, Concord.
So, this is going to be a difficult one. Because a lot of people literally don't know what it is, and they've just been see people saying, "What's Concord? Why is everybody talking about it?"
Okay, so
part of why Aiden is here today is so we have a layman to check me and Joey.
Okay, well, as we talk about
as we go into
Concord.
this.
Okay.
Now, I want to start this off by telling you my experience with Concord when it was
Joey.
first announced.
Please do, because I'm like a nut job who's like too keyed into this. My experience is nowhere resembling the common experience of tracking these sorts of things.
Well, I don't. We will see, won't we?
Okay.
Because
So when you say when it was first announced, is this the one that was like announced 8 years ago?
well,
It's been in development for 8 years.
Okay.
it got
Okay,
approved when Overwatch was getting big because
Okay.
they're like, we want our
The
own
key
Overwatch.
problem here is that this is a trend chaser that showed up 8 years after the trend started. But
ya.
there's a lot of other elements going on with this game's
Okay. It
failure.
is. Okay.
But we'll get to there.
Specifically talking about the trend chasing, the problem being, obviously with anything else, trends don't last that long.
Right.
They rarely last 8 years. And
Yeah.
hero shooters are not really one of those trends that's lasted this long. So
I would say that has lasted, but the problem is that
But not
the
with
field
the-
has remained, the obsession has lessened, and the field remains contested.
Exactly.
Like, Overwatch is getting less popular, but now people are excited for Marvel Rivals.
And it's like, I am, well,
Yeah.
and that's the thing is like, I'm excited for Marvel. I'm tentatively excited for Marvel Rivals because it's like, I want to enjoy another, it's a genre that I enjoy. But anyway, getting into that, it was a state of play, I believe. It was a PlayStation,
Yeah.
This was months ago. They had a state of play that I did not watch it live. I was at work or whatever, and I watched it afterwards. And these things are 30 minutes long typically. And I was scrubbing, and I was like, wow, the first 10 minutes of this is just like a movie for some hero shooter, which was Concord at the
Okay.
time. It's like, but the thing is, I didn't watch it any because my mind was already made up about it. And what that is I was like, because this is the same for any hero shooter for me, especially like in the saturated market. I was like, okay, that basically there was a bunch of parameters in my head. If yes, then this. If no, then this.
Okay.
It was, okay, is this game going to... here's a hero shooter. It's like, is this game going to be free? I will try it.
Okay.
Is this game going to be paid? I will not try it unless it blows everybody away.
Right.
And I didn't bother watching anything because I didn't need any more information.
Yeah.
And it didn't have to be Concord. It could have been anything else. That's
Sure.
how I felt when Marvel Rivals was announced.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, if this is going to be good, then I'll try it. If this is going to be, or if it's going to be good and paid, I'll get it. Or if it's going to be free, I'll try it.
Yeah.
But it's just like, that's just kind of like, that was the attitude immediately with that. The only thing that stood out about Concord was the fact that 10 of the 30 minutes was focused on Concord and not much on gameplay, if I remember correctly.
No, so I'm pulling up this state of play specifically. It was May of this year,
Yeah.
I want you to keep talking about your experience. Please continue.
Yes. I mean, that's the main thing. That's what you're showing right now. It's like this was being shown, and I scrubbed through it because I was like, I don't care, right?
Okay, so what I was going to say that's important is this is not the game's reveal.
I mean, I figured it
yeah.
wasn't the game's reveal. It's just
So I guess I should back up to the very beginning of this. It began with a guy talking about it before we even get a trailer. So what's important to understand about Sony's broader strategy right now is they are less and less interested in what we refer to as low impact titles.
Okay.
And to be completely fair, they have some reason to have confidence in their large scale successes. So for example, I want to double check a couple of numbers, make sure I get these correct. I'm going to pull up the sales numbers for Spider-Man 2. Let me see if I can get some information here. Come on, where's sales? Where's sales? Here we go. Okay. I'm just on Wikipedia. Spider-Man 2 sold 2.5 million units in 24 hours and over 5 million in 11 days, becoming PlayStation's fastest-selling first-party title. It's currently the best-selling PS5 game with over 11 million units sold as of April 2024. Let's have a look at Last of Us Part 2. A game which some people decided to boycott before it even came out, and there was a lot of controversy surrounding. Let's look at how poorly it sold. It sold 4 million units in its release weekend and over 10 million by 2022, and that is before PC release, before remastered re-release. And this is not a crowd-pleasing Spider-Man game. This is a brutally depressing M-rated misery tour, right? This is not a conventionally, commercially successful thing to be targeting. And it still sold that well.
Okay.
Let's see God of War Ragnarok sales numbers.
Man, I was looking at my shelf the other day. I was like, I could go back and play that game again. I was like, oh, that was a fun one.
15 million by the end of November 2023, and that is again before the PC release.
Yep.
So the point is, Sony's heavy hitters are heavy hitters.
Yeah.
So I understand why the emphasis is placed the way that it is.
Sure.
I get it. It makes some logical sense. Now, the problem with deciding to build your entire repertoire around heavy hitters is if one of them does not heavy hit, you don't got another one until next year, and you could be in some trouble.
Yeah.
Which is why Nintendo likes to have maybe 1 or 2 heaters a year, but they've usually got like 5 games from their various B teams scattered around throughout the release schedule.
Okay.
Now, again, making comparisons to Nintendo versus any of these other guys is like a totally different ballgame because Nintendo is like a self-owned company that just has to worry about its own finances and is its own thing, whereas PlayStation is a subsidiary of Sony.
Yeah.
Xbox is a subsidiary of Microsoft. So they're playing different ball games than Nintendo. Nintendo's not a fair comparison with a lot of this stuff when it comes to finances.
Sure.
But Sony in particular has been made, and they've been talking about this for years, and we're basically finally seeing the culmination of the strategy. They are really interested in games as service games. Aidan, do you know what that means?
That means you're like paying a subscription to something, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It can be.
In
but-
the old days, that was exactly what it meant.
Okay.
In the old days of MMOs, this was before we had the term games as a service, but it would have been a game that is continually updated, that you pay a fee to stay on because it is getting continual updates.
Okay.
It has servers that need to be maintained, and back in the day, that was a lot more expensive than it is now.
Okay.
Nowadays, a game as a service is a game that is expected to have it's basically any game that is expected to have a continual lifetime.
Okay.
No Man's Sky is free. No Man's Sky gets constant free updates. We were talking about the recent fishing update
Yes, sir.
that just got added to it.
Okay.
No Man's Sky is a game as a service. Not just because it's online, though that is pretty much that's more or less a required feature of these. Not because it's a multiplayer game, not because it's subscription-based, but because this is a game where you expect a continuous stream of new content.
And it's not subscription-based either. So, and that's the other thing is, with a lot of GAAS games these days, a lot of times the strategy is to not have subscription anymore. It is you pay one time, but a lot of times it's like, okay, but there's an expansion down the line. That's how Destiny did it.
Destiny has an upfront retail cost, but you've also got your Battle Pass. I think does Destiny have Battle Pass or just
it probably got one eventually. I don't know. When I played, it didn't. But
but I assume it had other forms of microtransactions for cosmetics and things, probably.
It did have micros for sure.
And Battle Pass usually is like you get better loot and drops and gear.
So the way that a Battle Pass works is a weird, and Valve has numbers on this. at least for their games, but I feel like Dota is a pretty good sample size of this. So for the longest time, I did not effing understand what a battle pass was, because I played Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, and I played Halo, and the way that works is you shoot a guy and you get experience, and when you get to a certain level, you get a new thing.
Right.
You have, and like Call of Duty would even track, like, when you get a certain number of kills with this weapon, you get more stuff for that weapon.
Right.
And technically Call of Duty does still have that. You just still level up and get more stuff, but it's been made a lot more abstract, and like a thing over here connects to a thing there that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Great. Perfect.
It sucks.
It's very strange. It's like, I would like to have this, like, I want to get a camo for this gun. I'd like to kind of have like a kind of desert colored camo for this gun. In ye olden days, that was called get 100 headshots with that gun and you get the camo.
Okay.
And also it meant something because it's like, if you have like there's like a higher level camo that's like, oh, that guy's good with that gun.
Oh, okay.
Now, eventually it meant that guy's a hacker, but it meant for a little while, oh, that guy's good with that gun. It was a point of pride, or it was a point of role playing. I'm going to a forest map. I'm going to swap the camo on my sniper rifle to be the forest camo.
Gotcha. Okay.
Nowadays, it's I've got this crazy looking blinged out thing, and it's pretty much explicitly a vanity thing.
Yes.
But like, there's a thing in Call of Duty now where it's like, I want this particular desert camo. Well, you can get that desert camo for all guns if you get 100 headshots with this random ass gun over here that you never use, instead of earning like a set for one gun, because it can't be like there's 7 camos you can get in the whole game and you earn them for each gun. There has to be 500 camos and 500 skins.
Yeah.
So the ecosystem has to be built entirely differently.
Yeah.
Of course, that's if you're lucky, because a lot of times it will be, oh, that's a cool camo. How do I get this? Oh, I need to go back in time 3 years ago and get it on the Battle Pass.
So the way that the Battle Pass
anymore.
works, I think I finally understand it. And Fortnite is a free game with a Battle Pass.
Yes.
The way that a Battle Pass works typically is during a time period, during a season of gameplay, between let's say August and December.
Yeah.
That's probably too long.
It is.
There is a season of gameplay, and it is, you are, in addition to your normal leveling up of your character, you now have a unique level just for this time period.
Yeah.
And as you're getting experience points, you are leveling up the season level, which different games call it different things, but the generally agreed upon thing. I think Fortnite might have coined it the Battle Pass. Yeah. Other people call it different things, but it's a Battle Pass.
Okay.
Basically, the way that it works is throughout the season, as you get experience points, you increase the level on your Battle Pass, and the Battle Pass doesn't really cash out with stuff that's specific to your performance or leveling up your character.
No, everything's preset for everybody.
Yeah.
And it cashes out typically cosmetics.
Yeah.
Now, what they usually do is every 10 levels, there's a thing that everybody gets. But on the in-between levels, you have to pay, I don't know, $5 or $10 to get the paid things. So, like, let's say, just as an easy example, levels 1 through 5 of a Battle Pass. At level 1, you get, I don't know, a skin for a character.
You get a skin. Level 2, you get an emote.
Level 3, you get a new piece of music that plays when you're driving a car in the game. Level 4, you get a skin for a gun. Level 5, you get a little bit of free currency that you can spend on whatever you want in the game.
Okay.
Now, if I'm a free user, when I get to level 5, maybe I get that free currency. But I did not get the skin, the emote, the music. Right. Okay. I would have to pay $5 to get those items.
Okay.
Now, the enticement here is that everything in that Battle Pass either goes completely archived or goes into a paid store after the season ends.
Gotcha.
Now, the thing that it does exist that's, I guess you would say, nice about these quotation marks is, let's say that I'm playing the season. I'm playing this game a lot just because I like it. I don't want to spend money on it. I'm just playing it. I'm enjoying it. I get to the end of the season. I've pretty much maxed out the Battle Pass. The season's over in 5 days, and I'm looking and I'm like, you know what? I got far enough. I unlocked everything, and I actually kind of do want that ultimate skin. I do want that, that camo that's midway through this looks nice. That emote's funny. That emote relates to a meme that me and my friends have, and I want it. So I decide I am going to spend the $5, and I just unlock everything instantaneously.
Because
you already did it.
retroactive.
Because I already did it. Exactly.
Okay, that's cool. That's fine.
A lot of people just habitually buy it at the beginning of every single season, or they even have, I bet there are auto buys for these things.
Probably.
And the inducement is, I'm only going to get the ultimate epic armor for this season if I play enough during this season
to get it.
to get to the end.
Okay.
The idea of games as a service, really, at the end of the day, the psychological idea, is I'm not making money on the purchase because a lot of these are free. Destiny isn't free. A lot of games have like paid components, like Halo Infinite's multiplayer was free, but the campaign was a $60 game.
Okay.
So there's a lot of different ways that these work, but the idea is if we can get players in a loop. I mean, generally speaking, there are a lot of multiplayer games that I enjoyed that didn't even have this shit. Like, I was playing Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare for years,
Yeah.
regardless of it having any of this stuff,
Sure.
in it, just because I liked it. And, you know, you get into a loop where, like, this is just something easy. This is an easy caloric cheeseburger that I munch down and then forget about.
It's
Sure,
really
sure.
interesting to think back to games before all this, where it's like, I think back to Left 4 Dead and how much fun we all had playing
Yeah.
Left 4 Dead, and it's like, there you don't get anything.
You
I
get
don't
no-
even
there's
know-
no-
I think
no
you get
cr-
like a level maybe. And
I
that's
don't
it.
think there's even. I mean, there might have been in the competitive multiplayer.
Yeah,
but
but-
Last of Us, sorry, Left 4 Dead had like no real progression system,
None.
no cosmetics, no unlockables.
You were playing the game raw for the fun of it.
The cosmetics were mods. You didn't have to pay for anything. You could dress your characters up as Master Chief, Sora from Kingdom Hearts,
like,
Leon from
You're
Resident
all-
Evil.
Everybody's the cast of Lucky Star.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
geez.
All the zombies are stormtroopers.
They're stormtroopers, or they're the bugs from Starship Troopers.
Shrek is the tank. Grunhilde from Banjo-Kazooie is the witch. And I don't know if you've ever seen that mod, because that's brilliant, because her music changes to like the
I did. I need to look.
and
that
her
up.
crying sounds are like,
Oh my goodness.
and it's free. It's all there. Anyway, that's an aside.
That's for another.
But the idea is, if I can get somebody to a point where there is a monetary incentive to log in every day, because every day there's 5 new dailies, and I can get these, and my experience boosts even more, so I get through the battle pass faster. And I
okay.
paid my $5 or $10 or $15 or whatever it is. So I really do. I already spent the money. I want to get everything in this
Yeah.
before the time period is up.
Yeah.
So you get in the routine of playing it every day. And so then you're going to be there for the next one, and you're going to get the next battle pass and the next one and the next one. And if you're really into the game, then you're also going to go spend money in the cash shop for the really cool stuff that isn't even in the battle pass that you got to go
I
make
gotcha.
So this is what drives the GAAS model, is
Okay.
that if you can hook enough people to spend a little bit of money every month,
Yeah.
and you're providing updates to a essentially completed game, you do have to pay employees every month. And you have to pay a decent amount of employees to keep a game like a Fortnite or a Call of Duty Warzone going. It's like a lot of people to keep a game of that scale running. Same with an MMO. But if you're cranking out skins every couple of months, you're cranking out stuff like that every couple of months, and a major content update periodically, like with every season or whatever.
Sure.
That is a much more manageable thing than starting a new game from scratch.
Yeah.
So your theoretical margin to business guy is like, we don't just have to live and die on whether or not this game succeeds when it comes out and then spend 3-4 years making another game. The problem with game development these days is making a game is getting longer and longer and longer, which is why making a game like Concord can take 8 years. Though we'll talk about what that development may have looked like in a minute, because I don't think they were working on the game the entire
Hell
8
no.
years. So the idea is, even if maybe our studio can just, we can make one of these, and then half the team can be sitting over here maintaining it, and then the other side of the team can be making something more singular. This basically is how Final Fantasy 16 got made. Was Creative Business Unit 3 at Square made Final Fantasy 14 for 8-10 years, or however long it was before and then they basically said, okay, we're going to hire more people and make a separate division of the same studio, and they're going to be working on Final Fantasy 16, and there'll be a little bit of crossover in terms of producers and other
Okay.
significant people.
Sure.
And basically, we are continuing to have a team over here making this MMO, making new expansions that are basically, every time they come out, a full new retail game in terms of the scope of what we're making. But we are building off the skeleton of this game that already exists. And over here, these guys are going to go make a totally new game.
Okay.
Now, granted, that is a division inside of a much larger company, so they're in a unique financial position to be able to do that.
Sure.
But so the idea is, if we can get one of these games that's a hit, then we don't need necessarily to make new stuff. This has messed up even good studios in some ways, because Valve has a very interesting internal structure where basically employees can go work wherever they want. They're freeform. They can go, I want to go work on that project. I want to go work on this project. And also they have really, really good incentives. They really good bonuses. Like if you're working over here and that thing does fucking great, you're gonna make more money.
Yeah.
If you are working on Team Fortress 2 designing hats, and that hat happens to sell a quadrillion units, you just got a huge bonus.
Cool.
What that meant, though, was after Portal 2, there was less incentive internally to go and work on the new retail game for 4 years than there was to go work on Dota or Team Fortress 2 updates, because you could get, number one, you could get really lucky and get a big payday if you happen to work on something that was ludicrously successful. And regardless, at minimum, you were working on something that was making money month over month over month.
Right.
So it's a really good structure in terms of like employee freedom and people getting like treated well and paid a lot. But it did mean that Valve kind of stopped making significant retail games for a little while there. But so if you're a Sony and you got big expenses on making games because you've decided that our approach is the Uncharted and The Last of Us were amazingly successful. Quantic Dreams games were amazingly successful. Spider-Man was amazingly successful. There is a house style to all of these big budget Sony games of approximate photorealism. I mean, especially Spider-Man in particular has got a little bit more of like a soft stylistic look to it, but like God of War and The Last of Us are very much targeting as photorealistic as we can get. As much as the technology will currently allow. This is perceived internally as a major driver of success. It's something that Nintendo ain't got. It's something that smaller games cannot compete with. This is what's driving our stuff. But making these types of games does cost a lot of money. And they only come out every now and then. We really only get one of these tentpole games out every, one a year if we're lucky. When they bought Bungie, makers of Destiny,
for an absurd amount,
for a lot of money, it was like $4 billion, $5 billion. Wait, was it even more than that? Can you do a quick Google and find out how much exactly it was? How much they fleeced Sony for?
Jamie, look that up.
Jamie, check that out. Jamie, is that true? Jamie, check that number. Is that true? Can you pull up that clip, Jamie? They bought Bethesda for
$6 billion.
$6 billion?
$3.6
billion. Okay, all right.
So close to 4.
It's a large figure. It's not the $69 billion that Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard King for, but it's a large number.
It's another one of those numbers of, do you even expect to get this money back? Kind of thing.
That is. People forget this, but the Star Wars sale was like dirt cheap. It was like $4 million. It was like $4 billion or something like that. Disney bought Lucasfilm, which is Star Wars, Indiana Jones, I guess Willow, among other items. I want to say that was like a $4 billion purchase.
That's crazy.
Yeah, George didn't need the money,
True.
Yeah.
But anyway, obviously Bungie, creators of Halo, massively successful. They were really on the bleeding edge with this game as a service thing, because they launched the original Destiny as like, this is a $60 retail game that has a campaign that's here right now, and it has multiplayer. But this will be a continual emergent experience where we will update it with free content, and we will do classic expansion packs like MMOs, and like game, in the old days, non-MMO games also did this sort of thing. Like we're gonna this is a big living game that's gonna go on for a long time. And then it didn't go on very long. They made Destiny 2, but Destiny 2 is definitely gonna go on forever. Don't worry, guys. And there's a whole thing. We don't know a ton about the situation, but basically part of the purchase, the value that Bungie was bringing for that $3.9 billion was not just Destiny. It was their expertise, because you've made this successful game, Bungie, and we need you to go around and tell other studios that and other studios we're thinking about acquiring, how to replicate your success.
Oh, good.
I'm not going to break into this right now, but I am unconvinced that Destiny has ever made a significant amount of money.
No.
I think
it's becoming pretty apparent that they didn't. That they've always been kind of like not.
That it's always been a house of cards.
Yeah.
So these were the wrong guys to hire, but they were, other than when Overwatch a couple years later.
Yeah.
They were on the bleeding edge of like, we can make a shooter into this thing. We can make a shooter into an MMO continual experience. We can make a shooter into a mobile phone game's been doing this for forever.
Yeah.
Mobile games have been doing this as long as mobile phone games have existed. I guess I should say smartphone games specifically.
Yeah.
This model has existed for a long time, but Bungie seemed to figure out this is the way we're going to do it for everything going forward. And like, what's the point of making a game that we sell once for $60 when we can make something where a lot of people can play it for free? So we got a huge player base, but you've got certain. This is also the mobile phone game rule. If you get even a small percentage of 20 million players are whales, you're making way more money than anything else. There's a guy who used to work at Blizzard who talked about like Warcraft 3, Diablo, everything else. He said his specific example was, he said, do you remember the original like sparkly like paid horse armor in World of Warcraft? It was like an early, when they started adding paid cosmetics. He said that horse armor made more money than StarCraft 2. The whole video game of StarCraft 2.
Whoa.
Lifetime, whoever made that horse armor made more money for Blizzard than the video game StarCraft 2 did.
Wow.
These are undeniable numbers, and I am not going to pretend that, you know, businesses should not take them seriously and think, you know, this is something, okay, this is a way to stabilize an unstable entertainment industry.
Sure.
I mean, you can get something like this, and that's a more surefire bet than releasing a movie every single year,
Yeah.
or having to worry about, you know, whether or not a show is going to stay popular, and, you know, the ads that you're selling on it are going to remain at the same, you know, value,
Right.
Year over year or whatever else. Like that, that is an undeniable number.
Yeah.
There are a number of major problems with chasing this success. One of them being, it's a contested market. If I am playing, this is why there was a huge boom and bust of MMOs when WoW became successful. Everyone said, holy shit, look at how much money WoW was making.
I want to get in on that.
We should make an MMO. Especially at that time period, an MMO was about the most expensive type of video game that you can make.
Perfect.
It's going to take you 4 years to make, even back then, and you've got to have servers, and that costs money today, but it cost a ton of money in 2003, 2004 timeline. And here's the problem. You don't just need players. You need a lot of players.
Yeah.
You need a hell of a lot of players.
Yep.
So let's say you want to play an MMO. You're probably playing WoW. You're probably already playing WoW.
Okay.
Maybe you really want to play an MMO, but you don't like WoW for whatever reason. Maybe you'll try out that MMO. Maybe you're a WoW player, but you're like, I've got disposable income. I just like MMOs. I'd like to try the flavor of the week. I'm going to go over there and play that other MMO. This MMO is pretty good. I really like it. But, you know, all my friends are playing WoW. Let me see if I can convince my friends to all come over and play WoW. They won't come over.
Yeah.
Well, after a year or so, it's not really worth paying my sub on this other MMO anymore. I mean, it's fun, but, like, all my friends are playing WoW. I'm not spending any time here anymore.
You're not getting new people.
You have to get...
You're having to yank them from something they're already playing.
Exactly. And you have to get, like, Esoteric to find corners in the market. Final Fantasy XIV Online is the first, I would say, WoW-esque MMO to achieve WoW level success since WoW came out.
Yeah.
Wow.
The other yeah, exactly. The only other MMOs I can think of that have achieved that level of success are stuff like EVE Online, which is a game for freaks.
Yeah.
It is. But the other
Everything
thing,
I've ever heard about it has been like, and this weirdo.
It is an economics simulator.
yeah, if you're ever
Yeah.
curious about it, there's a wonderful 5.5 hour long video
Oh my
about
gosh.
the history of EVE Online.
Whose video?
Down the rabbit hole.
Okay,
I forget the fella's actual name.
I was just going to say, as long as we're plugging it, I want to actually make sure
Yes,
people can
if you
find
just
it.
type in EVE Online down the rabbit hole, you'll find it. And it's 5 hours long, and you're like, "Wow, how can I watch this?" And you're 2 hours deep, and you're like, "This guy did what?
This is
Oh my gosh!"
Is this the one where the guy like had a huge like coup in the game?
That happened multiple times.
Okay.
You're gonna have to be more
this
specific.
is one of the most interesting, like, completely community driven things ever,
Yeah.
because it is
Yeah.
so open. It's an interesting thing because it's a massive space game with a whole simulated galaxy, but the things that it's simulating are not players walking around in a world or monsters or whatever. It is simulating numbers, so it can have a massive amount of data running at the same time, and it is a game primarily about economic control and stuff like that. So it is tracking like digital bank information. It's tracking the value of the cargo on a ship that's over here. It's tracking, like, so you can be, I'm making it sound really boring, and it is boring, but like you can, like, there is an element of this of like, my whole thing in this universe is I'm going to be a space trucker. My job is I am working for a big conglomerate that is also player run. There's not like a made up, named character who's in the cinematic trailers who's running this conglomerate. Some player who's been playing since 2005 has worked his way up and has so much money that he has a massive conglomerate and he's bankrolling hundreds and hundreds of other players.
Oh my
and
goodness.
who are this part
It's
of this
crazy.
massive player-made
Yeah, so I think this
company.
is what I was thinking of.
But I can decide if I want to. I could log into Eve tomorrow, and I could decide, I don't want to be a space trucker. I'm going to make just enough money to buy a ship with guns, and I'm going to go kill the space truckers, and I'm going to take
Gotcha.
their stuff. Now, you can do this if you want. The problem is going to be that conglomerate of hundreds of thousands of players is going to be like, who the fuck was that?
Yeah.
And you are not going to be able to do it again. So now you get into, I need to go and find hundreds of other players who also want to be pirates.
Yeah.
And who are all going to go and attack that convoy. And now that conglomerate is like, well, now we need, okay, we got really, really valuable stuff moving here. And so that it doesn't mess with our bottom line, we should probably have a division of our company that is security. So now I'm playing this game as a security officer for space truckers. And I'm one of 5 escort military ships protecting the space truckers from the other company that we're currently in a massive economic war with. And they might not even come and attack this shipment because it's not scripted.
Right.
This isn't like we're not being attacked by random monsters. We're being attacked by other
Actual players.
So I'm just doing my job space trucking and listening to a podcast or talking with my other friends who are playing this game about our lives, and then, oh shit, the other conglomerate is attacking. My point is,
Yeah.
this is a...
I was gonna say, to get back to this though, is like, I don't know if you've ever played like World of Warcraft or whatnot, but it's like,
No.
this doesn't sound like World of Warcraft.
This
Does
is
it?
No,
nothing
it
like
doesn't.
World of Warcraft.
No,
Despite
no.
this being an MMO, this
No.
is the reason these two games can exist. The reason why WoW can exist, and
They service
Yeah.
entirely different markets.
because
So-
the people that like WoW don't like Eve, and people that like Eve don't like WoW.
Because WoW, my understanding of a game like WoW is there are scripted encounters.
Yes.
You're getting your group of 5 friends, and you're going and you're fighting all of these scripted things. I mean, sure, there's like random encounters in the dungeon, but you're working your way through a dungeon to get to the
Yes.
thing at the end that's going to have the good drops that you want. And it plays more like what you think about like a quote unquote normal video game.
Yes.
Where like there is a plot baked into this. There are story beats. There are maybe still specific items that you're looking for, but it's not like what we just described with
Part of
the
the
other thing.
genius of Eve being a self-sustaining thing is like, yes, absolutely, you have to have a paid team of people who are maintaining it.
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
deal with tech issues. You got to deal with DDoS attacks. You got to deal with somebody just did something so weird within our system that we don't know what it is. It caused a bug. We got to fix it. So like Eve costs money to maintain, absolutely.
Sure.
But you don't have to be worried about major content patches to keep people engaged. There are major content patches. They go, oops. So sometimes there are scripted things. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. You would know better than I because you've watched this 5-hour video. Like, hey, guess what? Supernova over here.
they added in a bunch of. They eventually, one of their major updates added in wormholes.
Interesting.
That led to all sorts of different things, and they were pseudo random. But then they also added ones that weren't pseudo random. And then a whole there's a
But the point is, like, they add stuff.
the wormhole Bushido came around.
So that was going
was,
to be my next question is
oh,
are
man,
there
shit
like
was so weird.
when you say they're adding major content, is it like, hey, we added fishing? You didn't used to be able to fish. Now you can fish.
So in most MMOs that would be a smaller event. It is a unique thing about No Man's Sky. Joey, do you want to explain Sean's 10-year apology?
Okay, so
I was going to say, sorry, my last comment on Eve is just that while it does have major content updates, that is a unique game because it is like entirely self-sustaining.
Okay.
The
So-
players make their fun. Anyway, Joey, talk about No Man's Sky.
Okay, what I want the thing that I want to talk about with No Man's Sky, and it's really funny coming from its origins, but it's like games as a service. Typically speaking, and maybe not everybody feels this way, but I know me personally, when I hear something as game as a service, it puts a bad taste in my mouth because most of the time.
By the way, sorry, while you're talking, anybody want water refills real quick? Just
I could use some more water.
continue.
I'm okay.
But it's like there's an idea that games as a service games, GAAS games are generally scummy. Like even it's like even the better ones, what we were talking about with the battle pass earlier, it's like the model is your fun is not as focused as keeping you in
I see.
addiction.
There is even if the game is good, there is a perpetual subtext you are aware of that this is designed to exploit vulnerable people for money.
It's the
wonderful.
classic. Okay, going back to Left 4 Dead, it's like Left 4 Dead. Me and my friends are going to get on because we want to play. But something like Fortnite can be. Well, I don't really feel like playing, but I need to get my dailies. I need to
Yeah.
get my daily login.
Okay.
But anyway, the reason I bring this up is No Man's Sky in its current day is, as it is a games as a service game, and it may be the most generous, least scummy of them.
Okay.
Because, and it's really funny because that game came out and it was a complete shit show.
Okay.
A lot, like, the game promised a lot and didn't deliver on a lot.
Okay.
It was a buggy mess. It was unfun. There were multitudes of problems, and it was everybody was like, Sean Murray, the guy that was doing it, like, he lied, he took our money, yada yada, and people are complaining, and he won't even answer our interviews. Nobody from the studio will talk to us, and it's because there's a. I mean, you can find plenty of videos about the process. It's just, this was a studio, like, they were making a small game, and it was a small studio. It started out with, like, 4 people.
Oh, wow.
And it was like, they just were overwhelmed because Sony was like, here's a bunch of money, make this big game. And they wanted to, but they were just not capable.
God, I forgot it was a Sony financed game, too.
Yes, it was.
Oh, my God.
It was originally going to be a $30 game, and it was their own thing. And then Sony said, here's money, make it bigger. We're going to make it a full $60 release game.
And this is a team of 4 people. I should explain the premise of No Man's Sky. The idea of No Man's Sky is it is a perpetually online galaxy that is infinite because the planets are procedurally generated. You can fly to any planet. And it's not like a little selected zone. The entire planet exists. And any planet, you could fly to a planet that no other player has ever seen before, and you can name the planet, and there will be procedurally generated flora and fauna. They will be unique to your experience, and unless somebody else stumbles upon your planet, nobody else will ever know about it. But as soon as you find it and it's generated, it exists in the server forever. You can go back there, and it's your planet.
And obviously,
my
that
God.
sounds super cool. And they were like, you may not, the world's so big, you'll probably never encounter another player, but you might, and and all these things. And it's like, it's not going to be a true multiplayer game.
And it was a team of 4 people.
Yeah,
It grew a little bit, I think, by the time that it launched, because they got all this money.
They got more people.
How is that sustainable?
Well,
the idea is, Aidan, the AI sustains it for us.
Oh.
This is before AI buzzword, but the point of it being procedurally generated is we just have to write the system. We just have to write the system that will design new planets.
But of course, the game came out.
If we have a good enough system, we don't even need to make stuff. We just have to create the initial asset library that it can draw from. Continue, Joey.
The game came out, and it was nothing short of a nightmare. It was buggy. It was messy. It was not fun. A lot of the promised features were not there. People felt cheated. People were mad at the studio. They were mad at Sean Murray. And it's also one of those things where it's like a lot of the explicitly promised stuff was, you go back in interviews and it's like he's talked about how it's like he's a pretty nervous guy, and he never.
Yeah, I was about to say this is I can't be mad at Sean Murray
because
he is
I see him in myself.
He's like, he cannot get on stage and talk about something without at some point like kind of ducking his head, like scratching the back of his neck. Like he's a shy, nerdy guy.
Interesting.
Who Sony decided, let's give this guy millions of dollars and put him on stage at the Game Awards to talk about he's making the greatest game of all time.
And then there would be, and it's like a lot of like this is not an exact example. This is just something along the lines, but it's like the multiplayer expectation, because obviously the game came out and people were like, it turned out it wasn't really multiplayer, and somebody was like, well, I'm here on this planet and you are too, let's find each other. And it's like, our models don't actually intersect. This isn't actually multiplayer. But you go back to the interview and somebody's like, it's like, so is there going to be multiplayer? It's like, well, we're considering it. And later on, they're like, you said there's going to be multiplayer in it. And he's like, yeah, And so it's one of those things where it's just some of these promises came about from social awkwardness and whatnot. But anyway, the thing is, the game came out and he didn't say anything, and nobody in the studio said anything. And it was like, they took our money and left. But then a few months later, they tweet out that there's a major update coming.
Okay.
So major bug fixes, some new content, yada yada, quiet. Then another one, and then another one, and then slowly over time, they started ironing out the bugs. They started adding new content. They added base building. They added actual multiplayer. They added all these different things. And eventually, after like 2 or 3 years, it got to be a good game.
Okay, cool.
And that was like 10 years ago. And they are still just putting stuff out, and they're not, and it's all free.
It came out in 2016. So yeah, it was like a year or so, and I was hearing from people, I was like, oh wait, hold on, it's good now?
And that was like 4 years ago after it came out.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's still like this newest update. It might be out now, but they just showed a new one. And I was joking because I'm a fishing freak in video games, and it's adding fishing and a bunch of other stuff. But it's like, they're not charging for it. And
They haven't charged for any of this.
any of it. It's all free. They just want to make a good game. They've
so
wanted to from the
cool.
beginning. And that's why this is maybe the only example of a GAAS game that I can think of that's like honest.
Okay.
Because it's like, I got that game on sale for like $20 when I heard it was good several years ago. And it's like, they just keep putting shit out for it.
That's awesome.
And it's incredible. And it's
So with
wild.
does it have like a? How are they making their money?
I don't know. I legitimately think the money, because I don't even think there's like microtransactions.
Is it
for
free to play now, or
It's not free to play.
Okay,
You still have to pay. I legitimately think the money they're making from it, or the money they're making, is from people like me that are going, "Oh, it's good now. Well, I'll give it a
Shut
shot."
up. My computer
You
making
know?
noise at me.
Because it's like, I got, my friend he was one of the ones that got it on release, but later on he's like, hey, this is worth
Hey, it's
checking out.
good
And I
now.
got it, and I was like, wow, that's good. And I got two of my other friends to go get it, and they're like, wow,
okay.
that's good. It's good now.
All right,
And
this
that's obviously
is
not
just this
sustainable.
is just a Reddit thread. But when I Google how do they make money, the first answer is how do they make money on No Man's Sky on Reddit. Somebody says bulk of the revenue does in fact come from selling new copies of the game, and they sell a lot of copies of the game. Combined with the fact that the studio is so small, significant income they received from the initial full price sales of the game, they could almost close up shop tomorrow and retire if they wanted to. So I guess the Sony cash plus the initial hype and then the eventual
It's good now.
They just keep going
Yep.
because
Interesting.
they've just designed something that's really sustainable in terms of their overhead.
Yes.
I guess it's as simple as that.
I guess so, but
Don't make a game that looks like Concord is the answer.
correct.
So I guess if you have this model of they made a good game that isn't relying on microtransactions, why has that not shaken things up a bit more?
A couple of reasons.
I guess because microtransactions still works.
A couple of reasons. Number one, your profit ceiling is much higher.
Okay, that's fair.
With the
That's
other
fair.
one.
That's fair. Yeah.
And again, like I can be very cynical about a lot of this stuff, and if we keep talking about this, like, we move on to Concord, I'm gonna get very cynical.
Oh, yeah.
But like I do have to acknowledge, there are realities to running a company, and games are getting way more
Yeah.
expensive to make. Now there is generally right now a real crisis in the video game industry. That this shit costs too much to do.
It does.
Because everything has to look like The Last of Us or a God of War Ragnarok. That's all people are investing in. And even something simple is taking you 4 years to make, and if it winds up not doing well, you're screwed because
Yeah.
you have 4 years. You're 4 years in the hole.
Yeah.
And you definitely can't make another game. It is a real honest to God problem, and there is a general rising tide both among players and also among developers. And I would say there are even some people who are fairly highly placed in the industry who generally feel there needs to be. We need to return to monkey.
Yes.
We need to go backwards a little bit with some of this stuff. And it's why you can have a lot of really successful indie studios these days.
Yeah.
Because they're making much more sustainably priced games in terms of their development costs, and then you can on one hand it's easy to get completely buried on Steam. Like, I'm going to release a new indie game on Steam. Oops, I put it out on the same day as like somebody like a new Humble Bundle or something. Guess what? My game just got obliterated from from having any kind of that's something like that is the closest thing we have to walking into a GameStop and seeing what's new these days. So there are always risks in running in anything to do with entertainment, because all of the entertainment industry is a massive. It's all for gambling addicts, not just the people who are not just the whales on microtransaction games. I mean, the people who are businessmen in the entertainment industry are professional gamblers. That's the whole game. The idea of if we can get a GAAS game to work is that it reduces the amount of gamble that it is. And I mean, there are games that do operate on more of the model of No Man's Sky. Destiny's one of them. Destiny makes most of its money off of new copies being sold and expansion passes.
Okay.
You buy a new expansion is a new $40 video game.
Okay.
It's downloadable content on top of the previous one, but it is it is still a purchase. You can make an argument that Call of Duty is a perpetual game as a service game, where the free Warzone add-on that you can get into for free, but has a paid cash store and a battle pass, you could argue that that is now the core game, and every year they release a campaign and a map pack for $60. You could make an authentic argument that that is the new structure.
That really is the feel of it.
Yeah.
And
being an outsider who doesn't actually play these games anymore, you know, for the obvious reasons, aside from also just being like, man, I don't have 300 gigs to spare on my damn console.
They are getting better about that. Did I talk to you? I think I told Joshua about this. Do you know how they're fixing that problem with the new game?
How?
So they did fix a little while ago that you can install specific segments of the game. You can install just the campaign if you're just going to play the campaign.
Okay.
You can install just the multiplayer if you're just going to play the multiplayer, just Warzone if you're just playing Warzone, right? And that does cut down the file size drastically. I want to say they implemented that after Modern Warfare 2.
God.
Great.
Or maybe during Black Ops 6. I don't remember. Or was this one's Black Ops 6? The last one was Black Ops 5.
Doesn't matter.
The last one was Black Ops 5.
It's all nonsense.
Anyway, new fix, Joey.
New fix.
Textures. 4K textures take up a lot of effing size.
Okay.
Now, the solution to this that they should do is that they should let you pick the level of texture detail that you want. I'm playing this game on my mom's TV in my basement at 720p. Let me download the 720p textures. Oh, fine. Wow, that file size just got massively compressed. I've got a really, really nice, PC monitor. I'm running this at 150 frames per second. I want 17K textures.
Yeah, okay.
Give it to me. And some games have started doing this to manage file sizes. If I recall correctly, I should double check and make sure that I'm right about this before I say it. I shouldn't slander them before I say it.
Okay.
Okay, no, I was right. All right. So the way they are fixing it is, hey, Joey, you have to be online to play the campaign in Black Ops 6. Not just the multiplayer, not just the
I'm
Warzone.
so scared of where
Do you
this
know
is
why?
going.
Oh my God, I think I remember. It's,
Real-time texture streaming, Joey.
Yeah, from the cloud, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's all from a cloud.
It
has to be
is,
saved
yeah,
somewhere
I know,
that it's
but
capable of
but
running.
I
Yes.
feel like that was like in big bold. They were like cloud textures.
Real-time texture streaming. So that way you don't have to download the textures onto your system. We'll just stream the relevant textures for the map that you're on to you. I don't know how it's performing, but when I searched COD texture streaming, the first result was not a story about texture streaming, though those did come shortly below it. The first thing was this was 2 years ago? I thought this was implemented recently. No, okay. They implemented it for Warzone 2 years ago. Okay. They implemented it for Warzone 2 years ago to reduce file size. It is implemented across the board on Black Ops 6.
Okay.
But there's a 2-year-old Reddit thread on COD Warzone that says turn off on-demand texture streaming. That's the first result when I Google COD texture streaming.
Sick.
But no, now what the new feature is now they've implemented it for standard multiplayer and for the campaign.
Awesome.
So you don't have a Bill Clinton face texture on your PS5. That is getting sent to you through the cloud. I assume there's a button somewhere where you can say, just give it to me, just let me download it. But that's how they're fixing that.
I sure hope
problem.
so. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Sounds real bad.
Well, you're playing Aidan. You're playing multiplayer if you're playing Call of Duty anyway.
That's
So
true.
what's the problem?
Couldn't
What's the problem,
That's
Aidan?
true.
couldn't you just like compress the files and not make them like huge and bloated? Couldn't you just
No.
do that?
No.
No. Like I said, this is my crazy. I've said it before, and I'll always say it until I'm vindicated. I have no proof of this. It's just a feeling, a gut feeling I have, and I've always had. Is I feel like the idea is we have to make we don't have to compress any of this stuff. We can have the file size be as big as we want because the stupid layman Call of Duty gamer is going to see 300 gigs and go, "Look how big this game is! Oh my gosh!"
And the only other game on their system is COD. Sorry, is Madden.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're safe.
Madden is only 100 gigs this time, but Call of Duty's 300 gigs. That's
the
3
biggest
times
game.
as big
That's
as
3
Madden.
times more video game. The campaign must be such a long video game campaign.
I've got no proof of this, but it's a gut feeling I've had for like the last 4 years.
But no, it is. I mean, even compressing it, the problem is once you decide you've got a game that's that detailed,
Yeah.
and all your textures are 4K textures, it does add up.
It does,
fast. The solution to that is you make 1080p textures and 720 textures, and
Yeah.
you let me pick. You let me pick
I want
what my hard
I
drive
want my
can
Call
take.
of Duty to look like RuneScape.
You let me pick. They would never implement like 360 textures, but 720 would like significantly reduce
Which
file
was the
sizes.
COD? Which was the COD? I think it was either going to be on 360 and Xbox, or it was going to be on PS4 and PS5. One of those. There was like a console transition Call of Duty where it was like the previous generation.
I think it was. I think it was Advanced Warfare, the one where like it was still on 360 and PS3, and it just looked like dog.
It was like no campaign, just multiplayer, and it looked like RuneScape.
I'm pretty sure it was Advanced Warfare.
Oh, that was good.
Pretty sure it was Advanced Warfare. It might have been. It was Ghosts or Advanced Warfare. Those were the two that were like right there at that transition time period.
Man, I'm glad I don't care about COD anymore.
Anyway, so this brings us around to Concord.
Yes.
And really it brings us around to Sony's strategy. Sony bought Bungie so that they could replicate Bungie's success. We'll have Bungie making Destiny, and that will never dry up. We will have, but we can go and find other stuff too. Bungie can teach other studios how to replicate their success, quotation marks. I guess I should very, very briefly. Bungie is bleeding. It is hemorrhaging desperately. They are losing money hand over fist.
And while we don't have explicit proof of this, it seems like a lot of people from the studio has come out and whatnot. And it's like over the years, Destiny has always been like when companies are like, we want a game successful like Destiny. It's become pretty apparent that it's always been this way where it's like just barely making enough money.
I mentioned something about Dota earlier. Valve has story. I didn't elaborate. Valve dropped the battle pass from Dota 2 late last year, I think, and their cited reason was, quote, almost nobody buys one. Now, Dota 2, totally different market of people from Fortnite.
Yeah.
Dota 2's been around. It's been around for a long time. A different class of gamer.
A different generation of gamer, at least.
Different generation of gamer, different type of person, and it's
nobody under 20 years old is playing.
Nobody under 20 years old is playing Dota. And it's entirely possible that we are just looking at a distinctly different demographic.
Yeah.
But Dota is also, it's not something that we sit here thinking about a lot. Dota is ludicrously popular.
Yeah.
Dota is huge.
Okay.
Before I even knew what Dota was, I had a song on my phone about Dota by Base Hunter. Yeah, the song is called Dota by Base Hunter.
Okay.
Okay. And I didn't know what Dota was for like 7 years after I had that song.
Look,
on my phone.
we all sit around and laugh that League and Dota are over here doing their thing, and we don't care about them. But everybody knows how big League is. Dota 2 is no slouch.
Okay.
It's huge.
Okay.
It's absolutely huge. So this is a statistically significant sample of people to say almost nobody ever buys one. It's literally not worth the effort. We can make money other ways. That's a pretty big deal. Okay. Even if it's a different demographic, I have to think it means something. It has to be indicative of something.
Yeah.
Broadly, and it makes me wonder how many of these games are actually making good margin and how many of them aren't on this stuff. Like, I have every confidence Call of Duty's cleaning up, especially because we're talking about, if we want to talk about Warzone as the moneymaker, they still get every fall, they sell 30 million units at $60.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's they're doing fine.
This might be the first time that like they actually take a dip in money since this is going to be on Battle Pass. Not Battle Pass.
Game Pass.
Game Pass.
Well, shit, Joey. We'll have to loop back around to that, too. Remember the
Okay.
Kyle Bosman video I showed you?
Yes, I do.
Where it's all a bunch of fake nonsense that it's on Game Pass?
Yes.
But that's another... I don't know if we'll even get to that today, because that's too much. I've got stuff here to talk about, and I'm like deliberately trying to be like, I don't know if I want to get into Xbox stuff, because I want to make an Xbox video, and I don't know if I want to get started down that rabbit hole, because I would wind up talking for 3 hours, because there's too much stuff has happened with Xbox in the last year. But anyway, so this is vagary about Bungie.
Okay.
Some of this probably real, some of this hearsay.
Okay.
Bungie has had massive sweeping layoffs periodically, of course, across literally the last year. There have been a new chunk of layoffs periodically for like a year now. Since I want to say it started in like October of last year. I could be wrong about the exact time period.
And so you had it written down in your
I didn't
little
have a
notebook.
date attached to it in my little notebook, though. I'm gonna say it was last year, though. It was after October, before December.
Okay.
Bungie was hit with the first wave of layoffs. Here's what it seems to be happening. Sony owns Bungie, but
Okay.
Bungie has its own board. If Bungie falls below a certain threshold of profitability, Sony assumes direct control.
Oh.
Sony assumes direct control of the company. The board loses power. Bungie is losing money, so they have been periodically filing off to the fewest employees they can have, raising prices universally on in-game purchases and battle passes, just until they could creep across the finish line to the final shape, which is the last expansion that just came out a couple of months ago.
Okay.
And layoffs continue. There are the guys at the top. Well, there's this one guy who's like I forget his name, but he's become the poster child of like, I think it's the president of the company. He's become the poster child of this is what's going on over here. He's a sports car collector. He's picked up a couple more and posts about them every now and then. His cool cars are over the last year. And he was
after the first batch of layoffs, it was 2 days after his layoffs. He was like, it was either 2 days before or 2 days after he posted a big picture about all the new sports cars he just bought.
Wow.
And there was specifically one of the people who got laid off talked about it in an interview afterwards. Went to a company-wide meeting about the situation, about our dire financial straits, and this is the situation we're staring down. And somebody asked, hey, why don't the people at the top, take a bit of a pay cut until we get to the final shape and we get that bump?
Yeah.
And their answer was, Bungie, we're not that kind of company.
Great.
We're not that kind of company.
Yeah.
Wow. Love that.
Why not even just say, we're considering it? We're considering all options.
Yeah.
It's like,
Why not say we're not that kind of company?
Yeah.
Anyway, but the point is, this is a sinking ship that Sony.
Yeah.
This is literally a Titanic situation where this is the largest moving moneymaker in the games industry, and we will create a fleet of boats just like this because they are unsinkable.
Yes.
So there have been a number of major we need to catch on to this trend in the last number of years. There have been a lot of free-to-play hero shooters following up on Overwatch. A lot of GAAS games coming out in various shapes and forms. The last Gran Turismo game was, looked as good as any Gran Turismo game, played as good as any Gran Turismo game, but the progression and structure was so universally reviled. The microtransactions, the implementation of a battle pass in a Gran Turismo game, which is a simulation racing game.
Yeah.
The fantasy of Gran Turismo is, I want to drive any car on the effing planet, and I want it to feel exactly like that car, and I want it to be beautifully realized, and I want to drive it in locations. I want to play the game, and I want to buy my dream car, and I want to drive it. You're already paying $70 for a copy of Gran Turismo, and if you want to drive that Lamborghini that you really like, well, on top of that $70, you better either play that game for 150 hours, or you better shell out another $15.
That's not cool.
It is.
No,
it is not cool. It is why, and also this stuff was not in it when critics played it, so that's why that game has like a 75 on Metacritic, and the user score is like 2.3 on Metacritic.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh man.
Go ahead.
That just brain blasted me to I probably won't get to it today, and that's totally fine. But the difference in a critic Rotten Tomatoes score and the user Rotten Tomatoes score for a movie, but we'll save that for later.
It's also just a weird thing because you have to worry about review bombing. You have to look at actually how many user numbers are here compared to other things. Yeah. And primarily agitated people are the ones bothering to leave a user review.
That's why Steam reviews are great, because whenever somebody posts a review, you see how many hours they've played.
Yeah.
Steam reviews are fantastic.
So it's you see a thumbs down with 0.1 hour, and you're like, okay.
At least in the case of the movie I'm thinking about, the fan score was actually substantially higher. Because it hit the people watching this aren't watching it because it's a great film. They're watching it because it's a good time.
You get that with franchise stuff a lot. Like all the Venom all the Venom movies look like that, for example. There's a decent number of Marvel movies that kind of have that split, and then there's some that go the opposite direction because there were women in them. But that's another matter entirely. And this is an area where Metacritic scores and Rotten Tomatoes scores, again, it's an interesting thing because the number you're getting is only the percentage of people who felt positively about it. A 2 out of 4 star review written with a tepidly it's okay tone is a positive review, right? If a movie, this is one of the weird areas where Paddington. We were mentioning that earlier, talking about Fantastic Mr. Fox. Paddington, famously, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Paddington 2, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Now, I do think those movies are both really good. They are quite good. However, I'm willing to bet that a significant number of those reviews are not suggesting like the 100% rating suggests this is better than The Godfather if you stack it up linearly. What it actually means is this is a relentlessly pleasant movie that is hard to dislike.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So for example, okay, it looks like it's I think on OpenCritic it's ahead. It looks like right now it just ticked below on Metacritic. The new Astro Bot game that came out yesterday has a 94 Metascore on Rotten Tomatoes. Sorry, not on Metacritic, which puts it currently only behind Shadow of the Erd Tree at 95, and ahead of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth at 92, and ahead of Animal Well at 91. Now here's the thing. I'm sure Astro Bot is fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's really good. I'm really looking forward to playing it. Is it necessarily a greater artistic achievement just gameplay experience than Shadow of the Erd Tree or Animal Well or Rebirth or something? Like, people are going, well, Astro Bot just cinched Game of the Year from Rebirth, I guess. And it's like, I mean, that's not, I mean, yeah, maybe it really is deserving. I haven't played it. I mean, like, Mario games win Game of the Year. Mario Odyssey's a good game.
Yeah.
Mario, whatever, right? It's like, I'm not being down on Astro Bot, but my point is, like, that is a game where somebody could review Rebirth and go like, I thought it was too long. So it overstayed its welcome, right? Somebody could give Rebirth a negative review on the standing of, I was really enjoying it at the beginning, but then it got really long in the tooth.
Yeah.
Like, one of my complaints with Rebirth is that there's too many side quests. They're good. It's like that freaking Sabrina the Teenage Witch thing with the pancakes.
Oh, yes.
She's surrounded. It's like there's too much. You're giving me too much. It's like Sean, stop. We forgave you. We forgave you. Please. Charge us. We want to give you money. No, Square, I forgive you for Final Fantasy 13. You can stop now. Again, I'm not saying Astro Bot does or doesn't deserve anything, but I'm saying that these types of scales are just like a useless way for us to assess the actual quality of something. Sure. It's a higher score means it was more agreeable, not necessarily it was the best thing ever made. But anyway. So Sony has this thing where everything, their big budget games have to achieve the fidelity of a The Last of Us or a Spider-Man or a God of War. There are other games, Uncharted, that we just haven't had an Uncharted game in a while. This is the house style for our big games, which is part of why Studio Japan, that makes Everybody's Golf and Gravity Rush, that's not making enough money, and it's not fitting in with the house style. Those aren't Sony games anymore. Sony is about fidelity. Okay. That's what Sony is about. We are the luxury product. We are the Lamborghini. Right. We are the primo stuff, right? Okay. So here's the problem with that. Well, there's a lot of problems with that. There's a hell of a lot of problems with that. But specifically as they related to Concord, so we aren't here for 4 hours, because we are definitely gonna be here for more than 3 hours at this rate. A live service game has to be updated continually. Yeah. You need more stuff constantly. Yeah. Right? That's the idea. Have you ever looked at WoW, Aidan? Have you ever seen footage of WoW? Okay. WoW has been updated visually since it came out in 2003 or whatever. But if you look at WoW right now, that game is not impressing anybody. No. With its poly count, visuals, textures, whatever. No. Final Fantasy 14, decent looking game. Recently had its first graphics update since it launched back in 2012 or 2013, whenever the rebooted version of it came out. Yeah. Now, they have done stuff where they eventually phased out PlayStation 3, and they increased the system requirements on PC. Okay. But that was more about zone size, asset density. It was not about graphics. Okay. So, the model of, Tataru, who's the secretary for the NGO that you're a part of in Final Fantasy 14. Okay. Tataru's model has been the same since 2013. Okay. Now, she might be standing in a room with more crates than she could have stood in back in 2013, but Tataru still looks the same. And only with Dawn Trail, the most recent expansion, did they go back and actually start touching up assets. Okay. There are still significant percentages of the game that look like they did in 2013. Wow. But they're working backwards through the most popular gear in the game to update the textures and update the poly count.
Rest in peace, the old grapes texture.
Huh?
Said rest in peace, the old grapes texture.
Actually, the old grapes texture, that got fixed a week or two after Endwalker launched because it became a meme, and they were like, ugh! In Endwalker, there's an orchard very early on in the game, so everybody saw it. And if you were to zoom in on the vines, the grapes were all like, I want you to think of like a confectionery box that's like a cardboard kind of triangle that like you fold open.
Okay.
You can picture kind of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Imagine one of those little boxes with like, a bit of a diamond on the top where it closes in on where the vine is supposed to be, with just a flat grape texture on it.
It's really funny.
Google FF14 grapes on your phone. I'll put the image on screen during the stream, or during the video, I mean. That was fixed like within a week or two of Endwalker launching, because it became such a meme. I think they were embarrassed by it. They should have. I remember there was like mass hysteria on Twitter when they patched it on Twitter. People were like, "No, you can't do this to us. We love those grapes."
They shouldn't have patched it. They should have added it. That should have been a little item, like a lamp you could get in your house.
You can go.
Oh my gosh, they're
so cute, aren't they?
They're great. Yeah.
You can print out and make your
I was
own
about to say, now
grapes.
you can make the little cardboard fold-up
That's
confectionery
hilarious.
container of the FF14 Endwalker grapes.
Rip grapes.
But yeah, it's like even areas where they haven't gone back and updated every single texture, though they've updated a lot of the environmental textures. Like you'll be like, I was playing stuff with my brother's playing FF14, and it'll be like, this town that he's in from 2 expansions ago used to be like, if you zoomed in on the ground, it was mud, and now it's like, oh, that's sandstone. That's like a solid clear texture now. Yeah. The density of like grass and flowers.
This is on Etsy.
It's
resin with little grapes.
No, Aidan, people love those grapes. Everybody broke down in tears when they patched those grapes.
I wasn't even playing the game, and I was heartbroken when it got patched. I was like, no, those are cool.
Remember us that we once lived.
That is a key Wham line quote from one of the antagonists of Final Fantasy XIV. Remember us, remember we once lived.
This is hilarious. I love this.
That is a character's dying words in Final Fantasy XIV.
That's rough.
Oh, that's great.
But anyway, the point is, though they did update that game to look better, it looks way below the standard fidelity of a Square Enix game. Part of the problem with the original 1.0 game that I've talked to you a lot about it being a total load of crap, was that they were trying to make an MMO that looked like Final Fantasy 13. Animations, fantastic. Character models, fire. Level of texture fidelity, incredible for a PS3 game. Guess what? Ran at 15 frames per second. Couldn't render more than 15 player characters in the same area at once. Even cutscenes ran at like 15 or 10. They would dive. Cutscenes would dive to 10 frames per second. Or worse, if you were on a bad machine.
Awesome.
Yikes.
So when they redid it, they were like, we're not doing that.
No.
It took another producer coming in who was working on Dragon Quest, where they don't give a shit about that sort of stuff at Square, to come in and say, we know this is not going to be the best looking game on the market. This needs to look like an MMO. This needs to look like an MMO. Shut the hell up. And now, because they did that, though, they can release patches periodically where it's like, guess what? Totally new monster we just designed. Here's a new cutscene that we made where we don't have to worry about doing high fidelity. This is a really key one, is that the cutscenes in FF14 original had really high fidelity Square Enix animation. If you watch a cutscene in 14 now, you might every now and then, as like a treat, see a bespoke new animation because a character had to do something neat. The vast majority of cutscenes are generic lip flaps that only like they stop when the character stops speaking, but they're not like synced to anything. And you got your stock animations of I'm talking, so I'm gonna flap my arms a little bit like this, or I'm thinking about something, so I'm gonna tuck my left arm like this, and my right arm is gonna come up to my chin, and my head is gonna kind of tilt a little bit. You will see every single character in the game do that same pose at some point because they don't care.
Yeah.
They made their set of stock animations.
That's fine.
Exactly. They gotta make a dozen hours of cutscenes just for the main story quest of every expansion. And then they got side quests that need cutscenes. Then they got patches that add new main story quest cutscenes. So they gotta make these fast.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. Okay, enter Concord. Concord is going to be a live service hero shooter. And the way we're going to... and this was conceived 8 years ago when Overwatch was taking off.
Yes.
Right.
And it was the biggest game in the world.
How do we distinguish ourselves from Overwatch? Overwatch is cartoony and has tons of personality, right? But, even though Blizzard has a lot of money, there is an element of, I'm going to say, cheapness to Overwatch. Now, I'm going to say that is insane.
It is.
It's absolutely insane to think that. But if you're a dude bro who's impressed by the file size of Call of Duty, I'm the executive sitting in the room. And also, maybe even the executive doesn't understand how hard animation is. And they don't get how genius the character work in Overwatch is and how hard it must have been to get everything perfect and nail it,
right.
et cetera, et cetera. Maybe they sincerely believe this, or maybe they understand what they think is a segment of their clients. How do we distinguish ourselves from Overwatch? Well, we, with Sony and our tons of money, we could make a game like that looked as realistic as The Last of Us. We can make a hero shooter that looks as high fidelity as The Last of Us. We've got the money to be able to do that.
Okay.
So this is the starting point of the problem.
Okay.
And this is where you can begin to, if you were in the room, you could start to maybe conceive problems right away.
Right.
And clearly there was no one there to say, okay, Jimmy, this game is going to make money off of its initial purchase of $40. Sure. This is another thing where like Overwatch was $60 or whatever when it came out. Concord launched at $40 in an era where Overwatch is free, Marvel Rivals is going to be free, Call of Duty Warzone is free, Fortnite is free,
Paladins is free,
Paladins is free, Valorant is free, The Rivals is free. All of these types of games are free.
Yeah.
There are almost none of these. Apex is free. There are very few of these games that you can't play for free at this point. There might be sections of them that are exclusive. If you want to play the core multiplayer kit of Call of Duty, you got to shell over $60. But this is a genre of free. I have my own Halo Infinite's multiplayer was free. Destiny isn't free, but it's kind of a standout exception in this landscape. I think there are problems with this. I think there's a general economic problem with in the internet era. We've gotten way too used to our entertainment being free, and it is like, I mean, there are certain things where like, okay, like Napster was going to happen. The record industry was going to lose power. Even if everybody purchased their music legally, shifting to digital format in iTunes and out of record stores and out of radio play was just going to change how much money these guys made. But there are legitimate problems where I think all of us have an instinct of, I'd kind of like to experience that. But it's not even like, I'll wait for a sale. But I can get a worse, but like roughly equivalent experience over here for free.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced that a lot of the people who are doing the alternative thing for free are not making that much money. If Bungie can't make money with their Halo follow-up, that concerns me.
Yeah.
So I ask, okay, Concord, how are you going to make your money after your $40 sale? Which they didn't change their plan. It did not launch free-to-play. It was $40 when it launched 3 weeks ago. You're obviously gonna have skins.
3 weeks ago, Jacob.
Was it 4
2
weeks ago?
weeks ago.
No. No. It's been a minute now, Joey. It's been a minute. It's been 3 weeks at this point since it closed, right? Look up the launch date. Look up the launch date for Concord.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe at this point. But
how do these games make money? They make their money on cosmetics, new costumes, microtransactions, battle passes. The battle pass is full of emotes, microtransactions, costumes. Okay, if every costume that this Asian lady in the foreground of this trailer is wearing has to achieve the level of fidelity of this cutscene.
Okay, yes, Jacob, 3 weeks. I'm
3
sorry.
weeks. Thank you.
I've been having the same conversation.
About 2 weeks, yes.
I've been having this same conversation for a week, so I'm just used to it being 2 weeks.
Look at how detailed her costume is.
Yeah.
Look at how detailed the skin on this lizard man is.
Well, but they get to reuse his skin.
They do get to reuse his skin, but the point is this is the level of...
reflection on the leather strip on the collar of her costume.
This is the level of fidelity that we're targeting for all of our characters, right? And we're also going to introduce new characters periodically, obviously, because why wouldn't we, right?
Yeah.
We have to in a hero shooter to keep people entertained. Okay, well, you've got to have artists who are making new costumes for this. They got to get alternate outfit and alternate robot legs for this lady, alternate hairstyles that aren't going to bug out, and they all got to be maintaining this Sony level of fidelity, and you got to be putting out new stuff on like a monthly basis. That sounds expensive.
Yeah.
That sounds really expensive. Now,
if you're because it's going to cost more to make the fancier skins, and are you going to price them higher than the other games that were free to start with? And now these skins
Aidan,
are more expensive too.
Sony is the Lamborghini of video games. People are attracted to the brand because of the high value.
I see.
Again, I think this is me looking at like, publicly released like shareholder meetings and sales meetings and trying to understand the strategy. Okay? Now, there's another core feature with Valorant, with Concord that they announced. This cutscene seems like a stupid thing for your multiplayer hero shooter. Now, it makes more sense when you remember how Blizzard revealed Overwatch, which was it started with a cinematic trailer of Tracer and Winston saving some kids from an attack from Widowmaker and I think Reaper in a museum, right?
Something like that.
Now, this trailer it's funny, it's bright, it suggests an immediate sense of personality to the characters, and more importantly, an immediate sense of play style. Tracer starts doing her zip, zip, zoop time thing, rewinding time and zipping all over the place, and you're like, am I going to be able to play that? Does that play like a certain way? Is there a thing there? Like, is that playable? And then immediately after that cinematic trailer, you see gameplay, you're like, yes, this is how Tracer works. She can do that. Look at this big monkey guy.
Yeah.
How does he move?
Winton.
What's his deal? What's Winston's deal? How's he going to play? You see it immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
This Reaper guy looks like he's like zipping around like a smoke. Widowmaker has got like a grappling hook where she's pulling herself along. Let's watch this trailer for Concord, and I want you to tell me what the unique mechanics of these characters are that would make you want to play as them. Okay,
They all shooting.
She's got robot legs, so she can jump, I guess. She can snipe from in the air. All right, she can jump.
She can jump.
She can jump.
has a
What else we
sniper
got?
Rifle.
Blue guy turns rock.
So
We saw
he
that.
has a damage reduction
Cool.
of some sort.
And
got it.
she
He's
got- he's a
has
tank.
something hot she's about to throw.
He uses a pistol, so he's a gunslinger, I guess.
He's got a pistol. He sure does have a pistol.
She's got some sort of magic.
She's heating something up. What is it? Is it
It's a wall of
it's a
flame.
grenade. She has a grenade.
Oh,
she
and
can
fire
float.
legs.
So she's got like feather fall. Okay, maybe
and we
maybe
got big robot man.
there's a jumping lady
with a big gun.
There's a
Big
jumping-
robot man has big gun.
there's a
But we
jumping
haven't seen him shoot it.
there's a jumping lady and a feather fall lady. Maybe this game has a lot of verticality, like how they're shooting here. Oh, they're trying to
The
snatch
robot
like
has a suck.
trying to snatch like an item. So I guess there's maybe like a payload mode in this. He's got like a vacuum. It can pull objects and it can push enemies. All right, that could be
And grenades
That could be maybe
also.
something. That's a character in a shooter with a poltergust. That's the first feature of this that I've seen that I'm clocking as anything even beginning to be interesting. And I'm still just thinking about Mai from Overwatch, really, in terms of the spray
Yes.
gun essentially. Okay, so sorry, we're getting into this, right? Okay, so this is revealed with a cinematic trailer, much like Overwatch was. Overwatch entices you and makes you immediately go, what's different about this? I'm not seeing anything here other than one guy with one gun. The robot might operate a little bit differently. The more pressing thing, though, that people latched onto immediately is that this game is kind of ugly as sin. Sure, it's high fidelity. None of these character designs are popping. Not a single one of these dudes looks appealing. What really stands out to me is that there are character designs here that they're like on the verge of having something good, and they ruin them somehow. Like our black sniper, I kind of like the dreads, and I like the hat with the goggles on it. Why is she wearing a burlap sack? Why is she wearing a potato sack?
And the only thing I can think of, because I've looked at her before as well, I'm like, well, it looks kind of like the shawls that they wear that you see like the desert sniper use. I'm
Sure.
like, is that what they're going for? I guess, but nothing else is doing it. Maybe
Let's
the
have a
idea is
look
like
at,
cyberpunk, not cyberpunk, but like a desert punk thing.
Hey, check it out. I know I know this guy, not this robot, but some who's this guy? Look,
The
it's
guy with
it's
the life preserver.
it's not this one, but Drax. Look, it's Drax from
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Just uglier.
Except uglier with weird colors.
Here's this yellow robot. It's
This-
a yellow robot, and
This
it's fine.
this lady's like, I mean, her hair is nice and she's got a very photorealistic face and she looks good, but why is she just wearing like this lame drab
It
coat?
had patches
This-
on the back.
She had patches on the back. It's true. That
somebody-
really sells it. I'm really
Yeah.
Somebody
I'm on board now.
online.
I bet you could get like special patches. I bet
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
get-
Oh,
you
yeah.
can
That's the
design your
microtransactions. The
jacket.
patches on her back, and it's a first-person game, so you never see her back. Editing Jacob here again. At this point in the recording, we then spent quite a bit of time talking about the character design and art direction of Concord. But frankly, I think there's been more than enough discourse about this particular subject already. And even if there hadn't been, I think it is patently obvious to anybody with eyeballs that the characters in Concord are extremely visually unappealing. The only really interesting notes that we hit upon in the discussion are the idea that I say we should say the conspiracy theory that possibly this game originally had a more comic book inspired cartoony art style where some of the color choices and designs may have popped at least marginally more than they do right now, and that design was sacrificed to the Sony altar of everything has to be photorealistic. And that last bit, shall we say, Sony's prioritizations is going to be important to the ongoing discussion, but we're gonna repeat that point a lot more about what Sony wants. So for the sake of time, we're gonna jump around this segment and get back to talking about Concord as a video game, because that's the area where things are less immediately obvious. But anyway, there's another aspect of Concord. We've been talking about this for a long time now, but there's a key aspect to talk about, which is that they revealed it with this cinematic reveal trailer, which is like, even we watch it for 2 seconds, it is extremely obvious that this is meant to feel like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Like we will be watching this and you don't even have like, other than it's not just the Drax design. Like, I want you to look at the framing of this even.
Well, and they're space outlaws.
They're space outlaws. They got that kind of 70s-ish design.
And it's kind of silly.
It's a little bit silly. They're making jokes. They're falling off a thing in slow motion. Look at this guy. He loves hot sauce. He loves hot sauce so much. He's just absolutely laying it on there.
Eating.
I want to listen to the dialogue for a second. It's great.
It was a spontaneous, creative decision made after years.
Oh, I hate his voice.
Being really old and almost dying a bunch doesn't count as research.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Besides, it worked, didn't it?
How much longer for the upload?
A few more minutes. Hey, start time. Try it with hot sauce. You'll like it. Trust me.
No. Do not trust him.
Whoa. Where's this coming from?
It's coming from you back on the ship saying, trust me, we're professionals. We'll stick to the plan. We can do this. And then, that was not the plan.
Technically, it was a plan. It just wasn't the same plan that we started with.
These guys are so charming. I'm just overflowing with charisma.
Riz, as the kids say.
This is our first. So this was not technically the first look at the game. There was they had announced that Firewalk Studio, which was acquired by Sony, was working on a game a while ago, like a long time ago, that was part of the upcoming live service profile. Because Sony puts out these charts of, here's where our upcoming revenue streams are going to be. Mm-hmm. And they have, in addition to Bungie already being around, they had 3 major projects that were going to be new live service pipeline things. One of them was Concord. Okay. Joey, do you know what the other 2 are?
No. Wait.
Get there. You can do it, Joey. I want you to get there.
Marathon?
That's one of them. That's one of the 3 tentpole live service initiative games, which, by the way, let's be very clear, Marathon is a new game from Bungie, a studio which won't exist in 6 months.
Well, it's using an old IP, though.
It is also using an old IP, but nobody...
into a different genre.
But nobody knows what Marathon is. Yeah, it's using an old IP and turning it. has nothing to do with the original IP, and it's never, ever going to come out, but it is listed in their, big financial reports as one of our 3 upcoming tentpole live service games. Now, Joey, can you get all 3? Can you name the final one?
I can't name the final one. I don't have it. I do not have it in my head. Unless it's the game you mentioned earlier, but I think that was Sega.
So Hyenas is another game. Hyenas, and actually, it's important. We're going to go look at Hyenas as well.
Why not?
Hyenas was a live service game. I forgot. I can't just type in Hyenas on YouTube. I forgot I can't do that. I forgot that's not going to work.
The most cruel hyena ever shows no mercy.
So, Aidan, Sega's a pretty big game company.
Yeah.
And I think I've mentioned to you before, Sega has talked about their work. They want the Supergame.
Okay. Yes. Likely mature. So is it not rated yet? Is that what happened? Okay.
I'm going to find, hold on one second. I'm going to find the Supergame statement.
It's too good. The Super Game.
Let's just see if I can get the original statement. I don't know if I can. I'm going to see stuff like updates about the Super Game. I want to find the original statement about the Super Game.
The thing that I find funny about the Super Game is that Ubisoft has already been dumb enough to coin the quadruple A game.
This is true, yes.
So is the Super Game going to be like the whatever 5 A's is?
God, I want the original statement.
No, it's not A's anymore. It's just S level now. It's super.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh, it's the first triple S game. Oh my God, you got it figured out.
So
Come on, put your thinking caps on.
I really want to see if I can find the original.
Sorry, my brain's just so rotted from all this Concord talk.
No, you're good. I want to see if I can find like the original, because these are all stories about like they're announcing cancels first super game. Who could have seen that coming? Okay. According to CEO Haruki Satomi, Sega thinks the project could potentially reach lifetime sales of 100 billion yen, just over $670 million. I think the super game could make that much money. I believe that.
This theoretical super game.
I believe that the super game could make that much money. Okay, this is from 2021. This feels like it has a good chance of being the actual statement that I want, because the original statement was like the funniest thing. It was just a general statement about upcoming projects, and they're talking about the concept of the super game. Let's see if it's
have
here.
we heard anything else about that everything game?
No, that never reappeared. That was a Ponzi scheme.
Game?
They're still cooking it.
That was just like a nothing trailer at Gamescom a year or two ago. That was like,
but it blew my mind.
It was right on the right before everybody stopped talking about the metaverse, and it was clearly just like to fleece some investment money for another metaverse setting.
But it was the reason that it stuck with me so much is because they spent like 4 or 5 minutes talking about this everything game without ever once landing on anything tangible.
And it's really important to say that it costs money to be on stage at something like Gamescom.
Yeah.
To run a trailer that doesn't explain anything about what your product is, to spend 4 minutes on stage to say nothing meaningful about what your product is, would have cost them, I don't know how much, but I'm going to go out on a limb and guess like many million, like $1 million or $2 million would be my guess.
Whoa!
I mean, you're spending at least in the ballpark of
Gamescom didn't Jeff put out a metric where he showed how much like
I think it leaked. I could be wrong.
I mean, he didn't put it out, but
I want to say there was a recent metric for like this year. It was like $300K or something like that for a minute-long trailer at Gamescom on main stage.
Wow.
Now there is a pre-show. There's other stuff after that. Like you can get on the show floor, but it's like, it's a con. You got to pay for space on the show floor.
Yeah.
You got to pay for space in your hour and a half presentation.
Some stuff gets in free, but generally
some stuff gets in free. They have buys.
Anything like, Kojima gets in free.
There's smaller projects that are of interest. They give away. They select. They offer discounts in special circumstances and free entries for some stuff. So it's not like every indie game you see there didn't somehow scrounge together $300,000.
Yeah.
But my point is to spend 6 minutes on stage. You're spending money. You're spending way north of 6 figures.
Wow.
You might. I don't know, but if you're up there long enough, you might get into 7 figures. Maybe they cap. I really don't know. I don't know how the scale works. But
the 10-minute Concord trailer, if it was at Gamescom, would have cost a lot.
Of course, it was on Sony's own thing, so it wouldn't.
So
it did not matter. Let's see if I can find Sega announces Supergame.
Sega. Yes, Sega, the creators of Hatsune Miku, who recently had another birthday.
I got to make this like before 2023, or else it's not going to work. Alrighty, so one important thing to note, I found the quotes that I was looking for. One important thing to note about the Super Game project is this was right when NFTs were huge. So this is very much a statement about like this will be a community driven thing with its own internal economy and whatever. But there's a few other choice things in here that are really interesting. So this was a part of a statement. I want to say like kind of early in a year. It was like a quarterly report or something. Several titles are being developed within the framework of Supergame, where each title will vary, and there is no doubt they will be interactive titles that go beyond the traditional framework of games. I really want you to lock in how PR speak this is, because it's brilliant. This is one of my favorite statements I've ever read for anything. For example, in the past, people who played games were called gamers, but now watching games has become a culture in itself, and such people could no longer be called gamers. I think there's great potential in the relationship between people who play and watch games. We are thinking of creating new entertainment within these possibilities. This part may not have the exact wording that I want, but basically God, hold on. No. This particular post does not have the exact wording that I'm looking for. Okay, so the company's goal with the Supergame, first and foremost, is to attract more active users than any of Sega's games to date. Title will be large. Will have a large and present community that engages with the game not just by playing it, but also by streaming it and watching videos of it. The report goes on to say that Sega wants a community that, quote, expands further and develops game content, adding value to a game that is unimagined by developers. That is the NFT aspect of, the in-game assets being developed and traded and sold and moved on. That was part of that whole dream for 5 minutes. But I want to see... man, there's the starting point for building that kind of community is creating an interesting game.
Yeah.
God, there's a statement that I want, but it's like, it basically gets across here. We are going to create a game that attracts more active users than any other games to date. They don't know what the game is. They don't have a strategy of a good game. They just are. Their strategy from the beginning
They're going to make such a good game.
Is to make a game that more people will want to play than other games. That's the beginning statement of the Supergame. And one of the super games seemed to be a game called Hyenas, which is a hero shooter online game about it had a heist theme, but you were stealing little Sega doodads, and is there's gravity and you flipped around and you shot things. At least it's kind of cell shaded. It's got a modicum of style, but this was not a game that anybody's interested in because sure, I mean, it's got a little bit of visual something going on too, but okay, look.
Create chaos.
Richard Nixon mask. Okay, already you don't have anything. You got nothing.
Yeah.
You have got nothing. The thing that's jumping out to me is an identity for your game is Richard Nixon mask on a thief. You got nothing. You got nothing. In a minute here, we are going to see in this baffling trailer that does have a couple of mechanics where I'm okay, she put up a shield, she put up a wall. That is the exact, the most stock team hero shooter. Oh, look, a turret. Again, shit that is all in Concord, and you're okay, where is this going to be different from anything else that I've played on this market? Oh, 0G, Lawbreakers, that breakaway success. Oh, you got grenades that slow people down, I guess? Great. How is that distinct from, throwing a grenade that'd kill somebody? Oh look, it's a part of a Sega Genesis is the way they're using to break down this wall, and then look, they're stealing
they're
stealing a little Sonic, and now he's got a Sonic costume on. So it's an original game, but there's a merch area, but it's Sega IP integrated. This had a couple of closed betas and people played it at a couple of cons. Oh look, there's VHS tapes back there.
Wow.
There's big VHS tapes back there. This game was canceled. This game was months out from being released, I think, and they just decided, no, we're not. It's just not going to work. There's not enough interest.
It was basically finished.
People had played it. There were closed betas. It had been on the floor at Gamescom and places like that, and people had played it, and they canned it. Probably wisely. Because somebody looked at this and looked at, hey, is anybody on Twitter talking about our game? No. How many views does our trailer uploaded to game trailers have? 92K views. And this was uploaded almost exactly a year. No, excuse me. This was uploaded. This was uploaded a year ago. And I'm gonna bet you at least 30K of those views are people rubbernecking after it got canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joey, the reason that I bring this up is because here is, if I type in Fair Games, I don't even get it first. I get two different channels. Here is Fair Games. Now it's on the PlayStation channel here, so it does have a decent number of views. But I'm before we even watch this, I'm gonna check the comments. Prepare for trouble and make it double from Concord. I was talking about Concord 2 hours ago. Look, these are all recent comments because people are rubbernecking after what happened with Concord. Okay. These are all very recent. However, I want to go ahead and play the beginning of this because it's really, really funny. So this is another company.
I remember this.
This is another company. This is a CGI trailer only. We still haven't seen gameplay of this.
Okay.
This is the third pillar of their live service strategy behind Concord, which you can't play anymore, and Marathon, which will never come out.
Okay.
And there's a number of things that are really, really funny about this. One of them is the beginning of this trailer.
Oh my God, this trailer!
Simple. Too much money.
Okay, so the beginning of this trailer is anger at the 1%, right? Okay, there's all these corrupt, rich, fat cats. They got the money. We gotta level the playing field. Okay, so it's a heist game that's framed around going after the mega rich. Okay, that could be interesting. Maybe like a cross between like Payday and Hitman or something. Because Hitman's all about, going after the, these really ridiculously evil fat cats. Payday's about robbing banks. It's like, okay, you're robbing banks in Payday, but now you're breaking into this, this evil money vault of some crazy billionaire, right? Wait, but hold on. There were other people at the top of the elevator already. Who are these guys? Somebody else is breaking in? Well, shit. We got to kill them so we can get our money.
I remember this was like I don't remember which.
Before we get to anything, sorry, you say your thing.
No, I was gonna say this was the beginning of one of these, like a Gamescom or something.
I think it began. I think it opened a state of play.
And I didn't know this was supposed to be like a big game.
Yes.
Because I saw this and I was like, whatever, and I blocked it on my mind completely. The only reason I remember this at all was because of the cringy at the beginning. It's like it was like, this is very obviously a triple game. It's like, the rich people are bad, huh?
But
and
what's so funny,
I blocked this out of my head.
There's so much funny about this. Number one, it looks like, again, we're Sony's photorealism, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, there's Kyle Bosman talked about this a lot when the trailer came out, and he repeated it recently talking about Concord. I want you to tell me, have you clocked anybody's design at all in this?
No,
we're all in streetwear.
There's nothing to this, right? Okay, well, don't worry, gang. Because Fair Games definitely has a visual identity. Look, guys in monkey masks.
Wow.
Kyle Bosman was talking about, like, you need to come up with something else right now because that's about to be it. And he was correct, because in a recent Sony report about stuff, in their slide of emerging of our valuable IPs, that monkey is right next to Starchild from Concord.
Oh no.
But no, like, just conceptually, like, so I haven't seen any gameplay of this. Okay, a co-op heist game. That could be appealing. A really high-budget version of Payday, because Payday's kind of jank.
Yeah.
Sure. Maybe.
What's the game? It may be Payday, and that's why I'm asking. As you said, I am surrounded by gamers, and Spencer, a while back, was playing a game where it was like, you were all thieves, and you were all trying to steal the things, but you were in, like, sets of twos and threes, I think. And but it was visually interesting. It wasn't bland streetwear. Like, you all had fun costumes and you had, like, silly powers.
Probably not, because Payday, the characters are in suits. Like, the whole idea in Payday is that you walk into a bank while it is still active, and you, like, case the joint. You figure out how you want to go about it, and the heist only starts when your team hits a button, pulls their balaclavas down, or puts a mask on. Yeah,
definitely no.
I
want to say,
was it like medieval?
No.
No.
Okay.
I got nothing.
But what drives me insane about this trailer is, like, the 1% are evil. We need to get ours, right? That's why we're gonna kill each other.
Yeah.
To get our money.
Jacob, it's genius though. It's a
commentary on how the rich turn us against each other.
Exactly. It's 100% intentional.
Definitely not thoughtless mistake. There is no gameplay footage of this as yet. So anyway, Marathon is a game being made by a studio that has a year to live tops.
Yep.
Okay.
Before it is massively restructured or liquidated. Fair Games is even more dead on arrival than, like, I mean, Concord, like, we didn't know what it was until really recently, and I felt like maybe it had a chance. I feel like that trailer, Fair Games,
No.
It's already dead.
Yeah.
It's already dead. It's done. It's toast. Okay, so let's watch the gameplay reveal of Concord following our cinematic
Our
trailer.
buffoons doing their thing.
Also, I forgot something really important to explain about the fidelity of this game. So again, there is what we're going to get into. It's a hard thing to talk about in order. When we look at the gameplay of this, I really want you, even Aidan, you the non-gamer, I want you to tell me if anything in this game, this gameplay footage that's coming up, looks at all distinct from anything you have seen in any other shooters.
I was just thinking that looks like a map I've already seen before. That looks
all right. So what's she got? Okay, she can do a high jump, like we said. She can throw a grenade. Cool. Oh, okay, hold on. This is like our main guy. So what's he got? What's he got that's unique?
Guns.
He's got a gun? All right. Oh, it looks like he did like a backdash, so there's like maybe a little bit of he has like a throwing knife. He got like a pistol.
So he's McCree from Overwatch? Gotcha.
Maybe. He didn't even do like a lock-on thing. What was that thing where he did something with his arm? What was that? Oh, I guess we're done with that now. Okay, this is our gameplay reveal. You are now within 30 seconds of like any gameplay footage that anybody's ever seen of this game. I want you to watch this, and I want you to try and pick out any moment of this that looks entertaining. I guess maybe that dodge backward could have been entertaining.
I don't know why he shot twice and then reloaded. That's like me playing games.
All right, hold on. Okay, no, hold on.
She's flying.
Asian. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Asian like coin iron ball lady, metallurgy from like Mistborn or whatever. What's she got? She's got like that little
crossbow.
She's got specifically the little like crossbow ball launcher from Bionicle. Yeah. I didn't clock that until just now. Okay, so
but they're hot fireballs.
Yeah, and she
can throw a grenade that puts fire on the ground, and she did like I guess that was like a flat. Oh, we're done with that segment. Okay, I guess we learned everything we needed to know about her.
So he's got a shotgun and can harden, I guess.
He can do like a charge.
I guess so.
He can hit a guy. Okay. All right. Yeah. Do something. He dropped down and hit the ground. Yeah. And he can clobber a guy and
big boy.
Shoot a gun and okay, I guess we're done with that segment.
One-off.
They don't have a lot of time.
The one-off good character design in the game.
They don't have a lot of time, Jacob, even though this took up 10 minutes of the 30 minutes.
What is he doing?
Did he pull the guy
that was done.
To him?
That was already done. I didn't even have time to clock what one-off was doing here. He put a thing on the ground.
And then like a little tornado.
I want to point out he put a thing on the ground and no one in the frame used the thing.
Okay, no, Jacob, you're missing it.
Okay.
And the only reason I know this is because I saw a little clip of this character, and that's the only reason I know. It's sucking up and blowing away projectiles and objects.
I see. Okay.
So if you look, you'll see bullets.
So it's something impossible to notice in the trailer.
Yeah, this is my point. I was like, I don't care if I know what it is or not. I'm talking about the footage I'm looking at right now. He threw a thing on the ground that did nothing.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, Jacob, if you pay attention, you'll see bullets being blown away. So watch.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh!
And then he threw another thing behind that guy and shot the guy to him so he could kill him.
I'm so stupid. Why didn't I clock that while I was watching this fast trailer?
That, Jacob?
Okay, I want to say, I do now see the bullets getting redirected. I'm going to be real with you. I don't see this thing that he throws. It doesn't seem to interact with the vortex at all.
It doesn't
because he threw it and it's his vortex.
I'm clocking,
but I don't know that.
See, it's
there was Robot Lady. What was she all about? Okay, she's done. Oh, John Halo. I said John Halo instead of John Concord. He could do a dodge roll. Okay, we're done with him, I guess. This guy, the big guy, he's got a thing.
We're not even getting name cards for these guys.
What is that? What did that do? Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. That was a healing pad, but it didn't tell us what it was. Oh, look, she's got stuff that like half the Overwatch cast can do. She can like charge at the ground. That's crazy.
Awesome.
All right, I got to tell you what. I'm stoked to play this game right now because you know what it looks like? It looks like nothing. Oh man, that lady, she did like a short little front flip, which is perfect for if John Concord happens to be doing a slide at you.
Right.
Oh, clean maneuver. I'm going to use that every time I play as her. Wow. Oh, that was it. We're done? Is there any more Concord gameplay? Oh, there's some more cutscenes.
And people talking.
Okay, now there's people talking about it. Maybe they'll explain what we were looking at. So I want to talk about, I never played this game because I did not pay $40 for it. I want to talk a little bit about what Concord was actually doing from a design standpoint. Nothing stands out about its gunplay. I heard some people saying basically like, hey, it kind of feels like Destiny except a little bit worse. So off to a bad start. You can't have bad shooting in one of these games unless you're Apex Legends. Somehow they get away with it. The shooting in that game absolutely blows chunks. I could not do it. It's terrible. So depressing because I love Titanfall 2 so much.
It's just you can't play if you love Titanfall, you cannot play Apex.
You cannot play Apex without
this is just worse Titanfall.
So look here. They're talking about their inspirations.
We ended up finding ourselves influenced a lot by fighting games and even strategy games in the interesting way that the asymmetry of their characters makes every fight, every matchup feel really different.
Now, I'm going to say something right now. The beginning of that sentence, what does he mean by that? The asymmetry of the characters? It's a hero shooter. Shut the hell up. You're not. That's every hero shooter. What actually wound up being this is the main problem about this game. Was what it sounded like from me looking at a couple of reviews and hearing people talking about it. Shooting mid, character stuff uninteresting. Here was the game's like main gimmicks. A couple of its new unique modes were kind of unique things that were apparently way over engineered and not fun.
Oh, great.
What's the unique stuff? Like, what's the fighting game and strategy stuff they're talking about? Well, you see that deployable that the robot put down?
That's strategy.
Well, no, specifically, any match in Concord is not just like, here's your 10 minutes for your team deathmatch and then you're done on to the next map. They go in rounds, all of them. And if you put a redirecting vortex or a healing pad down on the ground, it will persist between matches. So you can try and coordinate with your team to build zones of influence or routes, I assume, but I don't know what any of these things put down other than I just learned what that vortex does because Joey explained it to me. And like, I guess I can put down a healing pad like if I know where the hard point is going to be on the next round or something.
Not to try to interrupt too much,
Yes.
but this is something I have a problem with. This is also much in the idea of looking at these characters and not knowing what they are doing. Having any understanding of physics at all, I see something blowing air up, and I don't immediately think this can blow away bullets.
I think I jump in that, and it launches me over stuff.
Yep, for sure.
I think if I shoot through that, the bullet's going to keep going because it's a bullet and that's wind. You know, I get that this is a game. I get it's fantasy.
But that's not what is visually being communicated to you.
And like maybe if it wasn't wind, if instead it was like a green energy like whoosh up or purple or something, maybe I would be like, well, maybe this can interact with something different.
I think purple would be a great choice because initially I was thinking red, but then red to me says if you walk through that, you
danger.
Die. Purple,
and green is healing.
Purple says, purple communicates it's doing something
Purple
weird.
communicates this is weird.
So your placeables on the map persist between respawns and across a match, across different rounds. So that's like something that they're talking about a lot. So if you put your explosive trap on the ground, if you plant a claymore, it'll persist between matches. Wow!
Sick. Cool.
Wow! What else you got for me?
Yeah. Oh, okay,
look,
so
the wall from Overwatch.
I didn't know if that was just my non-gamer brain. I was like, that information doesn't do that much for me.
It doesn't.
Okay.
So I will say this, Aidan. First of all, most shooters do not operate in rounds. You do one match on one map and then you move on to another map.
Okay.
So they're trying to make an argument of that you're going to be strategizing across rounds during the match with these placeables. But first of all, they haven't sold me on what the placeables do. Like, can I set up like nodes that allow my characters to move faster maybe? So I can, if I'm like, okay, I think that probably the payload, I don't know, because I don't know what the modes are. They're not explaining to me why any of this is valuable.
What are the cooldowns looking like?
How long does it take me to put another placeable down? Can I do this constantly?
How many placeables can I have on the map?
Can I only do one per match? So I gotta really be careful.
So
are they destructible?
Even if I place it and the other team comes by and like rips it up.
I've got a lot of questions, and these are not the possibility space questions of look at Tracer zip zoop. I wonder what I can do with that. I'm thinking about the cool plays that I can do. This is the problem with like when Ayanuma revealed the binding stuff in Tears of the Kingdom. We talked about it at the time, where he goes like, you know, I bet you're thinking of a lot of possibilities of what can happen when you can take any asset in the game and bind it with another asset. And I'm like,
Not really, no.
Because that's too much. You can't show me, like, all he showed was like, I'm going to take a log and put it with another log, and I'm going to put a sail on top. Wow, I've got a makeshift boat. And I'm like, that seems wildly situational, Ayanuma. And then he's like, look at this. I'm going to pick up a branch and I'm going to attach a wooden sign to it. And when I use it like a weapon, it does a little gust of wind and it pushes things. I bet you can think of way more possibilities that, no, I can't. Because it's a video game. I can't do anything I want to do. I have to understand what is allowed within your systems.
Yeah.
You got to show me stuff. And now it wound up being, it was a really robust system. You could bind a lot of stuff to a lot of stuff. There were some interesting combinations. But his like, imagine the possibilities. I can't. I don't know. You got to show me something.
Maybe when I was a child, back when you're seeing an open world game and you think this is infinite.
But you're not giving me enough here. Oh, so this, okay, so they're about to talk about one. So this is like, they barely explained anything that's interesting about the gameplay. So I'll talk about a couple more things that they did in terms of the over-engineering of this.
Okay.
The game had variants and deck building where it's like, I'm going to pick a color palette variant of this one character who gets an extra grenade per match. Or they got a slightly larger mag size. And that really adds up. And it feels like a whole different character. And you're like, I absolutely have not played this game, but I do not believe you one bit.
Okay.
That sounds like total nonsense to me.
Yeah.
The game also has a deck building mechanic built into it, pre-match for strategy. And also, as you're going through different rounds, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to pick John Concord. And when I pick him at the beginning of the match, I'm making this up. I have no idea which ones were which. Of course. But they're basically like, you picked him at the beginning of the match. Wow, because you picked him, you get a persistent plus 25% speed to all characters you play throughout this. If you just stay with John Concord, then you'll pick up more buffs for him as it goes on. But in round 2, maybe you notice, Sniper Lady, if you play as her, she's going to give you a persistent plus, minus 35% to recoil. So I'm going to play with her in round 2. And over the course of the rounds, I'm going to be able to get persistent stat changes because I'll keep that 25% speed from John Concord. I'll keep the 35% recoil reduction from Sniper Lady, even if I play as somebody else. So there's meant to be a perpetual buff building. You're doing builds mid-match is the idea. And I'm like, that sounds... You're giving me the look. You're like...
it's like...
It could be interesting.
As non-gamer, that's the most interesting thing you've said so far.
But is it fun?
Is it fun? It's like, it sounds like you're forcing me to, like, there's a trailer where they're talking about, you can absolutely main a character. You can absolutely main one character, but, this also, you may want to switch it up and change things around between rounds.
This activates the wrong parts of my head. This is activating the goblins in my mind back in Dragon's Dogma 1 when I was like, well, I want to play this class, but I know that it doesn't have as good stat growths as this other class. It's one of those things where if I was playing this and I really enjoyed the robot, there would always be a nagging feeling in the back of my mind of, what's the optimal way to be playing
I've got to check what the buffs are for each character this round, and I'm thinking about my meta build of like, well, shit, I don't really like playing a Sniper Lady, but that's the buff that I want that really helps me come in clutch in the final round, and she's got it for this round, so I guess I got to play as her. It just...
Is it randomized or is
it sounded like it's different per match, but I could be wrong. Again, I didn't do in-depth research on this beforehand because I've been really busy with work this week, and what time I had I wasn't going to spend on getting the intricacies of Concord, since it doesn't matter anymore, as we'll get to in a second.
There's another thing on this image that I don't quite understand.
What's the other thing on this image that you don't quite understand?
Default squad and free agents. What's the difference?
Okay, so this...
I really hope it's...
The characters are just called free gunners. I don't know what default squad on the left and free agent on the right means. I have no clue. I can't help you with that one.
Okay,
I can't help you.
To me, the only thing I can think of, and I don't imagine it would be the case, is like that seems like it's what you have versus what's free that week in a rotating kind of
But that's not the way that it works.
That's not exactly.
Yes, I really don't know. I have no idea.
It's minor. It's just I see that and I'm like, I don't...
That raises questions.
It
raises questions.
Everything about this continues to raise questions that I will not find the answers to.
And they're just ugly. Now, okay, so the ugly characters, I don't understand the systems. You're not selling me on what is making this fun at all. And people played it and it was like, it's over-engineered. It's kind of a mess. It doesn't flow. It's bad. Now, there's another key. So you're like, why? What did Sony believe in so much that this was worth 8 years of time and acquiring the studio? What was the selling point? What do we have that's going to let us beat Overwatch? Mm-hmm. What are we doing here? What is the idea? Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you what the idea was.
This game that we're willing to sacrifice studios for.
The idea had nothing to do with the gameplay. Now, I'm sure that a bit of it was like, oh, there's these round things. That could be interesting. It's like strategy. Oh, okay, maybe we can sell different builds or whatever. Maybe that's part of the battle pass or the DLC or whatever. Or maybe there was someone internally, executive, who was like, I like the idea of this gameplay. But I'm going to tell you what the big idea was. I'm going to tell you what the big idea was. It was like, this is going to make it a major IP. This is going to make it a pillar of our money-making strategy for years. Okay. This is why we should invest money in this, because this is something that only we, Sony, with all of our money can do. I'm going to hit play on this video.
Every week, when you log into Concord, You will be welcomed with a new cinematic vignette that will give you a chance to see our characters off the job. They will feature ongoing narrative arcs that grow the characters' stories and relationships.
Did she say every week?
Every week. Not every month. Not every season.
Week.
Every week, you will log in and you will see a Sony production value, mocapped, carefully animated, carefully lit, new cutscene. Now, to be fair, I'm sure they probably have like 6 months of these in the can at launch, which is really funny. Which is really quite funny.
Maybe a hero will put them all out.
This
everyone.
is the selling point. We are going to build... Now, let's completely ignore the fact that we all were introduced to This is why I was introduced with the 5-minute cinematic trailer before gameplay. Let's ignore the fact that those characters were all complete charisma vacuums for a second.
Yep.
The selling point of this is people are going to fall so deeply in love with these characters, they're not just going to come back for dailies. They're not going to come back for the battle pass. They're going to come back because every week they want to check in on what the one-off robot is up to. They want to come and check in on how Starchild is doing. That, how's that romantic subplot, bubbling up? That's what's going to get everybody coming back every week. And this is what makes us distinct from Overwatch, because Overwatch has those really expensive cutscenes when they reveal a new character, but Blizzard is not putting in that level of effort.
Yeah, of course
week
not,
after week
right?
after week. But we, Sony, we have the money. And when this is a huge hit, we'll be able to keep bankrolling it, and we'll be able to... These will become new iconic characters, just like the Guardians of the Galaxy, which were also at their peak popularity 8 years ago.
I did not... I told you, I skimmed through this.
Yes.
I did not watch this. It's every week.
Oh
my
I was
God.
working when this presentation was happening, because it was like midday.
Yeah.
And I was giving it half my attention. When the cinematic trailer started, I was like, okay, mute. And I was over here working. I was like, I think I had it turned down low, and I was really not clocking much of it, except for how cringe it was. That the Drax character is saying things like, "This would be a very dishonorable way to die," and I'm like, oh my God, they've got nothing. Oh, they've got nothing. And then I'm like glancing over when we see Revolver guy shooting, and I'm like, wow, they got nothing. And then my ears perked up when I heard this, and I was like, oh no. Oh no. That's a lot of money. And I didn't realize it at that moment, but as a bit more time went on, I was like, no, that's not a problem, Jacob. That's the core feature. You fool. Sony basically has a new TV show. The people are going to be paying $40 to check in, and we'll do expansions probably that cost $40 again, and people are going to be paying for the Battle Pass. They're going to be showing up for a new weekly Sony-produced TV show. This is going to be a new awesome IP that people are really going to love. We may even get Concord movies down the line, because we're making The Last of Us HBO TV show, and we're making a Gravity Rush movie, and we tried to make a Ratchet & Clank movie, but it didn't go very well, but don't worry about that one. We made a Gran Turismo movie, baby!
What's really funny that people have...
Aidan, just give me a look. You missed the Gran Turismo movie.
I did.
There's no way they can turn a gamer into a racer, Aidan.
Oh man, no,
I'm gonna leave you with that. You can't turn a gamer into a racer.
Something that people have talked about that's really funny about this is the people that did like the Love, Death, and Robots show.
I was about to segue into this.
You go right ahead then.
No, you take it. I'm talking too much during this. This is 3 hours, and I'm talking for 2.5 of them.
There was I believe it was
I spent a long time on the engagement story.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Sony was getting this. I don't know if
we got to meet up again immediately, because this did turn into a Concord podcast. I got so much other stuff to talk about. But go ahead.
I was gonna say. The people that do Love, Death, and Robots, Sony was like, "Hey, do a bunch of shorts for us for our IPs. The IPs that Mr. CEO says we don't have any IPs.
Yes,
obviously, but
recent statement from an important top guy at PlayStation that they don't have any homegrown IPs.
Yep,
a bunch of nonsense.
But anyway, they're making a bunch of these shorts that they're going to be releasing, in a little bit. But Concord is getting one of those.
So I want to be clear. It's not. It's an Amazon, because video game adaptations are big right now.
Yeah.
At Gamescom, they announced a new series of short films. It'll be Amazon Prime things. That is just a video game anthology series. It was kind of a wild trailer, because like Mega Man shows up, Kratos shows up in modern day,
Wow.
and all kinds of stuff. But there's one shot in it of Starchild, of our Drax character here. And for a minute, people were like, is that not going to come out because the game is stopped? But again, we'll loop back to the game being stopped. It sounds like it is still going to come out. Because, I mean, how could it not? It's coming out in a few months. It's finished. They wouldn't, like, not release it.
Right.
But no, so this is the problem area. This is, we're trying to spin ourselves a big new IP. And what they've got is tepid shooting, and we got charismaless Guardians of the Galaxy. The thing that's really missing here, and this is, again, I'm ripping off Kyle Bosman talking about this, there's the and. They're missing the and. It's like the but, I should say. It's like Guardians of the Galaxy, but
it's got really cool shooting, or it's got this type of, type of character, or this thing.
It's got cutscenes.
It's got cutscenes. But they're cutscenes that are like Guardians of the Galaxy. My point is, with your cutscenes, what are you giving me other than that? The classic...
A video game. It's a video game with cutscenes, Jacob.
The pitch in Hollywood, anytime you sell something, it's stupid, and a lot of people don't like it, including some producers don't like it. But the idea of, like, I've got 15 seconds to get somebody, I'm going to say it's like this successful thing and this successful thing, right? It's like X-Files and The Andy Griffith Show together. It's like Game of Thrones, but Star Wars. Like, this is your way that you say the buzzwords, and they go, I can see where this fits in the market. I see what the unique angle is here. It's Guardians of the Galaxy, but
Overwatch?
Nothing, because it's definitely not Overwatch. Don't compare it to Overwatch, Joey.
Yeah, okay.
Don't you compare it to Overwatch, you son of a gun.
All right.
Well, I'm sure somebody on their team did.
Oh yeah, when they were selling it, sure. But that's my point. Is like that there's no, like, other than the fact that but it's a video game, they got nothing. And like what's the like, it's like a hero shooter, but they got nothing.
But cutscenes.
Yeah, but cutscenes, exactly. This is part of a larger problem. Why I wanted to start this conversation with Astro Bot, actually, of Sony. And the other thing I was talking about, where we got young people are not buying consoles so much. They're still buying Nintendo consoles. Pokemon is still ludicrously successful, but people aren't really buying the other stuff. Joey, you sent me a picture of it, or I think you retweeted it. I took a picture of it in Walmart. The child Halo Warthog.
Yes. Yeah, the like the little
like a little ride-on.
The little riding trucks for kids. It'll be like $200 or $300, and you get your little 4-year-old and you put them in there.
I'm gonna see
the
if
tiny baby Barbie Jeeps.
Yes, except the Warthog from the Halo franchise.
Oh my god, I love it. I don't even
Xbox
play Halo.
first-person shooter.
That's fun.
M-rated.
Now, I want to be clear. Halo's always been in a weird spot.
It has.
Where they make not Lego sets, but Mega Block sets of Halo.
They do.
Here you go, Aidan. Here's the Warthog.
Yeah.
I don't want to point
and
out.
it comes with guns.
I was gonna say this is the really nerdy thing.
It comes with the little chest bitty bits too.
Yeah, because presumably they're laser tag guns.
Oh, that's fun.
What drives me insane about this is that is a UNSC Jeep, and they are using Covenant weapons. Presumably because they look less like real guns, so they're better toys for children.
Yeah.
You gotta do what you can deal with. You run out of ammo, you pick up new guns, whatever.
Yes, it's true.
But
The reason I bring this up is COVID happened. These guys made a lot of money because everybody was locked inside. Animal Crossing sold 10 million more units than it should have, and it was already going to sell a lot of units. The numbers on the chart went up.
Yep.
The industry exploded because not only were people who already were gamers were spending more money gaming, people who were lapsed gamers or spent very little money started spending money on gaming. Some people who might not have gamed otherwise.
Me.
Yeah, you.
You. Who bought a Switch to play Animal Crossing because I was locked inside with a boyfriend who would not pay me attention.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now the number went up fast on the chart. The number has to keep going up, or else shareholders are going to get upset. Now here's and so there was a massive investment in video games in that time period. Studios expanded, new studios were acquired, and guess what happened when people could go outside again?
They went outside again.
Yeah, the numbers went down.
Yeah.
Naturally. Now, this was almost like that moment where Nintendo was really obsessed with the blue sky strategy because for 2 seconds everybody had a Wii. It's like, holy shit, we have suddenly kicked the door down. This is a bit, I shouldn't say before your time, Aidan, but before you were interested in this type of stuff. There was a period right after the Wii came out where they completely abandoned in their like press statements and marketing strategies, they were not really talking about the core contingent of gamers. They were like the grandma who is playing Wii Fit and Wii Sports, and the casual gamer who is playing Professor Layton on their Nintendo DS or Brain Age on their Nintendo DS. This is a massive untapped market. And there was a second there where they had it, but it was a fad and it faded away. And they couldn't really figure out how to court those guys and keep their attention. This was part of the problem with the Wii U's marketing, was the Wii U was like, oh, it's an expansion for that thing that I had in my closet that I don't use anymore. They should have called it something other than the Wii U.
They should have. I literally, and it's like, I've been a part of the games industry, but I remember literally having a conversation with you, like, on a trip, and it was like, we were talking about it, and I was like, I had to ask you, I was like, is that an expansion or is it its own console? And you're like,
this would be back in like what, 2013 or 2012 or something insane.
It's like, and it's like I was a gamer.
You're a gamer.
I was a gamer. I was playing games. I had my head down to the ground and whatnot.
Wii U was still like, when you listen to them talking about it on stage when they revealed it, they'd kind of moved on from the blue sky strategy where like that was the focus, but they were still talking about how do we make an experience for everyone, said Reggie. Is it even possible to make something that is for everyone? Introducing the Wii U. And it was like, because the idea was supposed to be like, okay, we are going to cater to hardcore gamers again. It comes with a real video game controller, but also it's got a tablet in it. You can still use your Wii remotes with it. So we can get that casual audience back and the hardcore audience back, and they got nobody. But that's a different problem entirely. Here's the thing. The game audience is in many ways growing because everybody's playing Fortnite. Every kid's playing Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
Every kid is playing stuff on their iPads, even when they're 4 years old, and they absolutely should not be because it's going to get them killed. Maybe not killed. You know what I mean? It's got the brain disease.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted with that. But the point is, like, this is maybe I'm being uncharitable to the youths out there. I feel like when we were kids, you had a lot of people who just played like sports games or whatever else. You played kind of low effort games, but I feel like there's a decent percentage of people our age who would, even if they were buying trash, would accidentally stumble upon something interesting every now and then.
Yeah.
Would actually accidentally stumble upon a meaningful artistic experience, even if it was just meaningful to them when they were 8. Sonic Adventure 2 is not actually, as an adult, a profound, emotional, dramatic, cinematic experience. But if you play it when you're 8, it's not like playing Madden. It's not like playing Mario Kart. You're like, oh my God, I just felt something. I just went on like a big adventure that I went through, and I physically did it, right? I've got this sense, and I don't know this for sure, but I've got this sense there is a growing market of kids who are playing video games, but they are playing Fortnite. They are playing... what else are they playing? Minecraft. They are playing games that are the same thing for a really long time. They're not branching out and having these other experiences that are making them go, oh, there's more beyond this. I really don't want to be condescending to children, especially because I don't know this kind of stuff, but I have this sense from reading about market trends, reading about this sort of stuff, that these are the kind of kids who are going to grow up thinking gaming is a fun, elaborate toy, and it's something social that I can do with my friends. But the idea that there is a reason to spend $60 on a video game, why would I do that when Fortnite is there and free and all my friends are playing it? They're not going to clock like there's something else to get at. And you've got an industry that is currently going backwards in terms of growth compared to artificial numbers from COVID years, but it didn't matter because the money was coming in and we bought more studios, which is also why there's been tons of layoffs in the last couple of years, because those numbers didn't keep going up. Things fell off. A couple of projects fell through. Concord fell through. There's a concern that I have about like, how are these people who are not Nintendo going to win the youths back? And there was this thing for a minute there. I don't think kids today give a crap about Halo, but there was absolutely, Joey, when you and I were way too young to be playing Halo. But when Halo came out, I wasn't playing it. I don't know about you. I knew people who were my age who were playing Halo.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't shut the hell up about Halo. And
it's fair. And a lot of that also, this is a very, very niche to my experience, I suppose, growing up in a very conservative household, Christian household, where it was one of those things where even games that were not M-rated, it was like there was like a Christian website that was like, okay, this is the content the game has. It's like, this is, it was a good tool for parents, but it was like, this game has this, it has killing.
I use such a website occasionally before watching movies with my mother.
But I don't even remember what it was called. But it was a Christian's mom's guide to video games website thing. But it was like,
I should be clear. The one that I use is not like a Christian skewed thing specifically. It's just like I want to check how many boobies are in this.
Yes.
Okay, that's not too many boobies for my mother to get uncomfortable watching it with me.
Right.
That's what I'm checking.
No,
for.
I got you.
I use. I don't even know. I think I usually just like Google if I know we're about to go watch a scary movie. I'm like, how scary is it? Do I actually want to go? And I learned that I needed to do that after watching Smile. I think that story has been told on this channel before.
I don't think so.
Surely it has.
I don't think so.
That I didn't. Okay, so it was one of the first dates. It wasn't really even a date. It was just like one of the first outings that Spencer and I went on.
Okay.
And it was, I thought we were going to go see the new Halloween franchise movie.
Okay.
And I was expecting it to be schlocky and not that great. But like he and his friends were going and I was invited. And I was like, I'm a cool girlfriend. Of course I'm going to go. And we get there and it is not that. It is a movie called Smile.
I'm familiar. I know what Smile is. I saw many of the trailers and I wish that I could skip them.
Okay.
I've nothing more obnoxious to me than horror movie trailers. I don't know why.
I'm so glad you're talking about that. Go ahead, though.
So this is like the October after my mom has died in August, and we start a film where a young girl finds her dead mom and then grows up to become a psychologist. And for those who don't know, I'm in a clinical mental health counseling program for my master's. So we're 5 minutes into the film, and I turn and look at Spencer and his row of friends. And the guy who picked the movie is like, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, I think you hate me. I'm so sorry that I've offended you. like it was just so. Since then, I Google horror movies before we see that.
No, this is also about Smile, but a different angle. I'm so happy that you were talking about the trailers, because when I saw the trailers for Smile, I was like, God, this, more horror movie. This looks like it sucks. Whatever. I went to the drive-in with a friend, and when you do that, it's like you get 2 showings, or whatever. We did it for Halloween. 3.
The one I went to go see.
Yeah.
You thought you were seeing.
And that was over.
Wait, Halloween 3?
I think it was Halloween 3, wasn't it?
Halloween ends?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not 3. But okay.
Oh, well, sorry.
The new 3.
The new
3.
New Halloween
Original
3
is Season of the Witch.
Yeah.
New 3.
That's why I was shocked that they were playing Season of the
Halloween. So let's be very clear, because there are 3 movies called Halloween. There's the original Halloween. Then there were like 9 movies. Then after H2O, they were like, this is a mess. Then they rebooted it and they did Halloween and Halloween 2 again. And those failed, and they rebooted it again with another movie called Halloween.
Wow.
There are 3 films called Halloween.
I didn't make it that far.
Then they did Halloween Kills.
Okay.
Then they did Halloween Ends.
Okay.
That was the most recent runaround.
Yes,
okay.
I was there for Halloween Ends, and that most of that, a lot of that movie's good, but then it's like, yeah, whatever. But then
that's a movie, again, I haven't seen it. The impression I got on that was like, this would have been a good movie if it didn't need to be a Halloween movie. That was my outsider impression.
100%.
It was like, it looked like this is a movie that has like almost nothing to do with Michael.
For the most part, yeah.
But it tells its own story.
And it was cool.
But then at the end, it's like, well, hold on.
But it's a
Jamie
Halloween
Lee
movie.
Curtis needs to fight Michael Myers to like finish it, because this is the ending of the story.
Oh, I see.
So Michael Myers needs to show up at the end, and Jamie Lee Curtis needs to fight him, even though the movie's over.
Okay.
Yeah,
And the movie's full of like little holes like that poked in it
Yes.
periodically.
Cool.
But
Like how the most recent Alien movie threatened to be a good movie.
Oh man.
And then it was a piece of crap.
Yeah, exactly.
Same friends went to go see that, and one of them was like, it was a decent movie, and the other one was like, it's a decent movie if you don't like alien movies.
All right,
it
sorry.
wasn't that.
Joey, you were going to say something else
But
about
anyway,
Halloween Ends.
Halloween Ends. It was like, okay, well, there's another one after this. And it's like, oh, it's Smile. And I was like, ugh, whatever.
Ugh.
That movie's really good.
You like Smile?
Yes.
If it's not personally targeting you.
It's not. But I'm saying the trailers make it look like a 3 out of 10 awful experience.
Okay.
The trailers did it such a disservice. I did not want to watch it because the trailers were so bad. And then I watched it, and the entire time I was like waiting for it to get bad.
Wow.
And I was like,
Okay.
wow,
really-
this is actually, like, I think it's a good movie.
I think
Okay.
the worst thing
Crazy.
about Smile was that I felt personally targeted because now, also that I'm a baby. And so I'm like, this thing feeds on trauma. Oh, shit. You've just attacked my trauma.
I'm in trouble now.
I'm screwed.
Anyway, to go back to my earlier point, talking about the Halo series, it's growing up, I was very acutely aware of the ESRB and what it entailed and all
Yeah,
that.
sure.
So I was paying attention to that sort of stuff more than everything else. And the conclusion I've come to with Halo is that there are no Halo games that need to be rated M. All of them can be rated T.
Yeah.
I think that really helps the kids getting into it,
Yeah.
because any kids play. I mean, the ESRB is just a guideline, and when it comes to like through T, there is no. I mean, it's like on TV when you see Y or Y14. It's nobody really pays attention to it. Smash Brothers is rated T, but every 4-year-old's playing it.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things where it's like, compared to some of the more hyper-violent games, I mean, a lot of kids did play like Call of Duty and whatnot. It's like, I think a lot of kids were able to play Halo because there's nothing explicitly
Yeah, sure. Oh, for sure.
adult
There's a reason
about
that was like that hit
Yeah.
everybody. But so the reason I bring all that up is because like I feel like outside of like Xbox had that. Xbox had a number of
Yes.
other like original Xbox with the Duke had successes with reaching Duyutes with exclusive titles, and then also just like stuff that was just third party that was on PlayStation 2 and Xbox and whatever else. The PlayStation at that time period had Jak and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank, and a lot of other stuff. Like there was stuff that was an outreach to these guys,
Yes.
right?
To
Now,
me, I love
these
Ratchet
guys,
Clank.
and me as well. I was also there. That was also there.
It's
at
me
that time.
staring at the photo of Ryan Gosling that got put in my house, and my secretary says, "Sir, that's a mirror."
The trouble, I think, this is a larger problem, is we need the industry to expand. And I think there's a question with, are these kids who are playing Fortnite going to buy other games, or are they going to stay with Fortnite? Are they going to stay there? And there is a noticeable problem. The kids aren't buying PS5s. They're not buying Xbox Series X/S's. To be fair, nobody is buying those, but it's important the kids aren't buying them. And part of that is because Sony doesn't make games for kids anymore. Spider-Man is for kids. It's like a kid could play Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Kid can't play Last of Us.
No.
Crazy.
Can't play God of War.
Can't play God of War. What else do they got? Well, they've done one Ratchet and Clank game in the last like 6 years.
Yep.
But Insomniac's making too much money making Spider-Man. And soon they're going to make Wolverine. And let me tell you something right now. Kid can play Spider-Man.
No.
Kid ain't going to play that Wolverine game.
No.
Kid ain't going to play that Wolverine game.
They're going to want to
So Concord with its look,
because it's Superman.
look, it's like it's like Marvel. It's like Guardians of the Galaxy. I guarantee you a major part of the motivation on the decision making for this and the confidence is this is a crossover hit. This is a like probably barely PG-13 in terms of writing. Like this is meant to be something that is broadly successful.
Yep.
This can attract other people in. And what stands out to me about Astro Bot is Astro Bot should be a hit with anybody. The new Astro Bot game. It's apparently a really good 3D platformer. It's large, it's cute, it's accessible, but it's got high skill ceiling stuff in it. That should be a crossover hit. It is absolutely full of all of these references to games that kids have never played because they don't make them anymore.
Yeah.
There are no Jak and Daxter games anymore.
There's no Ape Escape.
There's no Ape Escape. Even Gravity Rush
Yeah, the studio's
isn't
dead,
around.
too.
Sorry?
I said the studio's dead too.
Studio's dead.
I mean, for a lot of these, that's the case, but it's
Yeah.
just it hurts more because that studio died for Concord.
Sure, Ratchet and Clank is like technically they're still a recent entry, but it's not like a big hit anymore, and
No.
that needs to be at that like Ratchet and Clank, which is a cartoony game, needed to be at that level of quadruple A Sony bajillions of dollars level. So they only made one for the entire PS5 lifespan, and it might have been released on PS4 too. I don't even remember.
Maybe, I don't know.
The Horizon series. This is how I know that this is a problem. Horizon is you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
I think so. Go ahead.
I think I know a little bit about Horizon.
Horizon is a recent IP. that I would say is PG, very light PG-13.
It is, yeah.
A open world adventure game about giant robots.
Yeah.
And I really have no opinion on Horizon. I haven't played them. My understanding is that they are good.
Yeah, the first
good.
I've only played the first one, and it is good.
It's good. Huh.
That's basically
Alright.
what I'd heard.
Okay. That is not, I wouldn't describe that as a crossover family-friendly release, even though like a kid could play it, because there's nothing really there. I guess, I don't know, a kid could be attracted to the giant dinosaur robots.
And because on paper, giant dinosaur robots would have gotten me in as a child,
Yes.
but seeing the game, I don't know that they would actually care about it. Because
Yeah.
I don't know how much a kid cares about stealth and crafting and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's not like it has stuff in it that like on a surface level would be like maybe a kid could get into this, but it needs to be a AAA major photorealistic Sony release, and it's open world and tower climbing and crafting and stealth and like adult characters talking to each other about post-apocalyptic politics, and like it's not firing on that level, right? Okay.
But what if it was, Jacob?
But what if it was? But what if it was, Aidan? What if we had a Lego Horizon game? What if you had Lego Horizon Adventures that was firing on that level, and it had the characters, and it had the cool, cute robots, but also it was Lego, and it was and it was on Nintendo Switch, even though it's a Sony IP.
Is that real?
Yes,
Yes.
it's real.
Oh
That's
my
completely
god!
Yes,
I
that's
thought
real.
you were being
No,
like.
no, this is real.
This poses a problem, Jacob, that I've not even thought about until you've brought this up right now. And that is when I think of a Lego game, you mentioned the characters from Horizon Zero Dawn. Now, I've only played Horizon Zero Dawn, the very first one, but you know what characters I know, Jacob?
You know Aloy?
I know Aloy.
I mean, I don't know. I know Aloy too. There is a like player 2 in this. It might even be an original character for this game who can just be, from the ground up adventuring pal. I have no idea.
Maybe the sequel had a cool partner character or something. I don't know. I didn't play it, not because I actively avoided it, but because other games came out. Well, what was the
I'm
other
pretty sure
game
this
that
was
came
literally
out? Was it Elden
revealed.
Ring?
Sorry?
So what was the other game that came out? This series has a curse, Aidan, where every time this game.
Oh no! I'll tell you what it was, Joey.
Okay.
The Horizon Zero Dawn released with it is a good open world game. It's fine. They released within a month of Breath of the Wild revolutionizing
month,
the
a
genre.
week.
A week, excuse me.
Oof.
And then Horizon Zero Dawn 2 came out within 2 weeks of Elden Ring.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, cursed. But yeah, like that's why I was like, why didn't I play the sequel?
I'm pretty sure this was literally revealed during a Nintendo Direct. Like literally announced at a Nintendo Direct, I'm pretty sure. To me, is like, this is so fascinating.
It's bizarre.
And it says so much, honestly, to me about why Concord is the way that it is and what it's trying to do. That over there was about, we need to get people who like movies to play video games. This is, we need to get the kids who are playing Fortnite and Lego Star Wars and nothing else on their Nintendo Switch. Here's a fun new Lego game. And they'll learn who Aloy is and learn about the world of Horizon. And then when they're a few years older and there's a new big Horizon Zero Dawn game coming out, they will definitely care about the IP enough to ask their mother to spend $500 on a PlayStation 5. They may, because kids don't care.
Yeah.
They might go, there's a new Aloy game. I want to play it, and then they'll get it, and it'll be nothing like this.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it is a weird thing where, like, if they're aging with it, like, maybe there could be one or two of these games, and you take a kid who's like 10 years old now to, again, because all these games are taking 8 years to come out because they're all photorealistic.
The real cursed pipeline, Jacob, is,
Yeah.
oh boy, I love Aloy. Time to get Genshin Impact on PlayStation so that I can have Aloy in Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
I don't think, you probably can't even do that anymore. That was probably a
But
limited
no, I'm
timeline.
like, this represents to me, first of all, it is just like an additional sales potential. This is why Xbox is releasing some of its games on PlayStation now. Like, it's just like, hey, we can just make more money.
Yeah.
Because Phil Spencer almost like directly said, he didn't say it this cynically, he said something to the effect of like, Microsoft has supported us tremendously, they've given a lot of financial support, and now we have to, and now I'm trying to pay that back or whatever. He basically said, I'm on the hook to Microsoft for $69 billion.
Yeah.
Which he should just say that flat out when someone's like, why did you put Hi-Fi Rush and Pentiment on PS5, you traitor. He should say, because I'm on the hook to Microsoft for $69 billion.
Yeah.
But this is not about, I don't think that Sony is thinking that the margin on Lego Horizon Adventures is going to be so insane. I think Sony is thinking, we need to get these kids to effing buy PS5s. This isn't even a PS5 strategy. This logo, Lego Horizon Adventures, available holiday 2024 on Nintendo Switch, this is a PS6 strategy.
Yeah.
This is PS6 sales.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking when they greenlight this. And I'm like, okay, that's awesome. Cool, whatever. Put Jak and Daxter on the Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put Jak and Daxter Collection on the Switch and plan Jak 4 as a PS5, PS6 exclusive.
Re-releases are ludicrous.
Yeah.
Why do people they are? It's
Ape Escape Collection.
yeah.
Ratchet and Clank Collection.
I'd put Ape Escape back out. I'd play it. I didn't get to play the Jak and Daxter games very much. I've always wanted to.
See, that's kind of as casual gamer, those seem like safe buys to me.
Yeah, right.
As someone who has the Switch that I'm not playing currently, I got it fixed and I was so proud of myself for getting it fixed. And I was like, I'm going to play so many games in my free time that I totally have. I haven't touched that thing in 5-6 weeks probably. And now I'm scared to touch it because I know if I go back to my island, all my villagers are going to be mad at me and I don't want to do it. And it's a problem and that's my own mind goblins.
Now.
But like as someone, I already have the hardware. I could go buy this. But I don't really know if I won't go buy this.
Well, sure. Like Lego Horizon Adventure specifically, maybe not.
But if you, my gamer friend Jacob, said, Aidan, go pick up this re-release game of a game that I've already played and I know is good, and now it's just going to be prettier, and I can tell you everything about it because you've already played it, I'll buy it.
It's probably going to be too late by now, or like when this comes out. Joey, you want to know a crazy sale that I saw?
What?
Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, Persona 5 Royal, all $45 on the Nintendo Switch eShop.
I thought about buying.
Not individually,
I saw it.
the collection.
Yeah.
Huh.
I thought about
all three
buying
of those, $45.
If I felt like I would play them, that was why I didn't. Because I was like, when the hell am I going to sit down and play that?
If you're going $1 per hour, Jesus Christ.
That's more hours than like the Kingdom Hearts all-in-one collection,
is.
which I still think is one of the best deals in gaming.
I did buy that one actually.
Yeah, I beat
my ex bought it so
Reload.
that you and I didn't have to talk anymore because
is
I was
true,
like,
yes.
I have to talk to Jacob because I have to know how the game ends, and he bought a whole PS4 and that collection so that I didn't have to talk to Jacob anymore. Since we're circling back,
I'm gonna say I beat Reload the other day and it was like 90 hours at the end of it. And that's about as much as it took.
This got way off the rails because I wanted to talk to you about Reload. You had a silly movie that you watched. I had other stuff that I wanted to talk about. It's getting late. It turned to this. I just have to get you guys back over here.
Yeah.
I just have to get you guys back over here and we have to do this again sometime. Or I don't know, what the hell are you guys doing tomorrow? This is probably not.
I do have plans tomorrow.
I'm teasing.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that because I do want to get Spencer back over here and watch a movie or two. We probably won't do a discussion now because now we've talked a lot. I've talked a lot. And it's late. But no, this is a fascinating thing to me. And to me, the Lego Horizon Adventures logo is actually very telling about why Concord happened the way that it did. Is like, well, what's our thing? What do we bring people in with? And the question wasn't about gameplay. It was entirely about optics. It was about all these cutscenes. And there was no question. We got the money. We can totally spend money on making new bespoke cutscenes every single week to get people back. It's just
crazy.
It's so stupid. But this just leaps out to me as like, why are you, if you are trying to get these people to buy stuff, you need to make the games. Astro Bot is a great game for me and Joey to feel like it was a game that we played when we were kids.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, look at all these cute references to PlayStation games. And sure, it'd be I want to be fair. It would be a fun game for a kid to play anyway. And indeed, it might even be like a fun history lesson that ignites their imagination. They go, ooh, who's that? Who's that? But guess what? They can't do anything about it.
Yeah, exactly. Going back to the video you were referencing earlier, Aidan, it's like, that's Ape Escape. Last game, 2004. Oh, here's Jak and Daxter. Last game, 2005 or whatever.
Some of the last games in the one I saw were like 1998.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like to tell on myself before I was born.
Yeah. This is
Let's just drop that.
I always forget how young you are.
I make jokes about, like when I say this is before your time, Aidan, and I mostly do it as a funny goof between friends, but there are occasionally points where I'm like, no, this is outside of Aidan's living memory.
Yeah.
Yep.
When I was saying a minute ago, like I wasn't gonna say this is like literally like the Wii Blue Sky stuff was not before your time. You had a Wii at that time
did.
period, but you were not like
I wasn't aware of like marketing campaigns.
You weren't clocking stuff.
No,
at
I
the
was like,
time.
Mom, I want to play Rock Band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that was why we bought
Man,
a
remember
Wii.
Guitar Hero and Rock Band? Remember when that was a series that existed and wasn't just driven into the dirt?
Yeah.
So one of the items.
Crazy.
So Joey, I don't know if you missed this.
Okay.
The Xbox, the list of Xbox fumbles. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to talk about Xbox too much because I got like a video idea about it. And one of the video ideas that I have is talking about this problem with the Utes. I keep doing that. People probably don't even know that I'm doing a freaking My Cousin Vinny reference. I'm saying the youths with a thick accent.
Yeah.
Phil Spencer. So there's the long list of epic Xbox fumbles.
Oh, yeah.
Could have had RE4 exclusivity, missed it. Could have had Genshin Impact console exclusivity, missed it. Could have had Grand Theft Auto 3 console exclusivity, missed it.
These are big ones.
Oh
they've
yeah,
got-
oh baby.
I knew every single one of those titles. That tells you how big it is.
Insane, huge, like AAA money fumbles.
So Phil Spencer was talking about this recently, and he discussed one that I don't think was public knowledge. They passed on Guitar Hero exclusivity.
Oh my god.
Now, I'm going to be real. Of the things that they passed on, that's the most reasonable one.
I mean, yes.
A guy walks into your office and says, I'm going to sell a video game where you have to pay a ton extra money to get this crappy
Correct.
plastic guitar and hit buttons, and you're going to listen to it.
It's like one of the only peripherals for a console that ever actually
Yeah.
sold.
That was
extracurricular
so lucky.
Yeah.
That should not have been the success that it was. I do not blame anybody at Xbox for passing on that. Frankly, it's wild that Activision picked it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to comment something really fast. So, Aidan, people are grave stomping on Concord before it even comes out.
Okay.
I'm going to try and wrap this conversation up because it's getting late.
Okay.
I still want to watch a movie tonight and hang out with you guys.
Yeah.
Get Spencer back over here. There was a closed beta.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was an open beta. Mm-hmm. Okay, the numbers of players on PlayStation went down from the closed beta to the open beta. That means no one who played the closed beta came back for the open beta.
And I gotta say, that still blows my mind because that's almost inconceivable.
Yes,
Like,
almost inconceivable. Yeah, exactly.
That's rough.
There is the current I saw an industry analyst an industry estimate, which there's no way to prove this right now. The estimate was Concord is floating somewhere around 25,000 units sold.
Okay.
For a game that looks like what we were talking about and doing what it's supposed to do, that's abysmal. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I'm now going to give you a couple of statistics, Aidan. I can't give you PlayStation player numbers. Like I can't go on PlayStation Network and tell
yes,
you
they will not reveal
how many
it to
people are
us.
playing a game. They don't tell us that sort of thing. But this was released on Steam.
Okay,
And
great.
Steam does that.
Steam does do that.
The peak lifetime concurrent players for Steam, peak lifetime was 697 players.
That's really bad.
That is extremely bad.
There
Especially,
are 9 players right now.
that number is wrong
Because
you can't play this game anymore. The servers are offline.
Oh.
That number is probably how many players were online the last time a sample was taken. Would be my guess.
Yeah, so I mean we've been poorly dancing around it. Game is dead. They shut the servers down.
After 3 weeks?
After 2
2
weeks
weeks.
actually. It's 12 days, I believe.
Wow.
Here is the blog post where they said we are taking this game off the PlayStation Store and off of Steam, and we're shutting it down in 4 days. Now, this is important because there are some details here that are pertinent. Everyone is grave dancing on Concord hard, and this is like an inconceivable flop.
Yes.
They didn't even give it like a month to grow. They didn't give it like a content update. They didn't give it a patch. This is like an inconceivable flop. We were talking about even if they weren't in active development for 8 years,
Yeah.
because they probably weren't. Probably
Yeah.
stuff was being done conceptually. There's so much money here. They cannot
Yeah.
possibly give up that fast. Like, I don't want to be all about the sunk cost fallacy, but there's no way that maintaining the servers and employing people is costing so much that you can't take the risk for the Christmas season bump at least
Yeah.
when you came out in October. So let's be very clear about something, because a lot of people are saying Concord is dead forever. I want to read this announcement where they announced what was going to happen. Concord fans, we've been listening closely to your feedback since the launch of Concord on PlayStation 5 and PC, and want to thank everyone who has joined the journey aboard the North Star, which is the name of the ship. Your passionate community has grown around this game and meant the world to us. Don't give a shit about that part. However, while many qualities of the experience resonated with players,
Empty statement.
we also recognize that other aspects of the game and our initial launch didn't land the way we intended.
Wow.
This feels really weird to me because, like, keep in mind, this is a game that, like, I wouldn't necessarily say feature incomplete, though it may have been. I don't know enough.
Right.
It was at least, like, this is a game that is going to have, after a few months, and a couple hours worth of story content.
Yeah.
Right? So, but it didn't launch with that. So, like it didn't land the way we'd intended. This is meant to be an emergent thing. But whatever. This is PR speak. It doesn't mean anything. That just stands out to me in particular because of the whole new cutscenes every week thing. Therefore, at this time, we have decided to take the game offline beginning September 6th, 2024 to explore...
Beginning yesterday. So
yes.
you took it offline.
Yes.
Wow.
To explore options, including those that will better reach our players. So that sounds like they're going to take it down for a little bit. Maybe it'll come back free to play in 2 months after they've, rejigged some things, right? Paragraph 3. While we determine the best path ahead, Concord sales will cease immediately and will begin to offer full refunds to all gamers who have purchased the game for PS5 or PC. If you purchase the game for PlayStation 5 from the PlayStation Store or PlayStation Direct, a refund will be issued back to your original payment method. Now, they can't do much about retail copies because there were physical copies of this behind the counter at your local GameStop. And they're now, by the way, being sold on eBay for like $200, $300. Yeah, because that's the market. I don't think anybody's buying them at that
they're
high
just
price.
trying.
And it would be really, really funny if somebody did buy it for $200 and this game came back in like 2 months.
Yeah.
It'd be really, really funny if somebody thought, yes, this sealed copy of launch Concord is going to be worth
It's
a
history.
ton. It's history. And then the game is back in like 2 months.
Yeah.
So this does stand out to me as this is not unprecedented. When Cyberpunk 2077 came out, PlayStation started offering full refunds for online purchases, PlayStation Store purchases of Cyberpunk 2077.
Really?
Yes, they did.
But it came back?
Yeah, it came back later. No, Cyberpunk launched in such an abysmal state that it wasn't like Xbox didn't do it. Steam is generally very generous about refunds. If you play under 2 hours and you have cause, you can get a refund.
Yeah.
It's unusual for the PlayStation Store to offer this. The PlayStation Store said anybody who wants one can have a full refund for Cyberpunk because it did not run on PS4. It just did not run.
Okay.
It was an abysmal experience. I don't remember what Xbox did at the time. They might have followed suit after Sony, but I know Sony set the precedent. So this is not unprecedented. They have done this before for games that launched in that bad of a state on their storefront.
It's just
But
really
it doesn't seem
bizarre.
like this is in a bad state, right? It's just a shit game.
Yes, it's
Okay.
just it was perfectly functional. It doesn't seem to be that buggy.
Okay.
It just didn't. It was just not a good game.
Okay.
And it wasn't hitting the numbers that they wanted. So it may have been that they recognized even before launch, because again, I talked about those beta numbers. They may have recognized this wasn't going well, and they were like, okay, probably internally they said, this is the threshold we have to hit on the first week before we decide there's something wrong and we need to go back to the drawing board. I would imagine that they are not going to just lay that studio off and shut the game down permanently. I seriously doubt that's going to happen. I think this comes back free to play and cell shaded in 5 months.
Yeah.
That's my personal theory, but I don't know what's going to happen. I feel like this comes back
I
with
feel
a
like
really...
that's at least the plan or something along that.
This comes
It's
back
just-
with a slapdash Borderlands filter in 5 months.
Yeah.
And yes.
And maybe that'll be enough.
But it may also be that they totally shut the whole thing down and they have to close the studio and cut their losses. I don't see, again, I don't want to the sunk cost fallacy is a fallacy for a reason, but I don't see how they can justify to shareholders, we made this investment and abandoned it that fast.
Yes.
I don't think they can, especially because again, 3 pillars of live service: Fair Games, Concord, and Marathon. Marathon is never going to release. If it releases, it is only going to be after everybody at Bungie has been fired, including the board, and they've completely restructured the studio, and that's going to push it down the line at least 2 more years.
Yeah.
So they cannot abandon this that fast. This is their fall release. They don't have a Spider-Man or a God of War. This was the Sony fall release. This was their 4th quarter.
That's crazy because I literally had not really I'd heard the name, but
Yes, exactly.
And I've only heard the name because I'm engaged to a gamer.
Yes,
Like
yes.
And there's a
complete
TV
failure
in the lobby
Yes.
of my workplace all of the time, and I've not seen a commercial for it.
No,
Like,
the gameplay reveal was what we were looking at. It was back in like May or whatever, right? There's been whatever that direct whether we had. Yeah, it's May 30th. That was the gameplay reveal.
I honestly think I'd only heard the name within the last like week or so, and I've only heard how bad it is. Like
Yes.
there was never
there
any
has been-
like excitement for it. There was never any I'm gonna see and then maybe I'll buy it. There was never I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale and then I'll buy it. It was like I didn't hear anything, and then I heard, haha, that's real bad.
What you were hearing the haha that's real bad about was probably about what we're talking about right now.
Right.
No, this is we were I was telling you this beforehand. I'm stealing this from, this is an observation from Pat Stares out of Castle Super Beast. And he was talking about, I am stealing this from him, but I observed this myself as well on Twitter. There was a series of questions, and like during the live stream of Castle Super Beast where he was talking about this, he says, and I'm seeing this happen in chat in real time right now.
Yeah.
There's an unrecoverable sequence of 3 questions. What is Concord? Wait, Concord came out? Wait, they're charging money for Concord?
Yeah.
Yep.
You cannot recover from that PR tailspin. I was tweeting about this game and retweeting about this game constantly, like not just like before the closure, but especially when the closure was happening, because I find this situation so fascinating, which is why I've been able to spend 2 hours talking about it.
Because it's wild.
Because it's wild.
It's hard to overstate.
This is unprecedented.
Never before, like...
If they don't come back, if they don't try and relaunch this, like numerically, this will be the biggest flop of the decade.
For sure.
There's no possible way.
And that's why it's hard to wrap your mind around. And that's why, like, when I was texting, I was like, this might be making history. It's like, I hadn't fully comprehended what's happening. It's nuts. And it's even more, like, the numbers are the most baffling part to me as well, because it's like, even games that sell bad, it's like, sometimes you even get, like, the gawkers that come in.
Yeah.
After a week, I thought, surely as soon as people saw that it didn't break 700 on Steam, surely that's enough to at least get, like, what was that stupid
Radical Heights?
Thank you. It's like
Cliffy B's Hail Mary.
Yeah,
After
it's
Lawbreakers. And I want to point out something. Lawbreakers lasted like 18 months.
Yeah. But it's like with Radical Heights, it's like you at least were able to get into matches because enough people were gawking. Like everybody that was in a match towards the end were YouTubers or streamers, because they were like, let's check out this shit
Everybody
show.
who was in there was
rubbernecking.
Yeah. Cliff Basinski, who I also made fun of a little bit last time you were here talking about, because he showed up in a couple of Mega 64 videos. Cliff Basinski made Gears of War and a couple of other things, and then his career kind of stalled.
Okay.
This is why this is so stupid. Cliffy B tried to do this. When the hell did Lawbreakers come out? Like 6 years ago? He was there right on the trend of the Overwatch and other people trying to jump on this. He was one of the jump honors, but he jumped on like a year after Overwatch came out. A game called Lawbreakers. It was pseudo cartoony but pseudo realistic. It was like a middle ground between this and Overwatch. Okay. I won't say it was a beautiful game, but it had a little bit of style, and it was basically trying to be like a modern day Quake. It was ludicrously fast.
Okay.
It was like you were like flying physics all over the place. That's why I mentioned we were looking at that Hyenas trailer, the Zero G stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It had some interesting gameplay ideas. The problem was, I mean, he even said in interviews at the time, he was talking about, this is, it's a contested market. It's hard to find room at the top. There's 1 or 2 top dogs. That's why this is a $30 game. That's why this is simpler. We're trying to be in the number 3 slot.
Okay.
So like,
Interesting.
I understand what he meant like conceptually, but like aiming for number 3 means if you hit number 4 or 5, you're toast.
Yeah.
So that game was around for a while before the servers went down. It had some fans, but it just never took off because it was in a really it was in a contested marketplace.
Yeah.
The last move from his new studio, which like he made a new studio just to make Lawbreakers, and it didn't work. His last Hail Mary was a battle royale called Radical Heights.
Okay.
That lasted longer than this. I want to say the servers were, and it was basically just a beta. Like it was basic, like, gray box assets in a lot of cases. It was just meant to be an early beta. Hopefully we'll get some interest. Hopefully people will really like the new fresh ideas that we have for this. They did not. The game was offline after like a month, but I'm pretty sure it outlived Concord. But though that was the point where like you could get a match in that because people were at least rubbernecking.
Wow.
Now here's the thing. When this got, you could get a match. You could get into a match of Concord when the closure was announced. There were, well, I guess, so you couldn't get in some matches. You are right. Because this is a thing where there are a number of different game modes. If you wanted to play one of the less popular playlists,
Nope.
You're
nada,
toast.
nada. You can't get in. There are not enough people. And this is the thing. Like, even in Call of Duty, after like a year or two, like if you want to go into an obscure game mode in Call of Duty,
If you want to go into third-person cage match,
you can't do it. You can get into team deathmatch, domination, which is the main popular tactical mode, free for all,
Search and destroy.
Maybe a search and destroy, and maybe if the individual game has it, maybe capture the flag.
Okay.
But any of those supplemental game modes, which were like fun when the game came out, you can't get into them. This is week 1 of Concord, and you can't match into half of its playlists because there's not enough people in there. Wow. Then they announced the game is shutting down in a week or whatever, right? Okay. So now the race begins for the platinum trophy. I need my platinum before this game goes offline, so I don't have a gaping hole in my thing. So I need to hit max level in Concord. Okay. The fastest way to hit max level is not, like, most efficient way to level in this game is, people figure out, is not doing a match and killing a lot of people, because that's time consuming. The fastest way to get levels is to finish matches, because you get default experience for winning or losing a match.
So you start a match and you immediately leave.
No, not leave.
because you don't get experience.
Because you don't get experience if you leave. You commit suicide immediately.
Oh my God.
For the last 4 days of this game, you couldn't get in a real match because there were roaming parties of people who are going into matches, and they're taking turns immediately SDing, self-destructing. One team will just immediately jump off of it. And again, this is not like a singular match. These are rounds based.
Yeah.
So you're doing like 3 rounds where each round is like 3, 2, 1, and the match starts, and one team is standing there. They just kind of idle. They do whatever. 4 seconds later, victory. Because the other team killed themselves.
Yeah.
As people were trying to farm their way up to the top. So by the last couple of days, you couldn't even play an authentic match of Concord.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sucks, dude.
No, it's awesome.
It's awesome.
It's poetic.
It's poetic.
It
and the
is.
player base is committing mass suicide.
Yeah.
Now remember, Aidan, what I told you about how the fact that the closed beta had more players than the open beta.
Yeah.
And then it declined to this. So I was texting Joey when this was announced.
How many players were in the betas? Do we know?
I don't remember the official numbers. But
Okay.
there were I think there were some numbers, and they weren't good numbers.
Okay. When you say weren't good, like, did we at least break 1,000?
I don't remember how we got this data. I don't think we had
Okay.
the raw numbers,
Okay.
but I think it was just a matter of like there's nobody on like the Concord subreddit being like, yeah, I love the closed beta. You got to get back in there. There was some, I forget how it was tracked because no, it was on PC, or was the beta on PS5 or was the beta just on PC? Let's check.
Ooh, I don't know. I know it was on PS5.
No, okay, no, the beta was on PC, so we had Steam numbers.
Okay, there we go.
We had Steam numbers. Okay, that's how we know. So here's the problem, Aidan. So I'm sending Joey screenshots after the announcement happens. I can't get in PlayStation numbers, but I'm looking at Concord numbers on Steam. There are 58 players, 60 players online right now at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday, right? Wow, okay. So that means 5v5 matches. There are maybe 5 active games with PC players in them, and they're all suiciding. Now, I do think there's crossplay, so they were playing with PlayStation players, and presumably there were
crossplay.
Yeah, it was crossplay. So presumably there were a few more over there. But Aidan, there's another number to bring into this. A very embarrassing number for these guys. You see, for a while, we talked earlier in this podcast about how Valve hasn't made a retail game in quite some time. Mm-hmm. Well, there's been an open secret for a while now, the worst kept secret in the game industry, that the Defense of the Ancients 2, Dota 2 team is making a new mix between a third-person hero shooter and a MOBA. Mm-hmm. And that it's been in closed beta for a while. Mm-hmm. And the closed beta is relatively easy to get into. If you're in it, you can send a key to anybody on your Steam friend list. Just don't stream it. Don't post anything.
Is this Deadlock?
This is Deadlock.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the week that Concord comes out and is flaming out hard, I don't know if they were planning on doing this anyway, or if Valve spitefully decided to put their foot on Concord's throat. But they said
it's the timing is too perfect. It
they
had to
said,
be intentional.
"Hey, by the way, you can stream Deadlock now." And now that it's public, And there's also, to be fair, like it was, I feel like they might have been gearing up for this anyway, because there was like a Verge article a couple of weeks before this about it, like I was starting to see video and screenshots of it.
I mean, this didn't come out of nowhere, but it's like I feel
it didn't come out of absolutely
nowhere.
nowhere.
It would have.
The
been
timing
a few
is
weeks
suspicious.
out.
Yeah.
And Aidan, on the nights when I'm sending Joey, here's a screenshot of Steam player base for Concord right now, 58 players. By the way, here is a Steam screenshot of current player base at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday night for a closed beta game. It's 110,000 people.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh no. That's really something.
Yes.
That's really something
I
special.
can't play Deadlock if I want to. 110,000 people in there.
It's insane.
Yeah.
But it's also like just obviously like those are two very different games, but it's like just compare the roster.
Well, this is something that's really obnoxious. Is that like I don't you don't want to call it a hero shooter because it is a MOBA, and it's super early alpha. That game is that is one of the most early alpha things I've ever seen publicly accessible, which is why it was closed. Like there are there's only one map in the alpha, and there are sections of the map that are gray box. It is obviously full of temp assets. Every character design in that thing is subject to change.
They're cool though.
Yeah.
They're real cool.
Now, remember this other game we've been talking about for the last 2 hours?
Yeah. Honestly, what's crazy is I saw Spencer play one game.
You know what Deadlock is.
I know
You know
what
what
it
the
is.
characters of Deadlock are.
I do. And they were cool.
And it's not. It is a closed beta for a game that won't come out for 2 years. And you didn't know what Concord was until today.
And looking at... I saw Spencer play the one game, and when he was flipping through characters trying to decide, I had ideas about what they did. And I couldn't tell you what one guy on that Concord roster did. I could tell you what Aidan Casual Gamer, almost said my last name. Aidan Casual Gamer can tell you I had hypotheses about what those Deadlock players did. And I was right about the one that Spencer picked because he is a predictable man. And
Autistic people do fall into patterns. They do fall into comforting patterns.
The funny big guy with the little guy on his back, he picked that one. And I had and watching him play, I understood exactly what I was looking at. And I saw one game, and I still can tell you those things. And after seeing gameplay, I couldn't even tell you which character did which thing in Concord, other than the Robot Man, because that's the one Spencer would pick.
Also, because we analyzed the Robot Man the longest of any of them, because it was the only thing where there was anything to analyze to try and figure out what the heck we were looking at.
Everybody else just has guns.
Anyway, yeah, so this is gearing up to be possibly the greatest flop in the history of video games, or it's gearing up to be a cyberpunk-esque comeback story, but I kind of doubt it.
I know, but would it not be hilarious to loop all of this back to No Man's Sky and have this be the next PlayStation recovery game?
It won't be.
It's not gonna be, but it'd be really funny.
This is a absolutely, utterly fascinating situation, which is why we wound up spending so much time on it today.
What? I'm trying to figure out what is the possibility, not even the likelihood.
Okay.
What would it look like to turn the money that they spent on all of these little cutscenes, because you said they probably have 6 months in their back pocket.
I would guess there's no way you can't make a high level fidelity cutscene, write, direct, do the even if you're motion capturing it, even if you got all the assets made, there's post production work.
Yeah.
We were talking about the non-linear, or rather the real time film production pipeline.
Yeah.
That is, even if you're doing it in a video game, there's still work there's still post processing stuff you have to do. It's not instant.
So if they've got any of those sitting in their back pocket, right? How possible is it that instead of trying to turn it into a game, they just release it as a movie?
I'm willing to bet that they're all too isolated and episodic to be strung together like that. But, I don't know, because they only had time to release one or two of them, and I haven't watched them, so I don't know how they're structured. I would suspect that probably there is no capacity in which they can release them where they could turn a profit. They can't put them in a theater.
Oh no.
Nobody. I don't think any. I don't know. I mean, they could maybe take all the assets that they have, and maybe we could let's do a Concord short movie to get people excited. But they did a short movie for Concord called the launch trailer that everyone said was boring and generic and looked like Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's true.
I think they need to do a complete. I mean, everybody talked about it. They need to do a complete aesthetic overhaul on this thing before they come back. And a complete gameplay overhaul. and probably a complete UI overhaul, and probably they need to redo all those 6 months worth of cutscenes, and probably, so this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, it is a massive investment to bring it back, and it's a question of whether or not they're going to try in a Realm Reborn it, or whether or not they're going to cut their losses. I just can't imagine them I can't imagine them walking into a room and trying to explain to shareholders why they cut their loss on an 8-year investment.
Yeah.
Without even trying.
It really feels like if they were just going to completely give up on this, they would have just let it ride for a little bit.
They could fire everybody and make a small new company that's only job is maintain the servers and make it free to play.
Yeah.
And they could have
like
made
you
some
said,
money.
And do it through Christmas.
Yeah. At least through the Christmas season.
Like, see if anybody picks it up.
Yeah.
It's not that far away.
Anyone who's like, this is a new
I'm a
game.
I'm a PS5 gamer primarily. What's the new big Sony game of the season? It's Concord.
And
I'll give it a
especially
shot.
if you have a well-meaning girlfriend who has no idea what you're playing but sees this new game available, even if they don't make it free to play. I'm looking for Christmas gifts for my gamer boyfriend who has a PS5.
Yeah.
Here you go, babe. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. That's why
here's a dead game.
That's why the plug pull being so fast makes me think it cannot be permanent. Because I just don't see any way they're sitting in a room and they're like, yeah, this makes sense to not even give it like 3 more weeks. Because they didn't lay everybody off.
Yeah.
No? No.
Okay.
I mean, I assume not. I don't think it could have been kept a secret.
Yeah.
You kind of got to know about that sort of stuff. Like, if they had pulled the plug and laid everybody off, then it would have been like, wow, they had no confidence and they needed to save money as fast as possible. Like, they needed to stop these numbers from going upside down as fast as they could. And they're just going to dig themselves out of the hole with the Wolverine game next year or something like that, which that game probably isn't coming out next year. Like, if they had turned around and laid everybody off, I would have said that. But it's like, okay, what? They're going to keep everybody employed for how long? And like, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
Like, who knows? They could even come back and be like, okay, we've got all these assets. Make a single player campaign. Make a 5-hour single player campaign to really sell people on these characters. Yeah, they probably won't do that. I'm just like theorizing. Like,
That's the one thing Overwatch tried and couldn't do, baby.
Exactly. Overwatch, that was the big selling point of Overwatch 2, and then they dropped it.
I mean, Fortnite had a story mode, didn't it?
Well, it was
Save
original.
the world.
Well,
that was the original version.
Oh, really? That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
This is the story of why. This is why. So talking about like trying to corner a segment of the market, trend chasing. This is. I'll keep this brief because we got to wrap this up. But this is why Fortnite is so interesting. Is that you get stuff like a Concord that is trying to go Overwatch is successful, Valorant is successful, whatever, and like corner in on a market that is already well and truly saturated. It is really hard to be a trend chaser in the video game industry, especially because now even a low fidelity video game is going to take you at least 2 years to come out. Like a basic indie game made by a small team that looks really simple is a 1 to 2 year process.
Yeah.
A major studio game is 4 years minimum.
Yep.
So it's really hard. Unlike, you could hypothetically back in the 90s go like, wow, Nintendo made this game Super Mario Kart for the SNES. People liked it. I'm going to rip that off and make a racing game like that. You could do it in like 6 months. You could do it in 6 months. You can't do that anymore. Probably do it faster if you made a really crappy one. You can't do that anymore. But even in the PS2 era, there was a phase where you could go, that Devil May Cry game made some money. Oh, or even PS1, the Resident Evil, that made some money. I could try making something like that. Like you could do it. You could respond quickly. It's very hard to chase big money trends now because you got to spend big money to chase a big money trend. The thing that's unique about Battle Royale games and Fortnite is as follows. Fortnite was a game made by Epic Games, mainly just as a showcase for the Unreal Engine. It was meant to be like a Minecraft with guns.
Yeah.
Save the World is a Minecraft with guns game. Nobody really cared about it. It kind of flopped when it came out.
It's
Nobody
like
was really
tower
playing
defense. You got protect
Tower
the thing
defense.
from zombies. You got guns.
Zombies.
You got traps. You got buildings.
It's called Fortnite because it's a 2-week period that you have to survive for. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's real. Yeah, nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. It was a 2-week game period where we had to survive. Yeah, nobody knows that.
It's crazy. Huh?
Nobody knows that. Game kind of didn't do that well, but it doesn't matter because
I've always wondered why it was called Fortnite.
Doesn't matter because Epic Games makes the engine. They're making because everybody who uses the Unreal Engine for a game, this licensing fee, they get a percentage of sales. So it's really just like our developers are making. It
was Wii Sports for Epic Games.
It was Wii Sports for Wii Sports for Epic Games. It was a showcase of the flexibility of the engine, and we have a lot of talented game developers here who have worked on games in the past for Epic Games. Here's something that's also it's really showing off the engine. Concurrently to this happening, for years, everyone was like, man, I wish I could play Battle Royale in a video game. I wish I could have a giant open map with 99 players and random assortment of gear, and the last man alive wins. That would be so cool. And then the Hunger Games came out, and people said, man, I wish there was a Hunger Games game where you had a bunch of people in a huge map with items, and you had to survive and sneak around or go into open combat, and the last person alive wins.
And then modded Hunger Games Minecraft came out, and people were like, I want this, but as a real game.
Yes, exactly. There was this like litany of little mods of people doing mods to games to try and simulate this experience, but a big multiplayer experience with a large map is hard for a mod to sustain.
Yeah.
Then you started seeing the mods for Arma specifically. Arma is a really boring military simulator.
Okay.
It's not a Call of Duty game. It has more in common with like farming simulator than it does with Call of Duty.
Okay.
It is a extremely technical military simulator. And it's very janky, like all those simulator games. It's trying to be like, okay, if you get shot in the leg, then your movement speed is suddenly really, really staunched. You got shot in the chest, unless you're wearing the right armor, you're dead. It's not really about a competitive shooter experience. It is about a simulator experience. It is, I want to simulate the experience of me and 5 of my friends in this Black Hawk helicopter, which controls like a Black Hawk helicopter, and those 5 guys over there in that Black Hawk helicopter, and 10 guys down there in Humvees, and we're going to push in on one central position and carry out an operation that we've planned out on AI or another team that's different. It's that type of game.
Okay.
It's a neat thing to watch YouTube videos
Yeah.
of groups of guys who coordinate this stuff, and you're like, that would be fun if I had 30 friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, it was just always it's a janky thing, and it's very PC only. Like, it would never work on a console. There's just too many little buttons and fiddly things that you have to deal with. But there were a number of mods for this, because Arma was always set on like a really, really big island. And it's a multiplayer game, so it already supports a lot of people being on the map, a lot of players. So there were mods to try and simulate the Battle Royale experience. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds started life as a mod for Arma.
PUBG?
Yes, that is correct. PUBG is called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. PlayerUnknown was a modder. He was an Arma modder who eventually got a team to build a robust original game built off of the back of the design of Arma and the design of Battle Royale mods for Arma. PUBG was really successful.
Yeah.
It was much like Arma, very jank, had a lot of issues, and initially it was only on PC. However, everybody was watching it on Twitch. Everybody was watching it on YouTube. All of your favorite YouTubers and streamers were getting together in their friend groups and they were playing this game. And it was remarkable because this is a game that requires 100 people for a match.
Yeah.
And the queue times are instant because there are that many people playing it. And there's so many people like, this is such a cool experience. This is a neat experience. And a lot of people were on board with it. But also there were a lot of people who are like, it's still super janky. It's still super buggy. There's issues with like, okay, I'm going to crawl through the tall grass so nobody can see me. Well, unfortunately, the game's draw distance is so bad that there's a guy over there on that hill, and the game prioritizes rendering in player characters because obviously over grass. So that tall grass you're crawling through where no one can see you is in fact a bare hill from that guy's perspective, and you're just crawling along, and that guy goes, oh, okay, hold on, let me just get my sniper rifle and okay, easy, continue. So the game had issues. And it was you needed a decent PC to run it. You needed a PC in the first place to run it. And there's a lot of PC simulator jank left over. So there was a huge number of people who either A, could not play it, but desperately wanted to, or people who could B, play it, but were like, I'm going to wait until I have A, better PC, or B, the game gets patched up. The game is doing so good, so fast, from a relatively small team, that everyone in the industry says, holy shit.
We gotta do that.
Holy shit. And Call of Duty was pretty quick to the punch. They had a Battle Royale mode in Black Ops 4, and that was like, I want to say, a year and a half after the PUBG frenzy. Here's the problem. Epic Games has a game sitting right there that is made on their engine, that has relatively simplistic assets and is already designed around an extremely large map, a multiplayer experience, large number of assets on screen. I bet we could make that really quickly.
Yep.
And they did make it really quickly. And they made it free to play because nobody was playing Fortnite. And they got there first, and it was on every console, and pretty soon it was on your iPhone, and it was a much faster, more user-friendly experience than PUBG. Now, if you really wanted that like authentic, gritty, like really slow experience of PUBG, you probably needed to wait for something like Call of Duty Black Ops 4's blackout mode. But if you just wanted to do that thing that your favorite YouTuber was doing, Fortnite's right there.
Yep.
And all your friends are playing it. And they got there like, it was like less than 6 months, I think.
Whoa.
After
Yeah,
after PUBG. I'm going to check that real fast.
And it really felt like the sentiment was like, we're going to do this and get some people in here and maybe they'll like it enough to stay for the
real
zombie
thing.
game.
Maybe they'll stay and buy. The original sentiment was when people will check it and they'll like the gameplay and they will buy
The Save the World?
The Save the World. That didn't happen.
No.
And then they had, and then that's also, by the way, that's why a battle pass exists. Is how do we now monetize this other thing that we just? How do we monetize this other beast that we just made?
Yep.
So let's see. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. That's the mobile version. I want the real version. You son of a gun. Steam Early Access in 2017. When was the real release?
Full release December 2017?
December of 2017, but it was accessible and people were playing it for a long time before that. There was a mod people were playing before that, and then the early access version of this was available much earlier in the year. Beta program in March, full release in December of 2017. So let's see. Fortnite Battle Royale launched in September of 2017. So less than a year after the main launch of PUBG, they had that out.
And before. Well, that's his initial. That's early.
That must be
their early access.
Okay,
was before
okay,
the
you're
full
right.
release.
Yep. All right. That's what it is.
That's crazy.
September 2017. Okay, so the beta for Fortnite Battle Royale actually came out before the retail
drop.
release of PUBG. Yeah. All right, yeah, I forgot that wrinkle. I was talking about this with somebody on Twitter recently about, yes, here, arose following the release of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in 2017. It's so funny that it was following the release of Battlegrounds when it technically came out before Battlegrounds.
Well, its beta came out before.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's what's so funny. It's like the idea came from the release of it, and it was actually before the release of it. Yeah, so the point is that they already had a base and an engine that they could move fast with, and an asset library of a large island that you can drop people into. Yeah. And they had the infrastructure to be able to make servers that could carry that many people and keep a match smooth. So I undersold it. They had there was 2 years between PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and beta. No, sorry, 1 year between the beta starting and the launch of their game. A little less than a year. And again, this was a popular thing for a while. It was just something that you had to be a me or a Joey boots on the ground noticing, because it was a we'll call it a grassroots thing. It was that's why it's called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It was driven by players. It was driven by a modding. It was not a commercial enterprise. It was for weirdos. And Epic figured it out first, and they got there first because they had the tools to get there first. But I was talking with somebody, it's like, this is such an interesting example of chasing a trend, because PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was wildly popular, but most people who wanted to play it could not play it.
Right.
They technically were chasing a trend, but not squeezing into a market. They were PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds didn't create a new fill a bracket in the market. It created a market vortex.
Yeah.
That Fortnite filled, which is utterly fascinating. And I can't think of many instances of that anywhere. I really want this thing,
but I can't get it. And it's like there are microcosms of that where it's something, this is a stupid specific thing, but it's if somebody's they're wanting to play an RTS, but they're a console gamer. It's well, you don't have too many options for that. That's a PC exclusive thing for the most part.
Yeah.
But it's this was the first, or maybe not the first, but this was definitely the biggest of these.
Yeah. Okay. That was a really, really long recording session, and we gotta stop. Man, there's so much stuff we had to talk about. You had Goofy movie.
Yeah.
Not a Goofy movie, a movie that is goofy.
An extremely goofy.
It wasn't, I don't know, maybe it was an extremely goofy movie?
I wouldn't call it goofy.
Okay.
That was really what the discussion was going to be. We won't get into it.
This is a teaser for next time.
Yeah,
we'll have to try and do this next weekend.
The teaser is Aidan watched a movie that she was aware of, but was shoved back into the forefront of her mind, and she was I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. I don't know if it was good, but it wasn't bad.
We'll have to try this again next time because I knew that if I started down the Concord road, it would overtake the whole thing. I didn't think it would overtake it that much. I considered literally not talking about Concord, but I was also
There's no way.
how can we not talk about it?
You can't pull the Concord on this conversation.
It's true. And again, and other stuff that I find so interesting, it seems bizarre, but like in many ways, me talking about Concord is a segue to Lego Horizon Adventures.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that is like, we were looking at a portrait of a problem that doesn't take on full definition until you look at both items.
Yeah.
I know that seems like a really strange thing to say.
Just the pipeline of Concord to Lego Horizon.
Exactly.
It's there. You just have to be able to see it.
I think it's really interesting. Anyway, but I guess that's that for that. Again, I thought this. I didn't mean for this to turn into a Concord. I was like, should I even not even talk about it? Because I was afraid to turn into a lecture. This is Aidan's first time on one of these.
This is a historic moment.
It is.
Jacob.
It's true. It happened yesterday.
Yeah.
We can't ignore it. We will get back here next week. We will record another one of these. I will shut up significantly more than I did today, but this saves me the trouble of making a video about Concord because I really, really didn't want to. I want to make a video about the problem with getting kids into games and expanding the market, but I really don't want to. I just talked as much about Concord as I ever want to talk about it. So I guess I got that out of my system. Next week, we'll talk about other stuff. Aidan, what did you think of sitting here for 5 hours and listening to me talk about Concord?
This is fine.
Awesome.
This is a story. So because Spencer and I are in fact engaged now, there's been like more interest in the so how did you know he was the one? And I was like, look, I didn't know he was the one, but I did know that I had the first time I spent the night at Spencer's house, he and I had a 4-hour conversation about Warhammer, which I previously knew nothing about.
Nice.
And I was engaged for 3 of those hours. I was interested in the conversation.
No, you only got engaged a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. But I was interested and I was asking questions and people are like, it for 4 hours? And I'm like, yeah, for 4 hours. And they're like, oh man, so you're both autistic.
What is this crap turning into? Horace did what?
Yeah. No, and so yeah, I'm down to just hang out and do nerd shit for 5 hours.
I know, but I always feel bad when I dominate. This is the thing. I'm very self-conscious about stuff, like a lot of stuff. I think people have probably picked up on that over the course of the show anyway. It's such a thing where people get people got really upset with me during the Kingdom Hearts 2 playthrough, running the gamut and that ruining the game for you guys or whatever. And it's I'm terribly afraid of seeming conceited and a know-it-all, but I just talk a lot, unfortunately. I'm really not trying to I'm not trying to show off. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to think. But freaking oh god, sorry, I just totally lost what I was going to say about I was leading somewhere with that and I totally forgot. I completely lost. Oh, I remember now.
Yeah.
We watch movies and TV shows over here a lot in between recordings and whatever, and that's what we're going to do. And we were going to watch 3 movies tonight, and that ain't happening anymore because we could have fit 2.5 movies into this recording. But
I had a feeling, by the way, when you said 3 movies earlier, I didn't raise eyebrow or anything.
I had every intention of this is an Aidan one. I don't want this to be too crazy. This is her first time. I want to keep this under 2 hours. That was why I was thinking about cutting Concord from this discussion.
Keep in mind that you and I, me and you, no Joey, me and you sat down for 4 hours to talk about half of a fan fiction.
This is true.
Okay.
Multiple. Well, in some cases we were talking about a quarter at a time.
Okay. Let's just be realistic.
I know.
We're all yappers.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
know.
This is a yapper friendly house.
The thing is, it's sometimes when we stream and stuff, you and I run out of things to talk about. But I don't think there has ever been a single time we've done a research log where we are, by the end, it's yeah, man, I'm out of stuff to say.
Every time it's holy shit, it's what time we've
been
got
3
to
hours.
Stop.
Yeah. Gotta go.
Oh boy. Alrighty. No, but what I was gonna say is I get self-conscious about very often you guys show me videos or videos that you take me or whatever, but often I'm the one picking the movies or picking what TV show we're gonna watch. And I get really you gonna say something?
Yeah, because you have good taste.
Yeah, that was I often was are you sure you guys don't want to pick something? I feel bad picking this all the time. And I'd said it multiple times over the course of years. And I don't remember which one of you it was, but a couple months back, I was getting really, really uncomfortable about it. I was I really feel bad that I'm the one dictating what we're gonna watch. we went in an order. One of you was like reassuring that it's fine, and then the other one went, Jacob, if you had shit taste, it'd be a different story. You picked good stuff. And I've tried my absolute best not to get taken by that insecurity since then. I keep reminding myself of that exchange. But it still creeps up like a lot. And sitting here talking for 5 hours about Concord, I'm like, I invited my friends over to have a discussion, and then I don't know. I feel like I know, and I just feel self-conscious. I know you guys talk, like you guys talked a lot, but I feel really self-conscious.
I've been waiting for this. I was wanting to talk Concord.
Well, I'm glad we got to.
I wanted to talk and I wanted to hear Concord because I only knew so much, and I knew that you were more like boots to the ground on this sort of thing to me.
I mean, I wasn't paying that much attention to it, but when I really, I was paying enough because I just unfortunately I'm everywhere on all this sort of stuff. I clock too many things that I probably shouldn't. But no, it was freaking God, what a fascinating situation. And all the other stuff we talked about too today. I can't remember any of it, but.